Rebirth, my daily life cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476. I wish you happiness. Night. Yazhao. Zhu Yuantang sat on a cool electric car, with neon lights flashing on both sides of the high-rise buildings, countless vehicles and pedestrians, forming a night scene. But everything was like a background board, flashing by. Then, new buildings, new vehicles and pedestrians appeared. Suddenly, she seemed to be out of the world. After a brief daze, Jiang Ning, her clear voice sounded. Here, the world has changed, but he has not changed. Zhu Yuantang felt relieved, and a smile flew out of her pure face, as if there was a soft light rippling. Jiang Ning held the handlebars and drove the electric car steadily. What are you calling me for? Zhu Yuantang dragged out the sound. Nothing, I just called you. Although there was nothing to do, Zhu Yuantang always wanted to call him. As long as he answered, she would be very happy. If Jiang Ning did not answer, Zhu Yuantang would often call a few more times, and he would always answer. Zhu Yuantang has played this seemingly boring and childish action many times, and for some reason, she never gets tired of it. Jiang Ning has good riding skills, and can always shuttle through the streets and alleys with ease, but there are always places where the flow of people is endless, blocking the way. In front of her, the pedestrian street intersection is densely packed with people. Facing the crowd that cannot pass, Jiang Ning slowly slows down. Due to the domineering appearance and cool lights of the electric car, it attracts many passers-by to cast their eyes, and people's faces show surprise. Zhu Yuantang in the backseat is a little uncomfortable. She huddles behind Jiang Ning and lowers her head awkwardly. She rarely gets so much attention on the street. Her family's electric car is a little shabby. At the beginning, her mother bought it from a family in the village for 500 yuan for transportation. The ordinary looking electric car rarely attracts the attention of others. Even if it is placed on the street and not locked, few people are willing to steal it. Sitting on the electric car, Zhu Yuantang feels at ease, which means that she is integrated into the world. Perhaps many people are eager to stand in the spotlight and enjoy the admiration of the world. However, Zhu Yuantang has never expected that. She has no great ambitions, and does not want to fight against fate. She has long been accustomed to ordinary life and ordinary self. Besides, there is nothing wrong with being ordinary. She understands a truth. The less things you have, the more you can be happy with just a little bit of good things. Jiang Ning whispered, it will be ready soon. Zhu Yuantang knew what he meant, but she did not tell Jiang Ning that. If Jiang Ning wanted, she would actually like to stay a little longer. Jiang Ning's abnormal behavior today made Zhu Yuantang realize that he, who has always been low-key, seemed to enjoy this battery car. 5 minutes. The crowd gradually dispersed. Jiang Ning started the battery car and crossed the intersection of the pedestrian street. When there was no one around, Zhu Yuantang rubbed his little face and called out, Jiang Ning, what are we going to buy at the supermarket? Jiang Ning said, buy some vegetables. The refrigerator at home is a little empty. Don't buy snacks? Zhu Yuantang asked. I don't want to eat anything. Jiang Ning replied. Zhu Yuantang saw his evasive attitude and took the initiative to attack. Buy some potato chips. Do you want to eat? Buy it. Jiang Ning said. I don't want to eat, but I think you want to eat it. Zhu Yuantang shirked the responsibility. Jiang Ning, okay, buy some. Zhu Yuantang, okay. A little bit is also very happy. In the past, potato chips were very expensive food for her. After all, a bag of them was worth several yuan. However, if it was ordinary puffed food, such as instant noodles, it only cost 50 cents a bag, or millet rice crackers, a bag is also 50 cents. But the clever Zhu Yuantang understood that bagged rice crackers were not the cheapest. The cheapest rice crackers were sold in bulk, which only cost 2 yuan, and could weigh a full plastic bag. They were spicy, and could be eaten at one time. Moreover, Zhu Yuantang also developed a new way of eating. I remember one time, when she was in the first grade of junior high school, she went home from school in the afternoon, and her mother had not yet come home from get off work. She was so hungry that she cooked porridge, heated up steamed buns, and then put the spicy rice crust into the steamed buns as a snack. Thinking of the way of eating she had created before, Zhu Yuantang smiled knowingly. Jiang Ning's consciousness spread out, catching her heartless smile, thinking that she was probably laughing alone because of 2 bags of potato chips. Shopping center, square. Jiang Ning parked the electric car and cast a lightning array. If anyone coveted his electric car, even if they were sitting and playing, they would be electrocuted, making people mistakenly think that the electric car was leaking electricity. Jiang Ning was the first to walk into the shopping center. Zhu Yuantang followed him with small steps, looking around. Jiang Ning did not enter the main entrance. He went to a remote corner with no one. Hey, Jiang Ning, aren't you going to the supermarket? Why are you here? Did you go to the wrong place? She looked around. There was a slightly empty corridor nearby, and there was a wall lined with lockers next to her. Zhu Yuantang knew the use of lockers, but she had never used them. Every time she came to the supermarket, she had to be empty-handed, because she was afraid that, if she had something in her hand, and left the supermarket, the warning door would make a warning beep. She was afraid that she would be mistaken for a thief. We don't have any luggage, so we don't need to put it down. Zhu Yuantang blinked. Let's go, I'll buy you some chips. It's really incomprehensible that such a smart person like him could actually go the wrong way. It seems that the right to lead the way next time should be handed over to her. Thinking of herself successfully seizing power, Zhu Yuantang was secretly proud. By then, Jiang Ning would be her little follower. However, while laughing in her heart, Zhu Yuantang recalled the first time she went to a big supermarket. After entering the supermarket, she couldn't find the exit. In desperation, she ran down from the elevator. Jiang Ning lowered his head and smiled softly. His originally indifferent expression showed a gentleness. He took out a stack of receipts from his trouser pocket. There is luggage, waiting for you to pick it up. Zhu Yuantang realized that it was actually a stack of receipts for lockers. Ah. Her little face was confused. Jiang Ning handed the receipts to Zhu Yuantang and accompanied her to open the lockers one by one. The first cabinet was filled with nut snacks, pistachios, pine nuts, and almonds. The second cabinet was filled with potato chips, original flavor, barbecue flavor, grilled wings flavor, and spicy flavor. The third cabinet was filled with various dried fruits. The fourth was filled with various jerky. The fifth was filled with yogurt. The sixth was filled with jelly. And the 7th, 8th, and 14th cabinets were filled with grapes, peaches, and watermelons picked from Huki Mountain. In the last cabinet, the 15th, Jiang Ning opened the cabinet door, and an 8-inch pink handmade retro strawberry cake jumped into her eyes. Jiang Ning pulled out the greeting card next to the cake and shook it. Zhu Yuantang was hit by a huge surprise. She had never experienced such a thing before, so she looked stupid and dumb. Jiang Ning smiled warmly and said in a soft voice, "Tong Tong, happy 15th birthday." Chapter 477. A friend comes from afar. 27th afternoon. Yuzhou Meteorological Observatory issued an orange weather warning. There will be heavy rainstorms to extremely heavy rainstorms from tonight to the 28th. Citizens should strengthen precautions and pay attention to travel safety. Zhu Yuantang was making the bed in the house. Under her own bed, she placed a bedboard and a cool mat to make sure the size was appropriate. According to Jiang Ning's forecast, the rainstorm tonight will be particularly heavy, and the heavy rainfall will cause the water level in various waters to rise sharply. Thanks to Yuzhou's geographical location, the rain is heavy, but it is far from the level of floods, and it will not destroy houses and fields. Basically, there will be a flood every summer, and many rural people are accustomed to it. Flood is a good time to catch fish, so Zhu Yuantang notified Bai Yuxia at the front table, as well as Chen Xiao and Chen Siking in advance. The three decided to come to the river dam to play. Zhu Yuantang decided to demonstrate how to catch fish to the three girls as a rural fisherman master. Unfortunately, Chachu was not there. She had finished plucking peanuts in the village and started to pound peanuts again. Zhu Yuantang clapped his hands and said, "Put it away." Jiang Ning gave a little help and stood up the bed. Zhu Yuantang walked to the yard outside the door and looked up at the sky. The sky was gloomy and the clouds were frighteningly black, as if they were flowing down. The colors between heaven and earth seemed to be taken away, and it was very monotonous. There was not a trace of wind, and the air was thick, as if it had frozen. Zhu Yuantang fanned himself with his hands. Jiang Ning, I'm so hot. Jiang Ning ignored her. When he was cleaning the room just now, he secretly adjusted the formation. Now she said she was hot, which was definitely not normal. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't respond, Zhu Yuantang snorted. He was so good yesterday, but he changed today. Zhu Yuantang walked out of the door. The weather was dull and the dog next door was barking. Jiang Ning glanced at the dog, and it stopped barking. Mrs. Zhang was scolding Zhang Ruan. Teacher Khan was reciting poems and composing essays, and Uncle Tang was sighing about how heavy the rain was that year. A black commercial vehicle was parked at the door of a house to the east of the bungalow. The residents were Mr. B and his wife. They were the most honorable family in the Heba bungalow. It was said that he used to be a director, but now he is retired. Butcher Zhang stood at the door and said in a sarcastic voice, "My goodness, isn't this Mr. B? What's the matter? Didn't you buy a house in Ancheng? Why did you come back in disgrace?" Although Mr. B lived in the Heba bungalow, he was of noble status. He often ridiculed the house here as garbage and relegated the residents here to garbage dumps. At first, Butcher Zhang said that this old guy didn't know how to behave and talk nonsense. Teacher Khan sarcastically said, "How could he be so inhumane if he could get to that position? He is definitely a smart person, but he dared to say that because he didn't take you seriously." How could Butcher Zhang endure such grievances? He was a butcher who made a living by killing pigs and didn't ask anyone for help. How could he bear that kind of humiliation? He would scold old man B for no reason. Not to mention that old man B is retired now. Even if he is not retired, he can't do anything to Butcher Zhang. Butcher Zhang is a well-known pig butcher. He is a fat man with apprentices who learn to butcher pigs. He is really fearless. The more old man B thought about it, the angrier he became. He thought about how he was in the unit, how he could call the shots, and how he was the object of countless people's flattery at the drinking party. In the end, he couldn't do anything to the butcher. Later, old man B couldn't stand it anymore and chose to move. He had several houses, small houses, large flats, all of them. However, those places were all in the city. The noise next door and the decoration upstairs. Old man B could barely stand it, but his wife couldn't stand a little noise. What's more, the bungalow in Heba was where his wife had lived for many years, and it was hard to leave her hometown. In order to be quiet, old man B recently bought a top floor house with a small garden in Ancheng, but there was still noise. In desperation, he had to move back to Yazhou. Uncle Zhang seized the opportunity and beat the man who had fallen. "Hey, you moved back again. Why don't you buy a villa?" He blocked the door and cursed. At this time, a beautiful woman came out of the house, about 25 years old, with a smooth and beautiful figure, a curvy figure, and long wine red hair. Her name is Bu. Old man B had a daughter in his old age and doted on her. Bu teased, "My family is so rich, I can live wherever I want. What's your business? What's wrong with my parents loving to live in a bungalow? Are you anxious? You are a butcher. You have been killing pigs for half your life. Can you buy a house in Ancheng? I just like to see you jumping up and down." "Oh." She stretched out her hand to fan her nose, showing a disgusted expression. "I can smell the stench on you from such a distance." As she spoke, two young men behind her picked up boxes of famous wine and sent them into the house. Seeing that Zhang the butcher was angry, Bu continued to add fuel to the fire. "What if your son got into a university? He still works honestly and earns 3 to 5,000 a month." "Oh, I don't have to work at all. I have endless money." Teacher Khan smelled her sense of superiority from 10 meters away. He sighed the sour smell of a stinky poor teacher. "The rats in the government warehouse are as big as buckets, and they won't leave, even if they see people opening the warehouse. The soldiers have no food and the people are hungry. Who will send them to the emperor's mouth every morning?" Zhang the butcher was really angry, and the veins on his forehead were bursting like a coiled snake, which was extremely terrifying. "It's okay to insult him, but you can't insult his son Zhang Ruan." Seeing Zhang the butcher's hideous face, Bu took a step back, and two men who helped stood in front of her. One of them, expressionless, took out his lawyer's license. Consider the consequences. Zhang the butcher was so angry that he laughed, and he shouted angrily, "My good dog, come." In an instant, the black-backed wolfhound bared its teeth, saliva dripped, and it rushed up barking. When facing such a terrifying beast, humans often have an instinct of fear. The two men were frightened, and subconsciously avoided it. Bu screamed and collapsed to the ground. She was almost scared to death by the black-backed wolfhound. If Uncle Zhang hadn't stopped her in time, I'm afraid her face would have been torn off. Bu escaped from danger. Her face was still in shock. The male lawyer was annoyed. He definitely lost a lot of points for scaring his sweetheart. He was no longer calm as before, and said sternly, "I warn you, you are suspected of intentional injury by instigating the dog to bite people. According to regulations, we can impose public security penalties on the instigator. You broke the law." Uncle Zhang spread his hands and acted like a rogue. "It's not my dog. Who instigated it?" Uncle Zhang kicked the dog and scolded, "Dead dog, get out of here." The abandoned black-backed wolfhound licked its face, walked its legs, and found the door of Jiang Ning's house. The male lawyer chased here from behind, showed his lawyer card, and said sternly, "I tell you, take care of your dog, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Zhu Yuantang was stupid. What was going on? Jiang Ning made everything that happened just now clear. He pointed at the black-backed wolfhound. "It's not my dog, it's a wild dog." The male lawyer shouted, "Okay, since it's a wild dog, then it hurts people. We have the right to kill it." Angry Bu ran over. She hated Zhang the butcher, and hated this wild dog even more. She screamed, "Kill it, kill it, I want to kill it for dog meat." Zhu Yuantang watched coldly. Bu had come to the bungalow before. One winter, the other party was eating watermelon at the door. Watermelons in summer are mediocre, but in winter, the price soars. Ordinary people rarely buy them. Zhu Yuantang looked at them a few more times. Bu giggled and handed over the watermelon rind, saying condescendingly, "You eat the watermelon rind, and I'll give you watermelon." When her mother saw this, she said nothing, and took her to the city on her bike to buy a watermelon, spending dozens of yuan. Bu later sneered, "I spent all the money you earn in a year in one day." Aunt Gu told her, "Every penny we earn is earned cleanly." Bu covered her mouth and laughed, "Because of you people who work hard as cattle and horses to make money, I have endless money to spend. Are you comfortable?" In the memory, Bu's condescending tone still remains in my memory. Kill it, and stew dog meat hot pot tonight." Bu's beautiful facial features were ferocious, and her arms waved unconsciously. "Help me find a stick, I'll kill it now." Being frightened by a beast is a shame for Bu. However, Bu just said it, but she didn't dare to do it. Anyone can see that she is fierce on the outside, but weak on the inside. Zhu Yuantang gave Jiang Ning a look. She turned into a reasonable person. "Don't be too impulsive. You don't have to kill it. It's a life." Bu said viciously, "If you provoke me, I must kill it. I will kill it." Zhu Yuantang, "Everything has a solution." Jiang Ning, "Don't you think so?" Bu didn't listen to the advice at all, and shouted firmly, "Only if it dies, I can calm down." Hearing this, Jiang Ning nodded. In that case he took out a small paper cutter and said sincerely, "Use my knife, it kills quickly." Bu held the paper cutter, only to see that the blade was not as long as her finger. She was suddenly stunned, and at a loss. Zhu Yuantang urged, "I'll give you the knife, kill it." Jiang Ning fanned the flames. "Are you scared, or are you worse than a dog?" After returning home, Zhu Yuantang smiled. "Jiang Ning, you are so smart." With a look from her, he immediately understood, worthy of being raised by her family. Facing a large wolfhound, Bu didn't dare to do anything even with a paper cutter, which showed her fierce nature. She finally left in embarrassment. Jiang Ning smiled and wanted to make trouble for Bu. Based on his understanding of Tang Tang, she would not do anything bad unless someone provoked her. In the afternoon, Zhu Yuantang came to Jiang Ning's room. Jiang Ning wanted to play Hayao Miyazaki's animated film. Zhu Yuantang said that the old man's animated movies are becoming less and less, and she wants to save them for later. to watch with a projector in class so that the atmosphere will be better. Jiang Ning thought about it and planned to ask Xiao Shuangshan to upgrade the projector in the classroom of number 4 middle school. After careful consideration, perhaps it is precisely because of the old projector that the old movies have that flavor. He simply gave up. He chose a movie called Robot Wall-E. Zhu Yuantang got a basket of edamame and peeled it slowly, preparing to make edamame fried chicken legs in the evening. She also wanted to eat ribs, but Uncle Zhang has restrained himself a lot recently and has stopped gambling. It is really a big regret in life. After the movie, Bei Yuxia called and said that she would arrive at the Heba bungalow in 10 minutes and also said that the twins were in her car. Zhu Yuantang, wait for me to wash my hands and pick them up. Jiang Ning stood up. Okay. In Heba, a BMW 5 Series slowly stopped. Bei Yuxia appeared, wearing a plain white short-sleeved shirt and a pair of black thin slim jeans. The simple and clean clothes she wore actually highlighted her extraordinariness. Bei Yuxia had been practicing dance, Latin, and ballet for a long time, and she had a very good figure and good temperament. Zhu Yuantang glanced at her and thought that Bei Yuxia had grown taller after not seeing her for a summer vacation. Following closely behind were the twins. In contrast, the two girls were much more lively. One was wearing a black t-shirt and black shorts, and the other was wearing a white t-shirt and white shorts. They stuck together like the black and white impermanence. Zhu Yuantang, Tang Tang. The three greeted each other. Then, a tall lady got out of the driver's seat of the BMW. Her eyes had a bit of scrutiny, but it disappeared in an instant. The aura around her relaxed a lot, and she said, "You are Jiang Ning, right? I'm sorry to trouble you to take care of my Yuxia." Jiang Ning nodded. "Not bad, no trouble." Dr. Feng is Bei Yuxia's mother. She has heard about Jiang Ning's deeds from her daughter many times. She knows that this boy has excellent qualities. Although she is a little worried, she doesn't want to disappoint her daughter. After a few pleasantries, Dr. Feng drove away. Chen Xiao and her sister Chen Xiqing looked at Jiang Ning with a smile and said in unison, "Jiang Ning, my parents have handed us sisters to you. You must treat us well." Bei Yuxia was speechless. What was she saying? Zhu Yuantang answered first, "Don't worry, we will provide good wine and food, and you will be satisfied." As the classmates came to her house for the first time, Zhu Yuantang must treat them well. After arriving at the bungalow, the twins and Bei Yuxia visited Jiang Ning's residence. The neat and tidy room, the fresh smell, the flowers blooming on the windowsill, the antique desk, the cool high-end computer, the eagle made of matches, and various jade and stone carvings. Sister, so the boys' room looks like this?" Chen Xiao was surprised. Chen Xiqing said, "You are silly. Of course the boys' room can't be sissy. That's not what I meant." Chen Xiao said. Bei Yuxia ignored them. She was attracted by something, which was two white jade bottles on the bookshelf. She recognized the material of the bottles. The Hessian jade seed material. The jade bottle presents a light and fresh color. The surface is smooth and round, and has a unique beauty. It is just a bottle, but it is worth a lot of money. Bei Yuxia has a jade bracelet made of the same seed material. Her thoughts did not stay on the jade bottle, but instead she had the idea of exploring what is in the jade bottle. For dinner, friends came from afar, and Zhu Yuantang cooked it himself. There were 5 dishes in total: fried chicken legs with edamame, fried tofu, mung bean sprouts, stir-fried meat, and beef offal stewed with potatoes. Rice was also cooked with pumpkin. Unlike the pumpkin porridge in the restaurant, the pumpkin cooked by Zhu Yuantang was still in pieces. Chen Xiao took a bite of the pumpkin, which was soft and glutinous, sweet and delicious, especially delicious. Tang Tang, did you add sugar? No, the pumpkin I chose is sweet. As she said, Bei Yuxia drank a sip of pumpkin soup, which was sweet and delicious. She tasted another piece of fried tofu. The skin was a little crispy and tough. Inside was soft and tender tofu mixed with cumin and chopped green onions. The taste was very good. Bei Yuxia's mother was an associate chief physician and her father was an associate professor at a university. They were very good, but her parents were not good at cooking. Compared with Zhu Yuantang's cooking skills, they were far behind. Zhu Yuantang was proud. "It's delicious." The twins had to admit, "It's delicious." Humph. Zhu Yuantang was so happy. The dining table was placed at the door. The weather was hot and humid, and it was more enjoyable to eat outside. Several girls liked it very much. They rarely had this experience in the building they lived in. There was laughter and joy here. On the other side, Aunt Zhang scolded her son, "Look at her, and then look at you." Zhang Ruan sighed. How could Jiang Ning be so lucky to be able to eat with that beautiful girl and the twins? Think about him, Zhang Ruan, a college student majoring in native wood. To the east, Bu looked at the excitement of Zhu Yuantang's house with jealousy on his face. Before, she was yelling about killing the dog, but in fact, she was just venting her anger. But that stinky girl Zhu Yuantang actually made her look bad. Thinking back, the more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Bu suddenly smiled. She took out a macute mirror, looked at herself, and walked confidently to the dining table in the distance. Zhu Yuantang was eating, and when she saw Bu coming, her face sank slightly. Bayuxia was keenly aware of the problem. She took another piece of beef offal, as if no one was around. She didn't like beef offal at first, but she couldn't resist the enthusiasm of the twins, so she tasted it lightly, and liked it immediately. Bu looked at the girl in the white shirt, and a flash of resentment flashed in her heart. The other's face was so tender, that it was about to burst into water. She forced a smile and greeted, "Your classmate?" Zhu Yuantang, "Yeah. Your classmate is very good looking," Bu said. She stroked her custom-made LV bag. "Zhu Yuantang, I have a good sister who is also very pretty." Bu stroked her nails, and ruffled her wine red hair, saying, "Do you know? Beauty is the most appreciating thing. I have a classmate who is the same age as me. Now she looks like she is in her 35s. Oh, she was more beautiful than you when she was young." Zhu Yuantang, "How old are you?" Bu, 25. Zhu Yuantang, "I'm 15. Bu's eyes twitched, and she suppressed her jealousy and continued, "The appearance of a young girl is the least valuable thing." Bayuxia swallowed the food silently, drank a mouthful of pumpkin soup, and moistened her mouth. She asked, "Then what is the most valuable thing?" Bu heard this, and laughed so hard, that her shoulders trembled. "The most valuable thing is of course money. I have money to buy bags, cars, houses, and improve my living conditions. And everything I touch is the best. In comparison, beauty is the most useless thing." As she said this, she smiled complacently, revealing 8 teeth. Bayuxia suddenly said, "The lower canine teeth are false teeth, right?" Bu panicked and looked horrified. "How did you know?" Bayuxia continued, "I also know that your double eyelids were surgically removed." Bu almost lost his balance. Bayuxia, "Oh, your nose is also very upturned." Then, she lowered her eyes to Bu's chest. Considering that Jiang Ning was there, she didn't say it out loud, but just smiled meaningfully. Chapter 478, Sudden Rain. At night, 9 o'clock. In Yazhou City, the wind was strong, lightning and thunder were roaring, and the sky seemed to have cracked into countless holes, and the heavy rain gathered into a waterfall, pouring down to the earth. Heba bungalow. The warm yellow light filled every corner of the house. In the small flower pot on the desk, the green leaves of the green radish, like heart shapes, hung down. The floor fan was set to the shaking mode, swinging left and right, delivering a gentle breeze. The laughter of the girls came from the room, full of a peaceful atmosphere. The bed was laid on the ground, and Zhu Yuantang was curled up on the mat on the bed, playing landlord with Bayuxia and Chen Xiaoyu sisters. Although there were 4 people, they played landlord for 3 people, because the twins' IQ was not enough, so they chose to join forces. Jiang Ning held the tablet, sat by the bed, and played games, and watched the game. At this moment, the game has reached the final stage. The twins, as landlords, only have 3 cards left in their hands, a 6 and a pair of cues. Zhu Yuantang and Bayuxia, as farmers, each have only 1 card left in their hands. Chen Xiaoyu held 3 cards, and now it was her turn to play. She watched the 2 of them warily, while her sister Chen Xiqing stood by to help her. Zhu Yuantang gave Bayuxia a look, indicating that the situation was not good. She wrote down all the cards that had been played. So, she calculated the cards in the hands of the people present. Her remaining card was a K, and Bayuxia had a 7. The landlord Chen Xiaoyu played first, and with a pair in hand, Zhu Yuantang would definitely lose this round. Bai Yuxia remained calm in the face of danger, and gave Zhu Yuantang a reassuring look. Chen Xiaoyu continued to stare at the two of them solemnly. She had played 8 games before, and she lost 7 games. The reason she won 1 game was that she was too lucky and played all the cards at once. Zhu Yuantang urged, "Hurry up." Chen Xiaoyu threw out her card without waiting for her sister to react. Pair of Qs. Zhu Yuantang was disappointed. "It's over. I lost." Bai Yuxia, "What a coincidence. I have a small 7. She played the last card and won the game." Chen Xiaoyu, "Ah." Chen Xiking accused, "Sister, didn't you play a pair of Qs? Why did you throw away a small 6? Chen Xiaoyu was confused. "I was too excited just now." Sister Chen Xiking hated her for not fighting. "You are not allowed to play cards in the future." Chen Xiaoyu, Chen Xiking was really disappointed. What should her sister do in the future when she is so stupid? She will definitely be cheated out of everything. In this case, as a sister, no matter what, I should help her and support her in the future. After playing cards, Zhu Yuantang pulled the window and saw that there was water vapor outside. Thunder roared, and lightning suddenly lit up in the clouds, illuminating a large area of gloomy sky, like the end of the world. She was so scared that she quickly closed the window. Sister, it's terrible." Chen Xiaoyu shivered. It was so terrible outside. Zhu Yuantang picked up her mobile phone and quietly turned off the network because she heard that it is easy to be struck by lightning if you connect to the network during a thunderstorm. When she was a child, every time it rained, she would unplug the TV at home as soon as possible. Compared with the extreme weather outside, Chen Xiaoyu felt that the house was particularly warm. She comfortably picked up the pistachios on the plate and enjoyed them. Zhu Yuantang specially prepared a lot of snacks for the guests at home, and even gave her the birthday present she received. It was really a rich feast. Several people gathered around the snack platter and watched the bright lightning outside the window. Jiang Ning wanted to take out the script killing game for them to play, but they started chatting instead. They talked about what they saw and heard during the summer vacation, beautiful clothes, jade pendants, and new classmates after school started. They chatted as if they had endless things to say. Although they communicated online, this kind of communication at home, face to face, with timely feedback, was really very comfortable. Jiang Ning was swiping the tablet, occasionally joining in and saying a few words. The topic turned again and again, and Zhu Yuantang talked about what she saw and heard at the train station, saying that some train stations set up claw machines to make money. Fortunately, she had Jiang Ning there, and she grabbed the dolls hard. As she spoke, she unfolded her wardrobe and showed off the colorful bear, rabbit, puppy, and cat dolls that filled half of the closet. "Look, they are all my spoils, and I didn't spend much money." The twins and Bai Yuxia were very envious. The claw machine is a very magical machine. Although the dolls inside are not particularly good looking, if you ask if they want it, of course they want it. Chen Xiking was quick-witted and thought to herself that next time she would ask Jiang Ning out to get dolls for them, and it would be best if Jiang Ning could get them a pair of twin dolls. In contrast, her younger sister Chen Xiaoyu was more inclined to be self-reliant. She said that she bought a dartboard at home and played darts whenever she had nothing to do. Later, when they went to the street, they played darts to shoot balloons, and the boss who won cried bitterly. Zhu Yuantang felt that darts were too easy and slingshots were fun. Chen Xiaoyu said to herself that her accuracy had improved greatly now, and she could hit whatever she pointed at. Bai Yuxia said, "I heard that people with superb slingshot skills can open bottle caps." Pretending to do so, she drank the last sip of mineral water. Jiang Ning took out a slingshot like a magician and brought a few yellow soft rubber bullets, which had almost no lethality. Zhu Yuantang took the slingshot and volunteered, "I'll do it." She had seen Jiang Ning use a slingshot and felt that her skills should be strong enough. Zhu Yuantang's room was quite large, with 2 beds and a small desk, and there was still some spare space. Bai Yuxia moved a small stool and put it behind the door, then unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle and gently covered the bottle mouth. "Zhu Yuantang, watch it." She pulled up the rubber band and fired a shot, hitting the bench. Seeing Tang Tang fail, Chen Xiaoyu rubbed her hands. It's my turn. She felt that she was in a particularly good state today. Look carefully. What is technology? Zhu Yuantang handed over the slingshot in frustration. Chen Xiaoyu muttered to herself that she was not as good at studying as Tang Tang, and she was not as good at cooking as Tang Tang, but shooting was what she was good at. It's time to show off some skills to impress Yuxia, Tang Tang, and Jiang Ning. Chen Xiaoyu held the slingshot, closed her left eye, and aimed at the water bottle. Chen Xiking chose to believe her sister. She can do it. Seeing that she wanted to speak, Chen Xiaoyu made a hand gesture, which was very expert. Instantly, the whole place was quiet, with only the slight breathing of the crowd. The atmosphere reached a peak. Chen Xiaoyu loaded the soft rubber bullet, pulled the rubber band, and aimed at the bottle cap. Pull, release. The rubber band snapped and hit Chen Xiaoyu's hand. She grimaced in pain and threw the slingshot directly. The wooden slingshot flew behind the door and knocked down the bottle. Zhu Yuantang laughed. Haha. Bei Yuxia commented. Very accurate. At night, the heavy rain continued to rage. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there was a commotion outside. Jiang Ning slept alone in his room. Next door, Zhu Yuantang and Chen Xiking slept in the bed, and Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu slept on the floor. It was the first time to sleep on the floor, and no one disliked it. Instead, they liked this experience very much. Jiang Ning's spiritual sense went out, and although it was early in the morning, the neighbors were standing at the door of the bungalow. Uncle Tang turned on the light at the door of his house. The bright light shone through, and the flat ground outside was full of water, like an endless lake. In the distance, the dark trees seemed to grow in the water. Fortunately, the bungalow is located on a high ground, so the water can't get in. Otherwise, we have to use basins to pour water out. Oh my god, it's raining hard. Uncle Tang sighed. Teacher Khan put on a raincoat, brought a flashlight and a shovel, and hurriedly said, don't read, go to the fields and dig the drainage ditch, otherwise the crops will suffer. Teacher Khan is an honest teacher, and his wife is unemployed. He has several acres of land at home, and he still farms every year. Uncle Tang, don't worry, I'll call Brother Zhang. This grandson is very strong. After a brief panic, 3 figures stepped into the vast waters and rushed to the fields overnight, fighting against the sky for their lives. Sister Chen Xiking drank too much water, and she was awakened by suffocation at around 4 o'clock. She groped for the phone on the bedside in a daze, squinted her eyes, turned on the flashlight on her phone, and prepared to get up to solve her personal problems. She saw the strange room, was stunned, and suddenly remembered that she was not at home. This was Tang Tang's house. As for her sister, Tang Tang, and Xiaxia, they were still sleeping. Don't wake them up. After waking up for a while, Chen Xiking's mind was much clearer. She remembered that she and her sister lived in the dormitory last semester. Sometimes during the lunch break, when it rained outside, they would invite Bei Yuxia to their dormitory for a nap. Every time they took a nap, Bei Yuxia was always the first to wake up. She got out of bed without any sound, and would never wake up her roommates. After she washed her face, it was almost time for class, and she would gently wake up the sisters. The quality was very high, and Chen Xiking admired such an excellent girl. So today, Chen Xiking decided to learn from Bei Yuxia. She got up gently and gently lifted the quilt. Very good. She didn't wake up Zhu Yuantang, who was sleeping in the same bed. Keep up the good work. Sister Chen Xiking encouraged herself, as if she was performing a solemn ceremony. Cautious, and cautious again. She gently moved her legs and moved out of the bed. Good. Chen Xiking stood up and stepped off the bed with her left foot. Because she didn't estimate the distance well, she stepped on empty air. She exclaimed, and in order to maintain her unbalanced body, she stepped out with her right foot. As a result, because she was too flustered, she didn't find the right position and stepped on her sister's chest. Innocent Chen Xiaoyu suffered an unexpected disaster in her sleep. It was 6 o'clock in the morning, cloudy. In the damp courtyard, the air after the rain was particularly fresh. Chen Xiaoyu covered her chest with a resentful look. Chen Xiking was embarrassed. She woke up her sister last night and woke up Tang Tang and Xiaxia. The meal is almost ready. Zhu Yuantang put down the spatula and ran out of the kitchen. Tong Tong, you? Bei Yuxia asked. I'll call Jiang Ning to get up. After leaving a sentence, Zhu Yuantang's figure disappeared at the door of the house. Bei Yuxia was thoughtful. Chen Xiao complained. Tong Tong and Jiang Ning are not siblings, but they can call them to eat before dinner. Sister, you are so good that you not only don't call me, but also snatch my food. Chen Xiking wanted to refute that it was obviously you who did this first, but last night, she was too wrong, and didn't have the face to care. Jiang Ning actually woke up early and deliberately waited for Tong Tong to call him. He followed Tong Tong out. The ground outside was muddy. Needless to say, the canals and ditches near the river dam must be full of water. She expected, let's eat quickly and go to the internet cafe. After dinner, Zhu Yuantang held a large plastic basin. Bei Yuxia picked up a bucket, and the twins were empty-handed, acting as cheering minions. Jiang Ning picked up a piece of wood from a tripod, and the wood was connected to a fishing net. Several people went out in a lively manner. Zhang Ruan next door saw it and showed envy, and the steamed bun in his mouth was not fragrant anymore. He thought philosophically that, if a person gains something, he will lose something. Jiang Ning got the beautiful girl, so it was normal for him to come back empty-handed. In the east, old man B and his family were sitting at the door to eat. Bu was attacked by the girl from Zhu Yuantang's family last night. She was humiliated, shocked and angry. She was placed abroad for college, had no worries about food and clothing, was lawless, had a strong sense of superiority, and cared most about face. Zhu Yuantang's poor mother went out early in the morning. TSK, she's so hardworking. Bu didn't hide her voice at all. She's old. She's not still working as a waitress in a restaurant, is she? Old Tang, do you know where she works? I'll go to the restaurant to book a table some other time and ask her to serve the dishes. Ha ha ha. Uncle Tang frowned when he heard her address. In the bungalow, whoever sees him doesn't call him Uncle Tang. This girl is the only one who is troublesome. He was annoyed, but smiled. Little Gu is now very successful, and she works at Changqing in the city. Changqing? What, you mean Changqing? Bu shrieked. Are you crazy? Do you know how difficult it is to get into Changqing now? With her education level? Bu kept denying. Uncle Tang felt much better. Little Gu is such a good cook. Why can't she go to work? A few years ago, Xiao Gu steamed buns during the Chinese New Year and gave one to every family. Who wouldn't praise her for her good cooking skills? Uncle Tang shouted. Teacher Khan praised. It's delicious. Much better than the big buns sold on the street. Bu finally remembered that the woman surnamed Gu did come to her house to give her buns at the end of the year, but she thought they were dirty and threw them all away behind her back. So, she had never tasted her cooking skills. Bu's face was not good. What's wrong with working at Changqing? People like her, even if they get in, will be chefs for life. Bu had a female friend from abroad who happened to work at the branch of Changqing in Shen City, responsible for marketing. That friend told her privately that there is now a lot of money for the promotion of Changqing liquid, and there are many things that can be done. She was recommended to go there, and Bu was preparing for an interview. When she gets in, she will find a way to contact the man named Bu, a low-level chef. South of the dam, next to the field, in front of the crop field, there is a canal more than 1 meter wide, stretching from west to winter. The water flows swish, and white water splashes wildly, with a special river smell, which is particularly fierce. Zhu Yuantang stood by the side holding a basin, too timid to dare to move forward. With her weight, if she fell into the water, she would be washed away in an instant. Chen Xiao looked at the water flow and couldn't imagine how to catch fish. Bei Yuxia was also strange. Their children who grew up in the city had never been exposed to it. Many pedestrians gathered on the dam. Most of them stood on the dam and watched the rising water on the north side of the dam. Only a few people noticed Jiang Ning and his group. Jiang Ning was wearing shorts and holding a triangular fishing net. He said, I'll put the net in the water to stop the flow. After that, he jumped into the rushing water. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, The First Fish Catch. Jiang Ning jumped directly into the canal from the shallow grass on the shore. After he landed, water splashed violently, and then the water roared again, bypassing Jiang Ning's legs, and continuing to flow rapidly. The canal in the field was about 1 meter wide and the water depth was about above Jiang Ning's knees. The main reason was that the water was too fierce and the bottom of the water was full of slippery mud, so it was difficult for ordinary people to stand. Jiang Ning, Zhu Yuantang called. She was so afraid that Jiang Ning would be washed away, otherwise she would have to sacrifice herself to save him. Fortunately, he was unharmed. After putting his mind at ease, Zhu Yuantang followed the canal and looked to the west. A little further away, the canal flowed through a stone arch bridge. Under the bridge was a small pond, about 3 meters long and wide. A distance further west, there was a river from south to north, 7 or 8 meters wide, and the water was equally turbulent. The river connected to the water inlet below the dam and finally merged into the wide Hushu River. Most of the ditches and streams in the countryside are distributed like this. Today is still cloudy, the sky is gloomy, and dark clouds roll forward and backward, thick and sticky, and the rain is about to fall. Jiang Ning went against the canal, stepping on the slippery mud at the bottom of the water, and moved forward little by little. Zhu Yuantang and Bei Yuxia, the twins, followed him by the canal. Zhu Yuantang had very good eyesight. She pointed at the shadow of a crucian carp that flashed in the water and shouted excitedly, "Jiang Ning, catch it quickly, catch it quickly." In this small canal, the water flow is very small in normal seasons, and there are almost no fish. This situation will only occur when there is a flood. As she spoke, she only wished that she could jump into the water and catch fish herself. Chen Xiao was confused. Are there any fish? Why can't I see them? Bei Yuxia said, the water is too fast. It would be difficult to catch fish, even if there are any. She waited for Jiang Ning to cast the net. Jiang Ning carried the triangular river blocking net and continued to move forward, finally standing in a slightly narrower canal. He lowered the small river blocking net into the canal and then inserted a wooden stick at the edge of the net to fix it to prevent it from being washed away. Zhu Yuantang and the others saw Jiang Ning holding the wooden stick and hammering it down. The stick suddenly became much shorter, showing how deep it went into the soil. 2 wooden sticks fixed the net on the left and right. The water surface was urgent, and from time to time, there were pieces of foam, branches and weeds mixed into the water flow and rushed into the net. If a fish went down the river and rushed into the net, it would be impossible to escape. Okay, wait for the fish. Jiang Ning clapped his hands. Next, he only needed to clean the debris in the net every once in a while. Chen Xiao was stunned. Is it over? Bei Yuxia, otherwise, the water is so urgent now, and we can't jump down to catch fish. After that, she looked up at the dam. Jiang Ning's actions attracted pedestrians on the asphalt road of the dam, and many stopped to watch. Teacher Kan, Uncle Zhang Ruan, and Bu, who had gone home to rest for a few days, were originally watching the rising water on the dam, but now they all focused their attention here. Teacher Kan looked down at the long canal and was amazed. The children of Xiaogu's family are quite creative. Why didn't he think of setting a net here? Zhang Ruan was puzzled. Dad, can they catch any fish? Butcher Zhang blurted out, catch shit. He recalled that the last time he went to the canal to catch loaches, he was very annoyed. He brought a bucket on a hot day, worked hard for a long time, and didn't find a single loach. Bu sneered. Are there still fish in these small canals now? If you want fish, there are. There is a big river over there. The key is whether he dares to go down and catch them. Then, she turned around and saw that the originally quiet and beautiful Hushu River to the north of the dam had become a yellow stream due to the heavy rain overnight and the confluence of major tributaries, and the width was doubled. The river is nearly 200 meters deep. It is bottomless and full of surging floods. It is quite shocking. If you go to the river to catch fish at this moment, let's talk about whether you can save your life. Suddenly, the water in the Hushu River collapsed, and a big fish jumped out of the water in the rapids, with its scales clearly visible, and then fell into the river. The crowd on the shore was suddenly in an uproar. "Oh my god, what a big fish!" Teacher Kyan exclaimed. The fish just now was so long. Even an old teacher like him with a dull mentality couldn't help but want to turn into a river god at this moment and scoop up the big fish. I don't know how glorious it would be. What's more, Zhang Ruan was so young, he asked excitedly, "Dad, do we have a fishing net at home? I want to catch some fish." Uncle Zhang frowned, and the flesh on his face twitched. "Don't do these nonsense. Do you know how dangerous the river is?" Zhang Ruan said angrily, "I'm not going into the river, I'll just fish on the shore." "That won't work. If you want to eat fish, ask your mother to buy it for you on the street later." Uncle Zhang refused outright. He only had one precious son, how could he let him take risks? "Zhang Ruan, can the fish I buy be the same as the ones I catch myself? It's totally different experience." However, no matter what Zhang Ruan said, Uncle Zhang denied it all. Uncle Zhang had experienced it personally and knew the horror of the river water. 20 years ago, those who lived by the river, how many people in the village didn't drown? In those days, there were good water players at Uncle Zhang's village. There were large sand carrying ships on the river. He could dive under other people's ships to play. He could dive down dozens of meters easily, which was simply amazing. Later, when the flood came, the man was swimming in the river and was sucked away by the undercurrent. Uncle Zhang also went to have a feast. I remember that the pig intestines that day were very smelly. Jiang Ning finished tying the net, played in the canal for a while, and stepped onto the shore. Zhu Yuantang was very anxious, so he discussed, "When the net is collected, I will go down to help." Jiang Ning nodded. "Okay." Chen Xiao was moved. "What about us? What about us?" Jiang Ning, "There can be another one down." "Sister, let me." Chen Xiao signed up enthusiastically. Bei Yuxia originally wanted to try it, but unfortunately, Chen Xiao got there first. She knew how good Jiang Ning's physical fitness was. With such a fast current, he stood in the water, as if it were flat ground. I think he could take care of their safety. Bei Yuxia had never experienced the feeling of going down the ditch. She looked down at her shorts, and then at the edge of the canal. There were exposed tree roots there, which were suitable for grabbing and gaining leverage. After ensuring safety, Bei Yuxia no longer hesitated and said, "Can I help you collect the nets next time?" "Sure." Jiang Ning agreed. Even if they took turns, it would be fine. Half an hour later, Zhu Yuantang urged for the 5th time, "Okay, Jiang Ning, check to see if there are any fish." She couldn't wait. Chen Xiao was also eager to try, and everyone looked expectant. "Yeah." Jiang Ning jumped into the canal from the shore, simple and rough. Zhu Yuantang slid down the canal cautiously. She was barefoot and finally stepped on the water flow. A surge of force came, and she almost lost her balance. With the help of Jiang Ning, she barely stood still. The water was clear and cool, and the mud at the bottom of the water was soft, which was especially great. Zhu Yuantang's eyebrows were relaxed with joy. She held the firmly nailed wooden stick, and did not dare to move at all. Chen Xiao imitated Zhu Yuantang's behavior just now, and went into the water carefully. She and Zhu Yuantang held the wooden stick on the left and right, like two cute dog gods. Bei Yuxia on the shore couldn't help but smile. 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks, and her smile touched the hearts of some men on the dam. Zhang Ruan remembered the smile of the girl he liked when he was 15 years old. Now he is almost 20, but he still likes the smile of a 15-year-old girl. This Zhang Ruan is very melancholy. Chen Xiqing saw that her sister was like a quail, holding the wooden stick tightly, not daring to move, and couldn't help but get angry. "Sister, what's wrong with you?" Chen Xiao's little face was aggrieved. "Sister, you don't know how terrible it is." Close to the canal, the sound of water rang in her ears. The water was like a young horse. She was afraid that, if she let go of the stick, she would be directly washed over. On the dam, Bu hadn't left yet. It has been cloudy today, and it's very boring at home. It's better to relax on the dam. Besides, she was really looking forward to something happening to Jiang Ning and his gang. Who told them to be so ignorant and dare to provoke me? Uncle Zhang was watching from the dam. When he saw that he brought 2 girls, he said in a tone That was not sure whether it was mocking or sighing. Jiang boy is very brave. Teacher Khan, the more skilled, the more courageous. He had seen Jiang Ning and Zhang the butcher arm wrestling. They were so strong that they wrestled Zhang the butcher like he was wrestling his grandson. Jiang Ning crossed the block net, went downstream, and touched the tail of the block net that sank in the water. He glanced forward and saw Zhu Yuantang and Chen Xiaoyu holding the wooden sticks, turning in a timid way and looking at him. Seeing this, Jiang Ning laughed out loud. He took his hand out of the water and shook the water, splashing it on Tang Tang's little face. She puffed up her cheeks in anger, but she didn't dare to free her hands to resist. Jiang Ning finally lifted the long tail of the block net and saw that there were a lot of weeds and branches accumulated in the net. Chen Xiaoyu, fish, fish, I see fish. She was definitely not wrong. Jiang Ning had expected this. Perhaps there were few fish in the canal, but it rained too hard last night. Many reservoirs and ponds overflowed and connected together, and the fish made their homes everywhere. Bayuxia, hand me the bucket. Jiang Ning said. Zhu Yuantang had just come down and forgot to take the bucket. After Jiang Ning took the bucket, he untied the rope of the blocking net and poured everything into the bucket. Then, he stepped on the edge of the canal and sent the bucket up. He also carried the useless Zhu Yuantang and Chen Xiaoyu to the shore. When everyone was together, Jiang Ning picked up the bucket and prepared to dump it. Uncle Zhang, Bu, and Teacher Khan on the dam all gathered on the dam to watch. The bucket turned over, and leaves and debris fell into the shallow puddles beside the field. At the same time, many fish jumped around, and brown, dark, and white scales jumped into the eyes. Zhu Yuantang was so happy. Crucian carp, striped carp, and black carp. There were more than a dozen of them. Although they were not big, it was amazing to catch all of them in one net. Besides, these fish were all wild. Just imagine how delicious they were. Chen Xiaoyu and Chen Xiking approached and squatted down to watch. The two sisters even reached out to grab the crucian carp in the shallow puddle. It's so slippery, it's still twisting. Cluck cluck. Feeling the surging vitality of the fish, Chen Xiaoyu's excitement was definitely no less than Zhu Yuantang's. Bayuxia let go of her reserve and watched the caught fish up close. On the river dam, some young boys and girls came to watch. College student Zhang Ruan was so anxious that he felt uncomfortable. Catching fish was what most boys loved. He felt that standing on the dam was not enough fun, so he ran to Jiang Ning with a few people. Seeing a bunch of fish in the puddle, Zhang Ruan was excited and spoke very quickly. We really caught some fish, that's amazing. Zhu Yuantang was proud, of course. It was also because I had the foresight to find a good position to cast the net. After showing off, she turned her head and looked at the crowd on the dam who were saluting. Her mood almost flew to the sky. In the past, when there was a flood, Zhu Yuantang always watched others catch fish, but now, she is the fish catcher. Bu's exquisite technological face was slightly distorted. Although her own nonsense just now was embarrassing, Jiang Ning's success made her even more worried. It was so damn uncomfortable. Her mentality was distorted with her face. A few broken little fish. It's like picking up a treasure. They have never seen the world. Teacher Khan shook his head. Those are wild fish. They are really treasures. Wild fish are noble? Bu asked back. There was a well-dressed middle-aged uncle on the dam who was not happy with her. The middle-aged uncle was a fisherman, and his dignity could not be violated. He retorted, wild fish are indeed expensive. Bu sneered, only poor people like you would think that wild fish are expensive. The middle-aged uncle took out his car keys and pressed a button. A brand new brown Porsche Cayenne on the side of the road made a sound. He asked nonchalantly, who do you say is poor? Bu's face changed. The Cayenne is considered a high-end luxury car, costing more than 1 million yuan. The car in front of her is still a new car, which is enough to show that the middle-aged man's net worth may not be worse than her family. Facing people of the same level, her tone softened a little, but she still insisted, what's so proud of a few small broken fish? The middle-aged man thought she was sick and stopped talking. Instead, he looked at Jiang Ning and the others below, and a look of nostalgia flashed across his face. He had not experienced such simple and unadorned happiness for a long time. Zhu Yuantang picked out the smallest few fish, threw them into the canal, and released them. They were too small and not chewy enough to eat. Several girls picked up all the slightly larger fish and put them in the basin. The nets in the canal continued to catch fish. Because they had a harvest, no one mentioned going home to wait. Well, I'm afraid the nets will be carried away by others. Zhu Yuantang waited for the next net with great interest. Bai Yuxia's eyes moved to the rushing water, as if she wanted to see the fish at the bottom of the water through the water. Chen Xiaoyu and her sister Chen Xiqing squatted on the ground, observing the dozen fish in the basin. The twins were full of joy. They participated in person and caught the fish. They felt fulfilled and extremely satisfied. The fish swam in the water, spitting out a string of small bubbles. Chen Xiaoyu suddenly asked, "Sister, why do fish blow bubbles?" Chen Xiqing thought for 10 seconds and said, I understand. She explained, "You have studied chemistry. Water is composed of hydrogen and oxygen. The lungs of fish decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen, so bubbles appear." After hearing this, Chen Xiaoyu was silent for half a minute, thinking, since fish can decompose hydrogen, then if I have enough fish and water, can't I make a hydrogen bomb? Chapter 480 Unprecedented Communication. Hydrogen bomb? Sister Chen Xiqing's thoughts were broadened, and her imagination was opened. So, the twins talked to each other, their eyes gradually lit up, and soon, they began to discuss whose name should be written as the winner, after winning the Nobel Prize. In the end, Bai Yuxia told them that when fish swim, they need to inflate or deflate the swim bladder in their bodies, to change their density and float up or down. When fish sink, they need to expel gas, so bubbles appear. Therefore, the daydreams of the two girls ended. After a brief moment of melancholy, the twins regained their composure. After all, they had experienced too many such incidents in the past 16 years. Zhang Ruan has not left since he came here. He stood on the shore, looking at the roaring canal. He thought of Jiang Ning going into the water just now, and he wanted to try it himself. However, his father was on the dam, looking at him sternly. Zhang Ruan did not dare to disobey his father after all. When he was a child, he was beaten a lot and often served with a belt. Thinking of Jiang Ning living alone, with no one to care about him, or ask him about her, Zhang Ruan envied him from the bottom of her heart. Subconsciously, she sighed. Oh, it would be great if I didn't have a father. Of course, Zhang Ruan meant that his father was not at the dam, not that he didn't have a father. Zhu Yuantang carefully observed the small river, her eyelashes occasionally fluttering, matching her watery eyes. She didn't stand still, but patrolled everywhere, often going to the front of the block to observe whether there were any fish swimming downstream, trying to find out in advance what kind of fish were in the block. Sister Chen Xiqing looked at the fish for a while, took out her mobile phone, and prepared to take a few photos to show off and record her first fish. With 2 clicks, Chen Xiqing was very satisfied. She first sent it to her own class group, which attracted 2 or 3 big cats and kittens, and the head teacher came out to remind them to pay attention to safety. Chen Xiqing thought it was boring. In comparison, the class group of class 8 where her sister was more fun. Every day, someone in the group made a personal statement, and then someone with a different opinion appeared, started a rational exchange, tried to persuade the other party, accused the other party, cursed, group melee. The class monitor showed up and banned them from speaking. Chen Xiqing could spend a long time reading the chat log. She looked down and saw her sister squatting in the basin, playing with a small fish. She thought to herself, my stupid sister, let me show off for you. Chen Xiqing switched to her sister's account and clicked into the class group. Jiuo Kanan sent a few pictures. It rained so hard yesterday that the cement road in front of my house was all wet. I just caught a small fish on the road. He took a picture of the small fish as big as a peanut and showed it to his classmates. CUIU, awesome. Jiang Yanan asked, wow, amazing. Zenkai, that's nothing. I'm going out to set up traps now. I'll show you the harvest tonight. Hu Jun also posted a photo of large leeches lined up on the ground. He rubbed a yellow ball in his hand. Looking closely, it turned out to be a leech that had shrunk into a ball. Jiang Yanan, Lu Kiki, and Wang Yanayan, who were peeking at the screen, were scared. Wang Yanayan, Hu Jun, are you sick? What do you think of the class group? Seeing that the group was about to quarrel, Chen Xiqing put away her hands showing off and prepared to wait until the right time to post the picture. Zhu Yuantang in the distance suddenly shouted, Jiang Ning, a big fish has entered the net, such a big fish. Her little face was red and shining with joy. Hearing this, Chen Xiao and Bei Yuxia all paid attention. Zhu Yuantang ran to the net. Jiang Ning, don't wait, get up now. Otherwise the net will be broken by the fish. In the past, Zhu Yuantang watched people catch fish, and some big fish could really break through the fishing net and escape. Zhang Ruan was confused. Did you really see it? He looked at the canal. The color was a little turbid, and it was hard to see clearly, unless the fish jumped out of the water. Zhu Yuantang was very excited just now, and the volume of his shouting was quite loud, so that someone on the river dam heard it. Uncle Zhang said jokingly, little girl really likes to brag. Big fish, ha ha ha, how big is it? Bu and Uncle Zhang are enemies, but in the current situation, Jiang Ning, who caught the fish, is the one they are unhappy with. Big fish, it's so funny, a palm-sized fish is worthy of being called a big fish? Bu laughed very meanly. Teacher Khan quietly moved away from the two of them, secretly despising them in his heart. He couldn't understand why these two people liked to go against others so much. Jiang Ning scanned with his spiritual sense, and after confirming, he jumped into the canal. Bei Yuxia came to the shore and stood still. She looked at Jiang Ning, as if nothing had happened. As agreed before, it was her turn to go down to the river to collect the net this time. Chen Xiqing also rushed to the front. Jiang Ning, come down. Chen Xiqing stepped into the canal carefully, intending to show her sister a wave of domineering as a sister. However, the violent water rushed over, and her feet were stressed, her body tilted, and she was almost washed away. Fortunately, she was quick, and grabbed the fixed wooden stick. Chen Xiao saw her sister's timid appearance on the shore. She cleverly took out her mobile phone and smiled. Sister, I took a picture of you. Chen Xiqing was embarrassed and angry. If she was photographed like this, it would affect her ladylike demeanor. She originally wanted to scold her sister harshly, but when the word came to her lips, Chen Xiqing thought of a clever idea and shouted, Sister, we look the same. Even if you use the photo to laugh at me, others will still think it's you. Chen Xiao was stunned, and after thinking about it carefully, it really seemed to be true. Compared with Chen Xiqing and the others who were weak, Bei Yuxia had a basic dance foundation and excellent balance. She carried a plastic bucket and went down to the canal step by step. Although she was helping to collect the net, her every move was elegant. The rolling water was indeed very powerful. For safety reasons, Bei Yuxia chose to hold the wooden stick. Jiang Ning walked to the tail of the net, as if walking on flat ground. He lifted the fishing net with one hand. As soon as he lifted it up, Zhu Yuantang on the shore shouted firmly, see it, see it. There were some broken branches and leaves scattered in the fishing net, but these things were all for show. There was a huge, golden fish trapped in the fishing net. It swung its body and burst out with strength, trying to break free from the fishing net. Jiang Ning untied the net, poured everything into the bucket, and carried the bucket to the shore. He poured the bucket into the small puddle, and in an instant, a half-meter-long fish swung its tail, splashing mud and water. Zhang Ruan was stunned. Fuck. Huanzi, it's a Hunzi. Zhu Yuantang was very happy. Hunzi is one of the names of grass carp. It weighs 3 or 4 pounds. She quietly sucked her saliva. The meat of wild Hunzi is very white and tender, and it tastes fragrant, and has little fishy smell. It is most suitable for braised. Jiang Ning didn't pay attention to the fish first. He returned to the shore, and led Chen Xiqing and Bei Yuxia, who were just hanging out, to the shore. With the current water level, they couldn't stand at all, and had to hold on to the wooden sticks. No one knew why they were still vying to get into the water. A huge grass carp appeared in front of everyone. On the dam, Uncle Zhang and Bu were embarrassed and kept silent. Instead, Teacher Khan exclaimed, good luck, good luck. If he took such a big fish back, it would be enough to cook a pot. The well-dressed middle-aged man actually got off the dam and walked towards the canal. Uncle Zhang said, the boss doesn't want to take his fish, does he? Hearing this, Bu's face changed, and some embarrassment had long disappeared. She sneered, Jiang Ning rents a bungalow, which means his family doesn't have much money. Once the local boss opens a price, he won't sell it to others immediately. This is the poor people of today. They are noble in words, but they have no dignity in front of money. Bu analyzed with disdain at the corners of her mouth. The universality of money can put a price on everything in the world. And she is a rich person. Just wait and see. Bu watched from the sidelines, as if he had anticipated the result. Teacher Kine was not happy. He was a teacher, and looked down on people, like Bu the most. He said, not everything can be measured by money. Bu glanced at him, and said with contempt, so you are a poor teacher. Teacher Kine's fingers trembled, and he squeezed out a sentence, it's insulting. However, after hearing this, Bu just sneered. She had studied abroad, and received the advanced ideological education of the West. She didn't take Teacher Kine's kind of people seriously at all. The middle-aged man stepped on the edge of the field, and his leather shoes were stained with mud and grass clippings, but he didn't care. A group of people gathered around Jiang Ning, and the middle-aged man shouted, young man, do you sell fish? I'll give you 200. Hearing this price, Bayuksha was stunned, but she was not worried. Jiang Ning said, I won't sell them. I'll eat them myself. Zhu Yuantang said something very literary, a gentleman should not take away what others like. The middle-aged man laughed, knowing that he had overstepped his authority, and said, how about this, can you let me pull up the net next time? I'll still give you 200 yuan, and all the fish you catch will belong to you. Zhu Yuantang thought about it, and felt that it was feasible. Anyway, she would go home, to kill the fish later, and it would be a good thing, to have someone to help them guard the net. She waved her hand generously, forget the money, I'll let you pull up the net next time. In the group of class 8, after Hujun was banned from speaking, the group returned to peace. Shan Kaikwan and Jiuo Kunan discussed catching fish. Huang Yasu and Meng Jiui joined in, and Shen Kinch could also chat a little. At this time, Chen Xiao popped up. We caught a fish. Then, a picture appeared in the class group. In the picture, Zhu Yuantang held a big fish that was more than half a meter long in both hands, and Chen Xiking and Bayuksha stood next to him. The background was the river dam after the rain. After seeing this picture, Dong Qingfeng was the first to ask, Chen Xiao, why is Bayuksha with you guys? Where are you? Chen Xiao typed slowly, and was still trying to explain. Dong Qingfeng couldn't help asking, where are you? Can you say something? Huang Yazu, where did you catch the fish? Shan Kaikun quickly privately chatted with his good brother Jiuo Kunan. Brother Nan, please remind Bayuksha to be careful. Jiuo Kunan, didn't you say you didn't miss her? Shan Kaikun, for the last time. While talking, Shan Kaikun secretly saved this picture. After catching fish for half a day, everyone returned with a full load. Zhu Yuantang walked in front with arrogant steps. Jiang Ning followed her with a bucket of fish, looking down at her. Bayuksha was next to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning said, the water is too fast today. I'll take you to the arch bridge in the afternoon, and you can catch some fish then. Bayuksha and the twins had never seen fishing before. After a morning of verification, the twins were convinced that Jiang Ning was very professional. When they heard him talking, they immediately said enthusiastically, we two sisters are at your disposal. On the way home, Bu ran into them, quickened her pace, and hid far away, thinking that it was really unlucky. Zhu Yuantang was full of smiles. When she came across a small tree on the road, she walked to the tree. She was so happy that the trees on the roadside had to be kicked. Zhu Yuantang stepped forward and shouted, hey. He kicked the small tree. The trunk of the tree shook, shua shua shua, and the rainwater accumulated on countless leaves fell down because of the vibration. It poured all over Zhu Yuantang's head, and it was cool. She was a little confused. Chen Xiao pointed at her and couldn't straighten her waist. Ha 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 ha. So stupid. Bayuksha pursed her lips. Zhu Yuantang touched her hair. The bun she had tied for catching fish was also wet. She looked depressed. Jiang Ning, what should I do? My hair is wet. Jiang Ning didn't bother to pay attention to her. It was obviously her own fault. Fortunately, he didn't join her in making trouble, otherwise he might be affected. Zhu Yuantang felt uncomfortable with wet hair. She untied her bun, and her black hair fell on her shoulders, looking a little soft. Compared with her usual well-behaved appearance, she looked a little different at this time. Jiang Ning, I'm wet, hurry up, help me, or I will turn back to my original form, she said urgently. Jiang Ning still ignored her. Zhu Yuantang had no choice but to use her ultimate move. She gave Jiang Ning a look, meaning, if you don't care about me anymore, you'll have to blow dry my hair when we get home. Jiang Ning understood. He took 2 steps forward, his palms flipping and changing. Bei Yuxia's quiet eyes, which occasionally looked away, suddenly brightened, and a flame bloomed in her eyes. Chen Xiaoyu and her sister were horrified and shouted in unison, Tong Tong, your hair is on fire. It's on fire. Chen Xiaoyu raised the basin and pretended to splash water. Jiang Ning's palm gently touched Tong Tong's head, and the red spiritual fire moistened it and dried the remaining water droplets on her hair. He withdrew his hand, and the flames that appeared out of thin air disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chen Xiaoyu understood. She was sure. Magic. It must be magic. Sister, I told you about Jiang Ning's magic before. It's amazing. Chen Xiaoyu nodded hesitantly. It's amazing. Only Bei Yuxia realized something, and just at that moment, she had palpitations again. She was very aware of her emotions, but she couldn't tell what changes had taken place in her body just now. She forced herself to maintain her inner calm, but her brows revealed a sadness that was inconsistent with her age. When Bei Yuxia was confused, Jiang Ning suddenly turned around for some reason, smiled, and nodded to her. Bei Yuxia suddenly stopped in her tracks. She seemed to understand something, but it seemed that she understood nothing. Complex thoughts intertwined in her mind, and the indescribable feeling made her feel confused. Chen Xiaoyu touched her with an expression that saw through everything. Zaya, it's just a magic trick. Are you scared? Let's go. Bei Yuxia was speechless. She raised her hands to cover her face and rubbed it twice. Her bright face smiled sweetly, and then she stepped up to catch up. Chapter 481 Jiang Ning's way of dealing with the world. Small courtyard. Zhu Yuantang pointed at the fish in the basin and arranged. This crucian carp, blackfish, and striped fish are most suitable for making a pot of fish stew. Then she pointed to the big grass carp in the bucket. The food source of wild grass carp is unstable. They are often hunted and killed. In order to survive, they keep running away, so they exercise a lot, which makes the wild grass carp slender. More than half a meter long and weigh 3 or 4 pounds. She gestured with her small hands. Chop off the head and make fish head tofu soup. The fish body is braised separately. A few words determined the fate of a group of fish. Bei Yuxia and Chen Xiaoyu twins did not express their opinions. The 3 of them were not familiar with cooking, and some of them even knew nothing. Just eat, 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 and eat. Before cooking, Zhu Yuantang opened the refrigerator and found all the green onions, ginger, and garlic, but she frowned. There was no tofu at home. In this case, then, fish head tofu soup cannot be made. Jiang Ning noticed her abnormality and went over to ask, what's wrong? Zhu Yuantang talked about tofu. You take care of the fish at home, I'll buy it. Jiang Ning said. Anyway, Tong Tong was in charge of cooking, so he had free time. Okay, be careful. Zhu Yuantang nodded her head and said in a crisp voice. Seeing her petite, soft, well-behaved, and clever appearance, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reach out and touch her hair. The previous water droplets were dried by Jiang Ning's spiritual fire. Zhu Yuantang's hair felt as refreshing as silk, making people love it. After Chen Xiaoyu noticed it outside the house, she blinked as if she had seen something strange, and hurriedly pulled her sister, motioning her to look quickly. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning had already retracted his hand. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Ning said that he planned to go to the city to buy some tofu. Bei Yuxia stood in the courtyard, her legs straight and elegant. Hearing this, her clear and transparent pupils condensed. She took the lead and said to the twins, I also plan to go to the city. Can you take me with you? Sister Chen Xiaoyu. Ah. Bei Yuxia, what are you going to do? Chen Xiaoyu said straightforwardly, my sister and I have never ridden Jiang Ning's electric car. We want to try it. Do you want to ride it, Yuxia? Bei Yuxia didn't mean that. But, from what Chen Xiaoyu said, why did it seem like she wanted to ride in the car? Even Tang Tang over there cast a glance at her. Facing the twins' unreasonable nagging, Bayuksha felt helpless. She gave Jiang Ning an apologetic look and then walked a little further away from the twins. Tang Tang's family is out of drinks and Jiang Ning happened to buy tofu. I'm going to buy some drinks on the way, Bayuksha said. Although Zhu Yuantang invited them to the river dam as guests and enthusiastically cooked for them, Bayuksha couldn't just let others pay. Chen Xiaoyu suddenly realized, so that's it, Xia, I misunderstood you. She thought Xia wanted to ride Jiang Ning's electric bike. Hearing this, Xia smiled slightly. After confirming, Jiang Ning pushed out his titanium grey electric bike. The electric bike in the daytime, because it does not have the blessing of LED headlights, is not as cool as at night. However, with Xia, who has a beautiful appearance and graceful temperament, riding in the car, it makes this electric bike even more enviable. There is a gravel road at the door, which has not become muddy due to the rain. Jiang Ning's riding skills are superb. With the blessing of electricity and spiritual power, he rushed to the river dam effortless. Zhang Ruan, who was watching the scenery on the dam, ignored Jiang Ning riding the bike and moved his eyes to the girl in the back seat. The wind brought by the electric bike blew Bayuxia's hair, which fluttered in the wind, revealing her smooth and white side face, like a beautiful painting, with a bit of coldness, touching the heartstrings. Zhang Ruan came back to his senses after the electric bike drove away. The image of his neighbor Zhu Chachu popped up in his mind. After comparing them, Zhang Ruan thought hard about which one was more suitable to be his girlfriend. For a moment, he had difficulty making a choice. Jiang Ning was driving very fast. Bayuksha was calm and not afraid. Instead, she calmly tied up her messy hair and enjoyed the peace of this moment. The river dam, trees, flowers, and plants after the rain were moistened with dew and full of vitality. The air in the mouth was unprecedentedly fresh. The vast Hushu River was flowing. Pedestrians walking on the dam could be seen from time to time. In a blink of an eye, they disappeared and new pedestrians appeared. Bayuksha mostly took a car when she went out this summer. It was rare for her to take an electric bike like this. Time is always like this. It is gone in a blink of an eye. Jiang Ning slowed down near the vegetable market. Because of the heavy rain last night, many roads in the city had puddles of different sizes. The places where cars were parked in the past turned into small swamps. Bayuksha looked at the big supermarket not far away. She pointed to a clean open space and said, "Park there." Jiang Ning drove there. After parking the car, Bayuksha said that she had something to do at the supermarket and asked Jiang Ning to go to the vegetable market to buy things first. Jiang Ning had no objection. He probably knew Bayuksha's plan. He entered the vegetable market alone, expanded his consciousness, scanned the surrounding stalls, and marked Bayuksha at the same time, ready to wait until she finished shopping before leaving the vegetable market. This vegetable market is very large and prosperous, with vegetables, fruits, fish, meat, poultry and eggs. Jiang Ning strolled through the dazzling array of stalls and experienced this market. After strolling for a while, Jiang Ning went to the tofu stall and took 2 pieces of old tofu and spent 3 yuan. Tang Tang said that the fish head tofu soup made with old tofu is delicious. At this time, his consciousness moved and found that there was something wrong with the battery car. Jiang Ning was not in a hurry and went to the seafood stall to watch 2 turtles fighting. After a few minutes, a fat old man appeared. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go back and stew you 2 in one pot at noon." So the fat old man spent a lot of money to buy 2 turtles. Jiang Ning caught the sign that Bayuksha had left the supermarket. He carried the tofu and walked slowly to the place where the battery car was parked. When they arrived in front of the electric bike, they saw that this brand new electric bike was chained to the pole next to it. Bayuksha was stunned. She remembered that Jiang Ning didn't lock it. They stayed in front of the car for less than 20 seconds. A woman in black clothes walked out of the photo studio in front. She was probably in her early 30s. She looked at the 2 of them and loudly blamed them. "Parking is not allowed here. Your parking affects my business. Customers can't get in." Bayuksha had a good attitude. She apologized a little. "I'm sorry, this is our first time here, and we don't know the situation." The woman in black was persistent. "If everyone is like you, How can I open the door for business? Jiang Ning glanced at her and said impatiently, can't you just put up a sign prohibiting parking of electric bikes? Besides, there is no business in your store, he said. The other party locked his beloved car without even saying hello, which was really excessive. The woman in black was ridiculed for her poor business and immediately became angry. I tell you, if you don't give me an explanation today, don't even think about unlocking the door. Arrogant and lawless. Bayuksha's face sank slightly. She was too lazy to get involved with such a person, and was ready to call the police, but she didn't want to. Jiang Ning sneered, do I need you to unlock it? He walked to the front of the car, and raised his toes. The chain fell into his hands. Jiang Ning grabbed the chain, and tore it with both hands. Bayuksha, who was beside him, clearly saw the well-defined muscle lines on his arms. The next moment, those tense muscles burst out with amazing strength. The chain was torn apart by Jiang Ning's tearing. Jiang Ning picked up the broken chain, and threw it in front of the woman in black. It fell on the concrete ground with a clang sound. The woman in black was stunned. Jiang Ning said, get in the car. Bayuksha got on the electric car, and before driving away, she smiled and said, you can ask Master Jiang to open the lock in the future, and I will give you a 20% discount. After that, the electric car drove away. The woman in black was left there, going crazy. On the way back, Bayuksha kept curling her lips, and her dimples were rippling in them, which was very beautiful. In the past, she followed the rules and regulations. When she encountered problems, she mostly used the existing rules of society to solve them. For example, today's incident, her mother had encountered a similar situation when parking her car before, and finally called the police. Although it was solved, it was a complicated process and inevitably troublesome. Bayuksha rarely experienced the pleasure just now. At this moment, she felt indescribably comfortable. It's a pity that it's only this time. Bayuksha thought so. In the past, she heard Tang Tang talk about Jiang Ning's solution, and it was still difficult to understand. After experiencing it today, it was indeed extraordinary. Jiang Ning, don't you worry about the consequences? She suddenly asked. The electric bike was moving very fast, and Bayuksha was still worried that her words would disappear in the wind and Jiang Ning would not be able to hear them. However, Jiang Ning's reply came, there will be no consequences. His tone was full of unquestionable confidence. Bayuksha was stunned, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to make sense. Even if someone saw his strength to tear the chain, they would probably not dare to do it again, right? Of course, Bayuksha didn't believe it completely. Fighting violence with violence is good, but it can't solve all problems. After all, human power is sometimes limited. Chapter 482, Family Dinner. In the kitchen of the river dam courtyard, on the white porcelain plate, the cleaned fish were neatly arranged. They all died under Zhu Yuantang's ruthless knife. However, the big grass carp was still swimming in the big aluminum basin, seemingly unaware of its own situation. Zhu Yuantang held the knife and stared at it. Chen Xiao clenched her fists and shouted to cheer, Tang Tang, kill it, like the most ferocious and vicious lackey. Having said that, Zhu Yuantang's knife was slow to fall. She had tried once to deal with the big grass carp just now. The three-jing grass carp was very strong. With a flick of its tail, it easily broke free from Zhu Yuantang's palm. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been slapped in the face. So, in the end, there was a stalemate. Sister Chen Xiqing had a method. She said calmly, throw it to death. Let's throw it to death. Throwing it to death is so cruel. Sister Chen Xiao said. She thought of a genius idea. How about we starve it to death? Zhu Yuantang immediately rejected it, saying that if it starved to death, the meat might become less. How about you two hold it down? I'll stab it to death. Zhu Yuantang suggested, and she replaced the kitchen knife in her hand with a sharp boning knife. The twins looked at each other in bewilderment. In the end, they agreed to Zhu Yuantang's method. The two women squatted beside the large aluminum basin and stretched out their sinful hands. The big grass carp with golden scales in the basin seemed to be aware of something, and it twisted restlessly. At this time, two pairs of slender white hands fell from the sky. Zhu Yuantang showed the boning knife and showed a cruel smile. When Jiang Ning entered the kitchen, He happened to see this scene. The grass carp was too slippery, and Chen Xiao and Chen Xiking tried together, but they failed to hold it down. The irritable grass carp swung its body and slapped the water in the basin. Seeing such a scene, Bei Yuxia was stunned at first, then she felt funny. What are you two doing? The twins failed to cooperate, and Chen Xiao complained, this fish is too big, we can't kill it. Chen Xiking nodded. Jiang Ning guessed the ending. Before he went out, he put the tofu away and washed his hands. Then, he grabbed the grass carp, as if strangling the throat of fate. The big grass carp was still struggling desperately. Jiang Ning slapped it with his backhand, and the fish stopped struggling immediately. He put the dizzy grass carp in front of Zhu Yuantang. Okay. Zhu Yuantang smiled happily. Then she was responsible for processing the grass carp. After finishing, she put the fish on the chopping board and handed it to Jiang Ning. In the kitchen, Zhu Yuantang rarely interfered with some more laborious work. Jiang Ning chopped off the fish head with one knife and chopped it a few more times to chop the fish head into 8 small pieces. Somehow, Chen Xiao felt that his knife-wielding movements were particularly pleasing to the eye, full of some indescribable charm. Bei Yuxia was most touched. It was like a dance move. When an ordinary person practices it, it is completely different from when a dance master practices it. Bei Yuxia looked to the side and saw the twins sitting on a small stool. She saw the stove in the kitchen with the lid open, so she asked, are you going to use a clay pot today? Yes, clay pots make dishes more tasty, Zhu Yuantang said. Let me light the fire, Bei Yuxia suggested. She used gas at home, and she had never burned a clay pot before. As a result, Zhu Yuantang hesitated. Jiang Ning explained, for novices, clay pots are not easy to burn. The fire may fluctuate, causing the fire to go out. This will affect the taste of the food. Bei Yuxia was helpless. She wanted to help, but due to her limited ability, it seemed that she could only do soy sauce like the twins. The job of burning the clay pot was occupied by Jiang Ning. In the countryside, burning a clay stove in winter is a very enjoyable thing. It is several degrees below zero outside. You can warm up in front of the clay stove and even throw a few peanuts in it or roast 2 sweet potatoes. However, summer is very torturous. With a high temperature of 30 degrees, you can imagine how it feels to stay in front of the earthen stove. Jiang Ning activated the magic circle to cool down the kitchen. Jiang Ning has burned earthen stoves many times. He likes to watch the wood burning the most because it is difficult to extinguish it. Occasionally, he can add 2 pieces of wood to control the size of the fire. He likes to burn wood, but he doesn't like the process of igniting it. Often, he first uses a match or a lighter to ignite the flammable dry corn husks and then uses medium flammable dry straw. Many people who have burned earthen stoves for a lifetime also have a slight possibility of ignition failure. However, Jiang Ning lit the fire and he flicked his fingers lightly. A spiritual fire flew to the furnace and instantly ignited the wood. While cooking, Chen Xiao was angry at her sister's incompetence, so she asked her sister to learn cooking from Zhu Yuantang and cook for herself in the future. Chen Xiking is not as shameless as her sister. As an elder sister, she psychologically believes that she should take on the responsibilities of an elder sister. I really asked Zhu Yuantang for advice. Zhu Yuantang was generous with her cooking skills. She was small, but very good at cooking. She picked up the oil barrel and poured more than a pound of oil into the pot. Chen Xiking was stunned. Tong Tong, is it too much? Why does my mother only pour a little bit every time she cooks? Zhu Yuantang said, what are you afraid of? This oil can still be used. Jiang Ning urged the flames, and the fire would burn fiercely, making crackling sounds. At the same time, the oil in the earthen pot began to boil. Zhu Yuantang explained, the fish in the river has an earthy smell. I'm making fish head tofu soup today, so I have to remove the fishy smell. Only with more oil can it be fried thoroughly, and the fishy smell can be removed. Chen Xiking understood, but she was still worried that she would be beaten by her mother if she cooked like this. Zhu Yuantang taught slowly in front of the stove, and Bei Yuxia also listened. Zhu Yuantang said a lot, and she wrote it all down, ready to try it at home. In comparison, Chen Xiao was much lazier. With her sister around, she could just be a waste without any worries. After all, she and her sister were the same person, and they could just reunite when the time came. Chen Xiao listened to their chat. Several young boys and girls gathered together to cook, relaxed and happy. She took out her phone and checked her questions space. Lukaki posted a photo of her queuing in a high-end hot pot restaurant. Ma Shichen posted a screenshot of his game record. In the photo, posted by Tang Fu, there was Yang Sheng playing tennis. Yuan was in a milk tea shop. Cuiu posted a pile of red banknotes. Shan Kaikwan posted a confusing text, how nice it would be if love and sweetability could meet in the same place. Below was Jiuo Kunan's comment, everything will eventually disappear. And Wang Longlong, Cuiu, and Jiang Ning liked it. Duan Shigen posted a song. Chen Xiao didn't know Duan Shigen, who transferred to another school midway, but he sent a friend request, and as a classmate, she agreed. Chen Xiao clicked on it, and an enthusiastic rap voice sounded, I'm so grateful to my brother, who would underestimate the glory of yesterday? Needless to say, she was so excited that she listened to a few more sentences. Bei Yuxia, who was standing by, was attracted. She didn't expect that Chen Xiao had such a hobby. Chen Xiao listened to a few passages and sighed. The lyrics are quite catchy. Bei Yuxia said, it's okay, mainly because the punctuation is appropriate, and a few words are added. Chen Xiao, Yuxia, do you know how to rap? Bei Yuxia, yeah, a little bit. Chen Xiao's eyes lit up, then can you rap for me? Bei Yuxia, I don't know how to rap. She couldn't rap, it was too embarrassing. But I can teach you a little bit about rap. Do you want to listen? Bei Yuxia said. Of course I have. Okay, the lyrics of the rap are actually very simple. You only need to be proficient in using 4 words. I, he, this, that. Bei Yuxia gave an example. For example, I'm hoeing the field at noon. He is sweating under the soil under the field. Bei Yuxia didn't need to supplement. Chen Xiao took over. She raised her voice and shouted, who knows, this dish of food. Every grain of it is the result of hard work. Chen Xiao laughed happily, as clear as a silver bell. She was so happy that she recited another paragraph and felt that she had learned the true secrets. Ha ha ha, Yuxia, you are amazing. Not only can you dance, but you can also rap. Being praised, a spring-like smile gently flowed across Bei Yuxia's face. She said, it's very simple, not difficult. Chen Xiao, I think it's amazing. Bei Yuxia added, I practice dancing more, but the thing that accompanies me the most is music. Chen Xiao said, yeah, I know you have a lot of headphones. You have several pairs at school. There is one pair of headphones that I particularly like. It's called Innovation Air. Bei Yuxia nodded. Music is the best friend of mankind. Chen Xiking, who was learning from her master in the distance, was inspired by this sentence. She shouted, Yuxia, no, dogs are the best friends of mankind. Bei Yuxia's faint smile suddenly froze. Zhu Yuantang was very efficient in cooking. She used 2 pots at the same time, one for fish head tofu soup and the other for stewing miscellaneous fish. The oil that had been used to fry the fish head before would not have a fishy smell because of the ginger, so it could be used again. She put the miscellaneous fish wrapped in flour into the pot and fried them. The smoke from the burning firewood floated out of the chimney. A wisp of green smoke floated in the fields after the rain. Neighbor Mr. Khan saw the smoke from the Xiaogu family and the fragrance that followed. He took a deep breath and sighed. The Xiaogu family cooked a big grass carp. Bu, who lived next door, was sitting at the door of her house, tasting imported beef jerky. When she heard this, the corners of her mouth twisted, and a sarcastic smile appeared. Uncle Zhang saw through her thoughts at a glance, and took the initiative to find fault. Some people sit like people, but look at what happened. Hey, she is not a person. Bu's face changed. She spit out the beef jerky, and retorted, how can I compare with you? I don't even look like a person when I stand. Uncle Zhang didn't know how to scold him. He called out, my good dog, come here. Bu screamed like a madman, I will kill you. Noon. There was a wooden table in the house near the front door. 2 dishes and 1 soup, stewed fish, braised spicy grass carp, a fish head tofu soup, and a dead dough cake dipped in fish juice. Jiang Ning cut a bowl of watermelon from Huqi Mountain. Zhu Yuantang looked at the food on the table and pinched his waist and said, today is a fish feast. Chen Xiaoyu smelled the fragrance all over the room and was stimulated to swallow her saliva. Bai Yuxia unscrewed the grape juice. This grape juice is what she often drinks. A bottle costs more than 30 yuan and tastes better than ordinary juice. She poured a glass for everyone. Bai Yuxia raised the glass, and her beautiful face flushed slightly in front of the hot food. Cheers. Cheers. The girls laughed. Chen Xiaoyu picked up a piece of fish meat. This piece of fish meat was excellent. It was in the belly of the grass carp, that is, the fish belly, without any small bones. The wild grass carp was freshly caught, and the fish belly was tender and fresh, covered with sauce. As soon as she took a bite, Chen Xiaoyu's eyes widened. It was tender and smooth, fresh and spicy, and very tasty. Sister Chen Xiking also stared and waited for her sister's feedback. In the past, when they went out to eat, it was always the reckless sister who tasted first. After she said it was delicious, she ate it. As a result, Chen Xiaoyu ate a piece and picked up another piece without giving her sister any feedback. Chen Xiking was so angry that she didn't wait. Compared with the hurried twins, Zhu Yuantan calmly tasted a piece of watermelon. It was still as crispy and juicy as always, much more delicious than the watermelon she usually eats. She ate 3 pieces in a row before she tightened her pink face. She didn't say anything, but just hummed softly to reflect her slight anger. Zhu Yuantan was very dissatisfied. Jiang Ning could obviously get watermelon, but he didn't let her eat it normally. He would not take out the watermelon until there were guests at home. Chen Xiaoyu picked up the stewed small fish. The small fish were all coated with flour and fried thoroughly in advance. Even the fish bones were crispy. Later, they were stewed again. The surface was covered with a layer of flour and soaked in the soup. It was no exaggeration to say that it was even more delicious than fish. She finished a piece of fish and then hurriedly took out her mobile phone. Take a photo. Take a photo. Chen Xiaoyu was a web surfer with a head full of strange knowledge. For example, the thief bar, the jail bar, the exhaust bar, the silk bar, and the foot bar were all involved. No matter when, she would not forget to go online. However, Chen Xiaoyu kept it in mind. In order to protect herself and her sister, she never added strangers as friends. She took a few photos and took photos of all the people eating at the table. Yazhou City, real estate agency. In front of the brown wooden table, Dong Qingfeng, dressed in a suit, handed the printed contract to the urban beauty in front of him. After the contract was signed, Dong Qingfeng gave the other party a bag of snacks that he had prepared in advance. This urban beauty put on makeup to cover up her dark circles and acne, showing a face that looked like a little beauty. The beauty thanked him in surprise, and Dong Qingfeng smiled gentlemanly. If your good sister needs to rent or buy a house, please introduce it to me. After sending the beauty away, Dong Qingfeng rested for a while and rubbed his temples. The boss of the agency came in with a briefcase, and his expression changed when he looked at Dong Qingfeng. If at the beginning, he recruited Dong Qingfeng to work part-time in the store with the intention of pleasing Dong Qingfeng's family, then in the past 2 days, this kid's performance was completely beyond his expectations, and he actually completed several orders. It's definitely the level of a sales champion. The future is immeasurable. Brother, isn't it only the 28th today? Work for 2 more days. The boss tried to keep him. Dong Qingfeng waved his hand. Forget it, this business is too slow for me. The boss was confused, and he didn't understand. Dong Qingfeng's dream is to warm up many beautiful women, but the efficiency of the agency is too low, and the quality of customers is uneven, which cannot satisfy him. The boss said a few polite words and told Dong Qingfeng the reward. In just a few days, Dong Qingfeng asked for more than 5,000 yuan for renting a house. The boss was stunned. It was simply a monster. 10 minutes later, Dong Qingfeng declined the boss's repeated retention. He picked up his purse and prepared to go out for dinner. Suddenly, QQ rang. Chen Xiaoyu had just posted a message, and before she had time to send it to the class group, she received a message from Dong Qingfeng. Are you having dinner at Jiang Ning's house? Chen Xiaoyu wondered why Dong Qingfeng reacted so quickly. Did he just brush his space? No, the real reason was that Dong Qingfeng had opened special care and space reminders for all the beautiful girls in the class, so he could always be one step ahead. Yeah, Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang's family invited us to catch fish last semester, and Yuxia was there too, Chen Xiaoyu said. Taking this opportunity, she sent the photo to the class group again. The twins and Bei Yuxia, as the top students in class 8, instantly attracted a lot of attention. Downtown, large flat. On the sofa in the living room, Shen Qinj sat next to her aunt, watching the big TV broadcast of boys and girls go forward. The guest fell into the water in a mess, which made her aunt laugh and complain. Qinj, do you think this person is funny? The TV screen repeatedly played the moment when the guest fell into the water in a mess. Shen Qinj smiled at the right time and responded, "It's so funny. He said he was going to the top before the level, but who would have thought that he would fall into the water at the second level?" After getting the approval of her aunt, she continued to watch TV with satisfaction. Shen Qinj's smile did not diminish. She took out her mobile phone, opened the class group, and saw the photos sent by Chen Xiaoyu. A table of fish, pancakes, attractive watermelon, and Jiang Ning, who touched her mood the most. They are together, Shen Qinj, and they went fishing. Jiang Ning returned from a trip that day, and she picked him up at the station. When she asked about fishing, Jiang Ning perfunctorily answered. It turns out that he didn't want to catch fish, but he didn't want to catch fish with me. Suddenly, Shen Qinj's mood sank, and she felt a little bitter. Then, she calmed down. The mentality she had developed from living under someone else's roof for a long time and observing people's words and expressions did not make Shen Qinj feel self-pity. In her previous life, Jiang Ning lived with her and shared some of the pressure, which led to her situation being far from being alone now. Shen Qinj's mind and growth surpassed her in her previous life. If he didn't want to be with me, then why did he take us to the small waterfall last time? Shen Qinj gave an example as evidence. Her pretty face, eyebrows slightly locked, showed puzzlement. The wooden table, the aroma rose. Jiang Ning drank a sip of grape juice and tasted the fish. Tang Tang's craftsmanship inherited from her mother always let Jiang Ning eat the beauty of childhood. The twins and Zhu Yuantang spoke with eyebrows dancing. Bei Yuxia joined in. Everyone talked and laughed, drank drinks and ate fish. Very comfortable. A town under Yuzhou City. Billiard room. Shan Kaikun leaned against the billiard table, staring at his phone, silent. The junior high school classmate next to him shouted, "Brother Quan, what's wrong with you? Don't you want to play?" As he was talking, several classmates looked over with concern. On the contrary, Jiuo Kunan, who was standing next to him, put down his phone and sighed in his heart. Shan Kaikun shook his head. "It's okay. I was thinking about what to eat in the evening in this horrible weather today." Several classmates laughed and said, "Brother Quan, you can do whatever you want. We are not picky. I'm going to buy water. What do you want?" Shan Kaikun asked. "Coke." Several classmates shouted. "Okay." Shan Kaikun called Jiuo Kunan and went to the store next door to buy drinks together. Several classmates stayed there, and someone sighed. "Brother Quan is really different after passing the exam in the city. Look at the muscles on his arms. Oh, if I had known earlier, I would have worked harder to pass the exam in the city." Another classmate said, "Becoming stronger is one thing, and I feel that Brother Quan has matured, and I can't see through it." He wanted to say something, and his relationship with Brother Quan seemed to have become estranged. After thinking about it, he didn't say it out loud. Finally, the fat man with an old look seemed to realize what he wanted to say and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't think too much. Brother Quan is capable and can make thousands of dollars playing games. Who of you can do it?" On this side, the two walked away. Jiuo Kunan said, "Why are you so persistent?" Shan Kaikun sighed. "Yes, why are you deceiving yourself?" No one answered. He said again, "Yes, but I just can't reconcile." Jiuo Kunan did not comfort him, but said, "School will start the day after tomorrow. I will take you to pick up schoolgirls. The best way to let go of a relationship is to start a new one." Jiuo Kunan deeply agrees. He has loved countless people and broken up countless times, but he has become stronger and stronger. After buying water, on the way back, Shan Kaikun took out his mobile phone and saved the picture sent by Chen Xiaoyu. He stared at it for several seconds, thinking about the person day and night. He hasn't seen her for a long time. He wants to ask, is she doing well? Shan Kei-kun couldn't control his hands and typed, are you there? The moment the message was sent, Shan Kei-kun's heart skipped a beat and his face turned pale. He was afraid. He was afraid of being disliked. Gyo-kun next to him was surprised. Brother Kwan, what's wrong with you? Shan Kei-kun's running performance and body comparable to that of a sports student were actually trembling slightly, and sweat broke out on his back. I'm fine. I'm fine. He looked down at his phone again, and Bayuksha didn't reply. She must have seen it, right? She just didn't reply to me. Shan Kei-kun thought so. It was too embarrassing. He could hardly bear it. Shan Kei-kun typed quickly, and then sent a group message. Urgent recruitment of typists. You can earn 200 yuan a day. Those with computer experience are preferred. You can make money at home. No deposit required. He tried hard to pretend that his question's number had been stolen. Chapter 483. She just corrected. River Dam, Bungalow. Jiang Ning picked up the goblet and sipped the grape juice, sip after sip. Bayuksha saw him sitting alone, tasting the grape juice, only occasionally picking up one or two pieces of fish. She lowered her head slightly, and the cup on the table in front of her was empty. She guessed that Jiang Ning only loved grape juice, so she quietly unscrewed another bottle of orange juice and filled her own cup. The twins were fighting over the fish head. When eating, many times, the dishes that were grabbed were the most fragrant and delicious. The fish head that was fried and then stewed had crispy and soft bones and was unexpectedly delicious. The two girls were fighting hard for it. Chen Xiao's chopsticks were clamped on a piece of fish skull and fixed. She shouted, sister, have you read our extracurricular books? Chen Xiaoqing also clenched her chopsticks. You are silly, sister. Of course I have read the books you have read. Chen Xiao, then you must have heard a story. There was a poor family. The mother bought fish, and it was time to eat. The child found that the mother only ate the fish head, so she asked the mother, why do you always eat fish heads? The mother said that she liked to eat fish heads. Later, the child tasted the fish head and found that the fish head was bitter and had no meat, and it was not delicious at all. Chen Xiao gave a brief explanation and then said earnestly, this is the great maternal love. She put down her chopsticks, sighed, and acted like she had given a lot. Oh, I love my sister too. As the saying goes, a sister's love is like a mountain. Oh, leave the fish head to me. Jiang Ning and others put down their chopsticks and watched the two of them fight. Chen Xiaoqing was not stupid. She had already noticed her sister's thoughts and retorted, sister, you are too greedy. The fish head and tofu soup on the table was extremely delicious, especially the meat under the gills, which was very tender. That's why she refused to give it to her sister. Chen Xiao, how can I be greedy? I just feel sorry for my sister. After saying that, Chen Xiao was complacent. As expected of her, she could say so many touching words. She seemed to have opened up a new world in her heart. She thought that she could conquer her sister without bloodshed with her eloquence. When she was proud, Chen Xiao's thoughts returned to reality, and she turned around. While she was talking about the truth, her sister ate the fish head in silence. August 29th, 9 AM. The showers were like a girl's temper, coming quickly and going even faster. The sky was as clear as if it had been washed by rain, and the sun bathed everything, even a little dazzling. The wet soil at the door showed how heavy the rain had been. Compared to the muddy ground, there was a cement floor at the entrance of the bungalow. Zhu Yuantang and the twin sisters sat on a small bench and played together. Bayuksha went out and saw this scene. Zhu Yuantang held the magnifying glass in her hand, letting the sunlight pass through the lens and focus into a dazzling light spot. There was a match on the ground, and she tried to light it. Okay, it's time to witness the miracle. Zhu Yuantang was ready to let the two girls see how good her magic was. Bayuksha thought they were so childish. She had played this trick in elementary school. However, she was actually quite curious whether Zhu Yuantang could light the match. Suddenly, a figure walked in front, blocking the sunlight, and the surroundings became dark. Bayuksha looked up and saw that it was the young woman from the day before yesterday. She was full of technological content, fully reflecting the technological level of the current cosmetic medical industry. Bu passed by with a faint look of contempt on her face. She noticed Bayuksha next to her and couldn't help but think of the day before yesterday. Bu just felt uncomfortable all over and walked away without saying a word. Zhu Yuantang didn't take it seriously and focused on the spot again. With the twins watching, she was full of energy. Next door, Zhang Ruan's family had breakfast at the door. The food was simple: fried bean sprouts, soybeans, sweet potato porridge and steamed buns, which looked ordinary. Uncle Zhang glanced at the table. He was a butcher, and his family had always had fish and meat. How could they eat such a bland meal? Uncle Zhang said in a dissatisfied tone, "What's the matter? Your son is going to college today, and you are still making these vegetarian dishes. Can't you make some good meat?" Aunt Zhang was annoyed when she heard it. Eat, 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 eat meat all day long. Sooner or later you will become like Grandpa B. Bu's eyelids jumped. His father once ate braised pork and was hospitalized. How can I be the same as Grandpa B? What is he? What am I? Uncle Zhang said, "There are some meatballs and pork skin in the refrigerator. Make me a 3 fresh soup." Aunt Zhang, "If you like it, eat it. If you don't, feed it to the dog." She pushed the bean sprouts on the plate into her son's bowl. Zhang Ruan suffered an unexpected disaster. "I have become a dog," Bu said. "Hey, people in small places are like dogs in a kennel. They have never eaten anything and have never seen anything, but they have given birth to a litter of puppies." She was talking to the outside, as if talking to herself. Uncle Zhang had a fear of being persecuted. He heard something wrong. He rolled his eyes and said sarcastically, "Some people have seen the world and traveled abroad, but they are still like the dead eunuchs in the palace. They are old and don't even have a child. They are not extinct, right?" Jiang Ning sat at the door and watched the harmonious neighborhood relationship. Uncle Zhang scolded, "The sun is rounder in foreign countries. Why did you come back? Why don't you die outside?" Bu laughed unscrupulously. "Oh, you don't know how much I like it here. Thanks to you guys who work hard, I have a good life." Uncle Zhang couldn't hold it anymore and shouted, "My good dog, come." 10 minutes later, Zhu Yuantang successfully lit the match with a magnifying glass, causing the twins to cheer, as if they had accomplished a big event. Jiang Ning carried a clip net made of 2 bamboo poles on his shoulders and marched to the river dam. "Let's go. The water level is a little low today. Let's go fishing." The twins cheered. "Okay. Let's go." Zhu Yuantang picked up a plastic bucket. Everyone set out for the river dam together. The ground was still wet, but the water in the puddles on the roadside had obviously dropped a lot. Jiang Ning walked to the canal. The turbulent and roaring water yesterday was slightly weaker. If Bayuksha went into the water now, she would probably be able to stand firm. However, Jiang Ning ignored the net. He walked a distance to the east and came to the small broken arch bridge that they usually passed by when going to school. Jiang Ning stood by the bridge and looked down. The canal passed under the bridge and flowed into the 7 or 8 meter wide river along a slightly inclined slope. He scanned with his spiritual sense and saw many fish swimming upstream, including carp, crucian carp, black carp, striped fish, and even yellow croaker. Zhu Yuantang grabbed his arm and stretched out his little head to look down, cautious and timid. Chen Xiao quietly moved behind Zhu Yuantang, intending to scare her, but was pulled back by her sister. Jiang Ning, there are fish, do you see it?" Zhu Yuantang screamed. Immediately, she quickly covered her mouth, fearing that the fish below would be scared away. At this time, there were pedestrians on the dam, and they noticed Jiang Ning and his group. After all, he brought a professional fishing net, and with the twins, who were conspicuous in the team, no matter where he went, people would take a second look. However, they only watched on the dam, and no one said anything. "Let's go first." Jiang Ning briefly explained some techniques. Normally, the girls were smart enough to understand quickly. Zhu Yuantang promised, "Leave it to me." Chen Xiao wanted to say more. She wanted to experience it for the first time with Jiang Ning, but was stopped by her sister Chen Xiqing. In the end, the first cooperation was carried out by Zhu Yuantang. Seeing Tang Tang's excitement, Jiang Ning took out a magic talisman from his storage ring, which was the stock from the last climb of Mount Tay. He flicked his finger, and the talisman was attached to Zhu Yuantang. She walked down the muddy slope, walking more and more lightly. When she reached under the bridge, there was the sound of gurgling water. In the clear water, dark brown crucian carp swam. The fish swung its tail and nimbly jumped to the puddle under the bridge. Zhu Yuantang suppressed her joy. She took the bamboo pole given by Jiang Ning. The two of them, one in the south and one in the north, used a fishing net to block the 2 or 3 meters wide water flow. The fish swimming upstream had no way back. Jiang Ning picked up a few stones and pressed them on the bottom of the fishing net to prevent the fish from slipping away from the bottom of the net. Zhu Yuantang laughed wildly. Xiaoyu, Saiking, and Yuxia, come down and catch some fish. Today, she caught the turtle in the jar. She stepped into the water, causing waves and startling many fish. The fish fled frantically, trying to swim back to the river, but they were all blocked by the net. Zhu Yuantang, who was blessed by the magic talisman, was so agile that she couldn't believe it. She reached into the water and grabbed a crucian carp as big as a palm. The sticky crucian carp twisted desperately and couldn't escape from Zhu Yuantang's palm. Chen Xiaoyu thought to herself, Tang Tang can catch fish, so it's easy for me, isn't it? After thinking about it, she stepped into the water and started to catch fish. The water depth from the bottom of the bridge to the ramp outside is less than 20 centimeters. Even in such shallow water, it is still not easy for some people who have no experience in catching fish. Not to mention the wild waters. Even if there are a few crucian carps in a large basin at home, many people may not be able to catch them all at once. Bei Yuxia caught a crucian carp, a small black fish. On the contrary, the twin sisters got nothing. Zhu Yuantang beside him harvested one after another. They were catching fish enthusiastically, and someone on the dam finally couldn't help it. Many anchors in later generations caught fish in the wild, and their popularity was once unparalleled. What's more, now they appeared in front of them, and someone on the dam ran down to watch. It was the middle-aged man who drove the Cayenne luxury car yesterday. He observed for a few minutes, and seeing that the twins were still unable to catch fish, he couldn't bear the restlessness, and gave instructions from a distance. You don't catch fish like that. You use your hands like this. He made a gesture of holding water with both hands. Catch along the bottom of the river. Oh, right, he shouted. The twins listened to the advice and tried to use skills to catch fish, ready to show their ambitions. As a result, Zhu Yuantang next to them was taller than them out of thin air. She walked in the water with her hands behind her back, like a peerless master. Her eyes seemed to flash, and the next moment, her eyes froze. She bent down and fished, and a black fish appeared in her palm. Chen Xiaoyu, uncle, how should she explain it? Chen Xiking blamed her sister for asking embarrassing questions. The uncle was thick-skinned and said seriously, people's talents cannot be generalized. For example, I once fought with wild wolves on the grassland with my bare hands, when I was extremely angry. He showed the hideous scar on his forearm. Bei Yuxia glanced at it and said, it was a dog bite, or a puppy. The middle-aged uncle laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. He has been in society for many years and his reaction is not slow. He laughed. Young wolf, young wolf. The uncle turned his head and left, returning to the dam to calm down. Within 2 minutes, Chen Xiaoyu screamed. She raised her hand high and saw that in her hand there was a crucian carp with a snow-white belly exposed. Sister, I caught it. The excited voice changed. Before she could be happy, the crucian carp in her hand twisted its body suddenly, and it flew out with the help of mucus. Her smile froze. It was like picking up 100 yuan and finding it was a counterfeit. Jiang Ning turned his back to them, and a moving object appeared within the range of his spiritual consciousness. Without even looking at it, he gently raised his hand, and the crucian carp that was supposed to fall into the water happened to hit the back of Jiang Ning's hand. He flicked his finger, and the crucian carp was hit back by this force, and unexpectedly fell into Chen Xiaoyu's hand. The twins' eyes were fixed. After coming to their senses, they stared at Jiang Ning in disbelief. He continued to be busy with his own things. Bei Yuxia had a thought in her mind. How did he do it? Is it a coincidence? Chen Xiaoyu's fish was lost and recovered. She was not very surprised, but was surprised by Jiang Ning's action just now. It was simply amazing. It didn't take long for her to be surprised. Zhu Yuantang caught a fish again, and the two sisters once again devoted themselves to the great cause of catching fish. When the net was almost finished, the two sisters only caught a crucian carp, and the catch was less than 1/10 of Zhu Yuantang's. The two girls were hit hard. They had always thought that their elder sister Chen Xiqing, who was more capable than Zhu Yuantang, was still good. Their younger sister Chen Xiaoyu sighed. "Yuxia, am I useless?" Bei Yuxia said, "Of course I am." Chen Xiaoyu thought she was comforting herself, so she continued to deny herself. "I only caught one fish. Yuxia, you caught 4. I'm so useless." Bei Yuxia was mature, resilient, and motivated. She couldn't stand seeing her classmate belittle herself, so she planned to find an example to persuade her. Bei Yuxia looked around and found it. There was a large flat area under the bridge. Some soil was brought here by the water flow, and then it was washed away continuously, forming several puddles. Bei Yuxia said, "You can't catch fish, because you have no experience. Practice more and catch more times, and there will definitely be a big change." Tang Tang used to slack off a lot, so he was very good. As for me, I have a dance foundation and my physique is better than that of ordinary people. Chen Xiao cheered up a little after hearing this. She caught less, because she had no experience. Chen Xiao's disappointment gradually disappeared, replaced by an innocent smile. "If I catch them a few more times, they will definitely not be like this now." Bei Yuxia added some strength, pointing to the small puddle not far away, and encouraged like a gentle elder sister. "Look at those tadpoles. They are very small, but who knows that they will be reborn and grow into frogs in the future? The same is true for people. With more experience, they can grow and transform." "Yeah." Chen Xiao nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Her deskmate was so nice that he actually talked a lot for her mentality. Zhu Yuantang observed the tadpoles in the puddle. She frowned and thought, and then, inappropriately corrected, "Zaya, those tadpoles are black, and like to gather in a group. According to my judgment, when they grow up, they will not become frogs, but toads." As soon as these words came out, Bei Yuxia, who had a faint smile on her face, suddenly stopped smiling, and her smooth cheeks suddenly turned red. "Thanks to the book friend, The Last of Us, for the reward. It's not just because of the money, it's also a kind of recognition. Thank you." Chapter 484, Surrender. August 30th, sunny day, the last day of summer vacation for Yazhou number 4 middle school. Today is sunny. The dark clouds raged a few days ago. Everything that was trampled by wind and rain has regained the care of light, and everything is full of vitality. Yesterday afternoon, Bei Yuxia and the twins said goodbye to Heba and went back to their own homes. Before leaving, Jiang Ning gave each of them a watermelon, a specialty of Huqi Mountain. Of course, the twins counted as one person. That night, Chen Xiao at him in the class group, claiming how delicious the watermelon was and how shocked his family was. Bei Yuxia said that the watermelon was not eaten by you on the way. Chen Xiao turned right and wrong, saying that her sister did have a plan and was righteously scolded by her. Bei Yuxia did not express her gratitude. Many times, she did not like to chat online. She preferred to meet in person, so that she could intuitively feel the other person's voice, expression, and even breath, and the communication was more real. During breakfast, Zhu Yuantang was extremely regretful. Chachu was still smashing peanuts at home and still hadn't come back. He missed their most exciting fishing game, and also missed the heroic scene of her showing off her power and catching all the fish in the world. After breakfast, Zhu Yuantang washed the dishes and pots, and Jiang Ning went back to the room to lie down. The sun shone through the window, onto the flowers and plants that were blooming on the windowsill, and also onto the sofa. Jiang Ning was surrounded by light, and the room was filled with a fresh smell. He closed his eyes and let go of his hearing. Zhu Yuantang, who was separated by a wall, hummed an unknown tune in her little mouth, and washed the dishes slowly. Occasionally, she widened her eyes, as if her eyes penetrated the wall, and saw the comfortable Jiang Ning. She stopped the tune and hummed, "You will order me around." Jiang Ning took a nap for half an hour in the sunshine before going out. Under the eaves of the door, Zhu Yuantang was perched on a small bench. Her hands stretched out from the shadows, and placed on another bench that was dyed bright by the sun, rubbing and rubbing, as if she was washing clothes. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ning asked her. Zhu Yuantang raised her tender little face and said crisply, I'm taking a sunbath. She invited again. Do you want to join me? Jiang Ning, childish. Zhu Yuantang wrinkled her nose, TSK. After a while, Zhang Ruan, a college student next door, walked out of the house and saw two people, one big and one small, sitting on a small bench, rubbing their hands in the sun. Zhang Ruan was confused and didn't understand what the other party was doing. Zhang Ruan glanced at them and looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance. He originally planned to go to Ansheng yesterday, but the embarrassing thing was that he bought the wrong ticket from Ansheng to Yuzhou. In desperation, he could only change it to today. He was on the afternoon train, and Zhang Ruan asked his classmates who arrived early to take out his quilt to dry it. Looking at the nostalgic scene, he turned his head and looked at the closed door of his neighbor's house. The girl he missed for a long time didn't come back after all, so he naturally couldn't see her for the last time. He was in pain, but as a college student majoring in civil engineering, he had heard a teacher say that only those who can endure loneliness can keep prosperity. Enduring loneliness is one of his studies. Besides, is life still called life without regrets? Zhang Ruan's obsession turned into a sentence, and he sighed, goodbye, my hometown. There was another sentence he didn't say. Next time we meet, I will let you see what I really look like. Aunt Zhang walked out of the door next door. After hearing this, she was particularly unhappy. She muttered, you have been home for 2 months, and the room you sleep in has been made like a doghouse by you, and you don't know how to clean it up. Zhang Ruan was ambitious at first, but was complained by his old mother in the next second, and it was in front of his junior high school students, which made him lose face. Zhang Ruan is not a college student who sticks to the rules. He is a college student with a sharp mind. He immediately replied, Mom, have you seen a dog clean up the room? Don't people who keep dogs clean up? After replying, he quietly waited for his mother's reaction. Jiang Ning was rubbing his hands in the sun, and upon hearing this, he flicked his fingers lightly. The black wolfhound basking in the sun at the door suddenly trembled, then ran into Zhang Ruan's house, and took the garbage bag out of the door. Zhang Ruan was stunned. What the hell are you doing? Zhu Yuantang laughed twice, and continued to rub her hands in the sun. Her pair of small hands, like the tips of bamboo shoots, were warm in the sun. Jiang Ning saw that she looked happy and couldn't help but curl his lips. The house was very lively a few days ago. There were noisy twin sisters. Zhu Yuantang could play with them, go fishing in the river, play cards, throw dice, and play games. Even when she cooked, there were several guests watching. Now they are all gone, and after the prosperity, the bungalow is much emptier. He thought that Tang Tang would be lonely when she was alone, but she was still playing carefree. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that she had been like this for countless days, playing alone all day. Zhu Yuantang suddenly looked sideways and asked, were you asleep just now? Earlier, she had washed the pots and dishes, and was going to play with Jiang Ning. She deliberately slowed down her pace to give him a surprise, but when she reached the door, she saw him fast asleep. Zhu Yuantang stopped and went back outside. She remembered that Jiang Ning was a very light sleeper. Many times, he was awakened immediately when she approached him. This time, she didn't want to disturb Jiang Ning, so she let him have a good sleep. How nice it would be if I could install a camera in his house. Zhu Yuantang thought. In this way, she could know Jiang Ning's movements at every moment. Immediately, this idea was rejected by her. Everyone has privacy and cannot pry into other people's lives. If it were Jiang Ning, given his character, he would never install a camera in her house. Zhu Yuantang reflected on her greed for a moment. Sleeping? Jiang Ning said, he did sleep just now. You slept for so long last night, and you're still sleeping this morning. Look how sleepy you are. Zhu Yuantang complained, and she raised her warm little hands and put them on his face. She saw that the calmness in Jiang Ning's eyes changed. Neighbor Bu was dressed quite formally, and she started the car. Today, Bu was going to the headquarters of Changqing Liquid for an interview. Zhang Ruan took a look at her brand new BMW sedan. His eyes were caught by Bu, and thinking of the annoying Zhang the butcher, Bu smiled frivolously. My BMW costs more than 600,000. Zhang Ruan calculated the number in his mind. It was okay. He didn't feel anything. After all, his dream in the future was to revitalize his hometown and build high-rise buildings. How could a mere BMW shake his heart? Bu didn't see Zhang Ruan's shocked look. She was upset and wanted to say something, but she heard Zhang Ruan say, "Your car may not be able to run up the river dam." Bu said disdainfully, "Do you know how much horsepower my car has?" Zhang Ruan, "Wait and see." Bu drove away, exhaust fumes gushing out, and then got stuck on the slope of the river dam. Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning took a sunbath for a while and went back to the house to play games. Zhu Yuantang played, mainly because her game friend Shang Keiwei asked her to play LOL ranking. The two of them soared in rank. With the help of Zhu Yuantang, Shang Keiwei was already a king. They won several games, and the next game was still at the normal king level. Logically, Zhu Yuantang could have killed them all, and it must have been a relaxed and happy game. Unfortunately, one of their teammates was AFK, so they had to pay full attention. Jiang Ning leaned on the sofa, holding a tablet in his hand, and spent the gold coins in the game for her. Zhu Yuantang liked to save money in the game, so Jiang Ning drew cards for her. For example, in Landlord, Zhu Yuantang saved a lot of beans, and Jiang Ning frequently visited the high-level venue. In the past, he often spent all the things Zhu Yuantang had worked so hard to save, and he felt a little guilty about it. Later, Zhu Yuantang said to him very seriously, "It doesn't matter, you can spend it as you like. If you spend it all, I will earn it back." Jiang Ning let go, because these virtual things were not important to Zhu Yuantang at all. Zhu Yuantang's situation was not good. There were two masters on the opposite side, and they cooperated very well. Shang Keiwei was caught and killed 3 times. The game gradually fell into a disadvantage, and his teammates were desperate and frequently initiated surrender. Zhu Yuantang and Shang Keiwei refused. They never admitted defeat. The teammates even played badly and communicated with the opponent, saying that the two of them were unwilling to surrender. At this time, the hero Riz on the opponent, who had just got a double kill, sent a soul-searching question. "I'm very puzzled. You can't win this game at all. Why do you refuse to surrender? Isn't it a waste of time to continue playing?" His teammates, "I don't understand them either." Zhu Yuantang took the opportunity to go home to buy equipment and replied with the ID, "Ning Ning steals wild, because I have won many games that I can't win." As soon as this statement came out, it was immediately ridiculed by the crowd. "Isn't it funny? You still think you can win?" Shang Keiwei's hero Lucky In was killed again. She didn't let Zhu Yuantang fight alone. She said, "It's very simple, because my mother only let me play 3 games before I have to do homework, and surrendering also counts as 1 game." Hero Riz, elementary school student. Zhu Yuantang stubbornly ate the economy, quietly developed, and waited for the moment of counterattack. During this period, Jiang Ning kept playing Landlord. After playing several high-level games, he successfully lost all the happy beans that Tang Tang had accumulated. He did not cheat, but played as he pleased. When he did not have enough beans, he played low-level games again, and could not play anymore because he lost. Then, he opened his own account, and lost all the guaranteed happy beans, but he still needed a few beans to start a game. Jiang Ning clicked into WeChat, and prepared to find someone to send some. A red dot appeared in his circle of friends, and he clicked it casually. Shen Qinj posted a status. A group photo in a supermarket. Shen Qinj, Jiang Yanan, and Yu Wen. In the photo, Shen Qinj was slim and pretty, and the breath of a young girl was overwhelming. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that when he was in junior high school, he wanted to take a serious photo with Shen Qinj, but was always rejected. He thought about it, his expression became playful, and suddenly clicked on Shen Qinj's avatar, and sent a message, "Are you there?" At the same time, in the city, Langma shopping mall, the 4th floor is a food area, hot pot, barbecue, seafood, restaurants, and various stores gathered. 3 young girls were sitting by the window in a rice noodle restaurant. Jiang Yanan scooped up the quail eggs with a spoon. Yu Wen only used chopsticks to pick up the slippery quail eggs in the bowl. Shen Qinj moved a little further away, fearing that the quail eggs would fall and splash the soup. Jiang Yanan was not panicked at all. Based on her understanding of Yuan, if the monitor was not there, Wen would perform stably and rarely make a fool of herself. Sure enough, Yuan successfully ate the quail eggs. She took another sip of milk tea and complained, "Where's Kiki? Didn't we agree to eat rice noodles together?" Jiang Yanan said she and her boyfriend had hot pot. Before, Kiki didn't have a boyfriend, and she often ate rice noodles with them. Unfortunately, after she got a boyfriend, Kiki looked down on these small restaurants. She only ate hot pot, barbecue, western food, and other expensive foods. Kiki also claimed that if dating can't improve the quality of life, then what's the point of dating? Jiang Yanan felt that what she said was wrong, but it was difficult to refute. School starts tomorrow. What do you think of our class? Jiang Yanan was looking forward to it. Yuan, no matter who comes, I will always be the monitor. Shenkinj, a group of students who study literature will leave, and some students from the poor classes that have been broken up will be assigned to come over. That's probably it. After hearing this, Yuan said unhappily, what if a group of poor students come in and affect the average score of our class 8? Shenkinj, not really. Shan Qingrang is quite capable. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was not right. If Shan Qingrang was very capable, why did Wu Zhaoqi and Duan Shigang enter their class 8? Jiang Yanan said, I hope there are transfer students. Our Yazhou number 4 middle school is much better this year. We have recruited more than 1,000 students in the first year of high school. Yuan said mysteriously, I went to school the day before yesterday, and the gate had changed. Jiang Yanan, what changes? Yuan said, you will know when school starts. While chatting, Shenkinj's mobile phone vibrated. If she had dinner at her uncle's house, she rarely took her mobile phone at the dinner table. It was impolite. Since she was with her little sister, it didn't matter. She turned on the screen and someone sent her a WeChat message. Seeing the avatar of the message, Shenkinj's heart slowed down. He is Jiang Ning. Why did he suddenly look for me? Could it be Shenkinj was confused, but she never gave up waiting for him. She had been looking forward to this scene for too long, and when it really appeared, she was helpless. She took a deep breath. Yes, is there anything? After replying the message, she rebrowsed the dynamic she had just posted. In the photo, she was beautified. Against the background of Yuan and Jiang Yanan, she was cute and lovely, a real beautiful girl. Did Jiang Ning look back because she became more beautiful? She was cold for a moment, and then she thought of Jiang Ning now, with his extraordinary temperament and eyes that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. In front of him, Shenkinj actually felt inferior. Jiang Ning, I need your help with something. Shenkinj took another deep breath. She recalled the 3 years of junior high school, when Jiang Ning bought her breakfast, helped her with her homework, and gave her an umbrella in the rain. All the past events seemed like yesterday. At that time, Jiang Ning never asked her for help, even when he encountered trouble. It was probably because of the dignity of a teenager. Facing Jiang Ning's words, Shenkinj typed a line of words, you have changed. Jiang Ning, yes. Shenkinj smiled and said firmly, just tell me, I'm willing to help you. Jiang Ning typed, Shenkinj. Calling her by her full name made the atmosphere serious, and Shenkinj's breathing became rapid. The next second, Jiang Ning, your WeChat area for happy landlords. Please give me some happy beans. Thank you. Shenkinj's heart, apostrophe. Chapter 485 Don't envy others. Kinj. Jiang Yanan called out twice. Oh. Shenkinj, who had been in a daze, finally came back to her senses. Jiang Yanan saw that her good sister was in a different state and asked, Kinj, what's wrong with you? At the same time, Yuan also noticed it. She looked at her good sister's screen. Kinj's face changed just now, because she looked at the screen. Shenkinj turned off the screen, as if nothing had happened. She forced a smile. It's okay. I just told my sister that I will be back later today. Hearing this, Jiang Yanan's doubts faded a lot. She said seriously, Kinj, after dinner tonight, I will ask my mother to drive you home. Shenkinj smiled unchanged. Thank you. Jiang Yanan, thank you for spending my birthday with me. Yuan suddenly asked, did Cui and Mengji really buy your birthday cake? I remember that they both liked you at the beginning. As soon as this was said, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Jiang Yanan said helplessly, I didn't intend to tell them, but who knew that questions had birthday reminders and was discovered. The two of them acted first and ordered a birthday cake. In this case, what else could Jiang Yanan say? The cake cannot be returned. Jiang Yanan is not decisive and cannot make a cruel refusal. What's more, they are also well intentioned. I will give them the money when the time comes. Jiang Yanan decided. Cui and Meng Gui came to attend their good sister's birthday. Yuan was reluctant in her heart, but Cui cleverly called the squad leader and Yuan had nothing to say. She fantasized, let's jump to the evening. Jiang Yanan, after dinner, I will treat you to a movie. Heba bungalow. Jiang Ning played a trick on Shenkinj and was in a good mood. He took to crisp peaches and ate them while watching Tang Tang play games. Zhu Yuantang was playing a wonderful game. The opponent opened a dragon in the dragon pit. The other two teammates said they surrendered, but when they met the opponent attacking the dragon, they still fought for the dragon with Shang Wei. This is their only chance to reverse the situation. The dragon was at low health, and Shang Wei controlled Luckian to rush first. Luckian was killed in seconds. Afterwards, the two teammates struggled for a few times and were quickly killed in the violent firepower of the opponent. It's over. Shang Wei's heart was like a grey screen, and her world lost its color. In despair, a teammate excitedly said, Yasuo is stealing the tower. Yasuo, with the ID, Ning Ning stealing wild, on his head, was madly cutting the crystal. The opponent obviously noticed that the joy of winning the Dragon Pit team battle disappeared in a blink of an eye. The 5 people were extremely anxious and rushed back. However, the situation was irreversible. Zhu Yuantang slashed the last sword, the crystal was empty, and the victory was won. She laughed very happily and turned back to find Jiang Ning to share her happiness. Then, she met him throwing out the peach pit he had eaten, drawing a parabola, and flying into the trash can. Zhu Yuantang was stunned. She worked hard to play the game, but Jiang Ning actually ate peaches behind her back. She was so immersed in the game that she didn't even notice. Where did you get the peach? Zhu Yuantang asked. Jiang Ning, I planted it myself. Zhu Yuantang's sadness doubled. Although she didn't believe that the peaches were planted by Jiang Ning, as long as he said this, it meant that the peaches, the watermelons and grapes he brought, belonged to the same level, and they were super delicious. You didn't call me when you ate the peaches, right? Zhu Yuantang asked. Jiang Ning, it's very crisp and juicy. Zhu Yuantang swallowed quietly and asked, do you have any more peaches? Jiang Ning shook his head. Really? Yes. Zhu Yuantang sighed, turned back to the chair, and planned to tell her game friend Shang Wei that the game was over today. She was afraid of missing out on something else. Jiang Ning, wait a minute. Zhu Yuantang quickly turned her little head back, her little face full of expectation. She was expecting an answer. Jiang Ning smacked her lips and savored it. The peaches are not only crisp and juicy, but also very sweet. Zhu Yuantang was teased so hard that she was so sad. She cooked for Jiang Ning day and night, washed his clothes, and trained him on the computer, but she was treated like this. She decided to draw a line between herself and Jiang Ning, and then went home to eat snacks secretly to soothe her wounded heart. After Zhu Yuantang left, Jiang Ning was the only one left in his room again. Jiang Ning was not worried because Zhu Yuantang would come back after eating the snacks. Unfortunately, without Zhu Yuantang to earn happy beans, Shenkinj did not send him beans, so Jiang Ning had no chance to play a landlord. He suddenly remembered that Yang Sheng had posted a dynamic about selling happy beans in his circle of friends last time. Jiang Ning privately chatted with Yang Sheng. How much are 2 million happy beans? Yang Sheng replied online in seconds. I don't want your money. Send me your account and password, and I will top it up for you. She was straightforward, and if she said she would not take money, she would definitely not take money. Jiang Ning knew it well, so he did not hesitate to send the password of the small account to Yang Sheng. Yang Sheng said, it will arrive in an hour. Jiang Ning leaned against him in a different position and asked curiously, it usually takes a few minutes for the recharge to arrive. Why does your channel take an hour? Yang Sheng replied, I'm hand typing beans for you. While Yang Sheng was earning beans, Zhu Yuantang returned to Jiang Ning's room. Earlier, thanks to Shang Keiwei's reminder, Zhu Yuantang realized that it was the last day of summer vacation and she had not finished her math test. Although she didn't need to care about it with her grades, as a good student, she followed the rules and wrote the test paper obediently. She brought the test paper from home and put it on Jiang Ning's computer desk and drew a line on the table, which was referred to as the dividing line. Using this as the boundary to separate Jiang Ning from the two places meant that her anger had not subsided. Jiang Ning only occupied a small area, and the other large area of the desktop belonged to Zhu Yuantang's territory. When Zhu Yuantang drew the line, he deliberately drew a small area for Jiang Ning, which was very unfair. However, considering that she helped to write the test paper, Jiang Ning didn't care about it. Jiang Ning often found it very interesting that she was willing to write the test for him, even though they had a conflict. Zhu Yuantang held the pen and drew on the math test paper. Soon, she finished the test paper. Then, she glared at Jiang Ning fiercely, took out his test paper again, changed the handwriting, and wrote and drew. It was quite considerate. Jiang Ning took out a bunch of small things from the drawer and started to fiddle with them. The sun was very bright and the room was warm. The tip of the pen rubbed against the paper, making a rustling sound. In this environment, Jiang Ning was focused on playing with wood carvings. Occasionally, his spiritual sense swept out and found that Zhu Yuantang was concentrating on writing the test paper. He deliberately pushed a small piece of wood over the dividing line. Zhu Yuantang quickly stretched out her little hand, confiscated the small piece of wood, and frowned, solemnly declaring that everything over the line belonged to her. Jiang Ning sent out another piece of wood and a piece of stone, both of which were confiscated by her. Zhu Yuantang wrote the test paper with 2 minds and 1 mind, to see if Jiang Ning dared to make the same mistake again. At this time, Jiang Ning pretended to be careless, and his arm crossed the dividing line and touched Zhu Yuantang's territory. He was curious, how would Tang Tang respond? Zhu Yuantang was angry at first, with her eyes wide open, and then she couldn't help laughing. She hugged Jiang Ning's arm and said seriously, "You crossed the line, now you are mine too." Jiang Ning paused for a second. Zhu Yuantang smiled. Her lips were like a crescent moon, and her face was full of smiles. "So give me peaches quickly, you must have more." There were not many people watching the movie in the huge cinema. Yu Wen, Jiang Yanan, and Shen Qinj, 3 girls, sat in the middle and back. There was a couple in front of them in a row, and there were 2 boys at the edge, and no one else. Before the movie started, Yu Wen shouted, "Book the theater." The movie Embroidered Spring Blade started playing, and they were attracted by the movie. After all, they spent money and had to take it seriously. As the movie played, even Jiang Yanan, who liked Korean male stars, was attracted by the men in the movie. It was originally a great movie, but the couple in front of them were crazy. The woman complained that the air conditioner temperature was too low at first, and it was very cold, so the man gave her a coat to wear. After a while, she was thirsty again, and the man gave her water. The woman scolded, "You know I'm cold, but you still give me ice water? Do you want me to die?" The man immediately apologized and changed to a bottle of non-ice. Who knew that the woman would not give up and continued to scold the boy? The tiny complaint sounded in front of Yu Wen. This uncultured behavior seriously affected her viewing experience. The woman spoke louder and louder and began to attack the man's height, appearance, and income, criticizing him for nothing. Yu Wen looked at the back and thought the man was okay. Of course, compared with her squad leader, there was a huge difference. It's simply not the same creature. What's the use of you? My sister's boyfriend drives to pick her up to eat Japanese food, buy new Apple phones and bags, and you still take a taxi? Do you have a future? Can't you work hard? The woman's voice was like a group of ducks. To be honest, there are several men chasing me outside, and each of them is much better than you. The man remained silent, obviously in a weak position in the relationship. Yu Wen was affected by the mood of watching the movie. Jiang Yanan and Shen Qinj beside her frowned. With your ugly appearance, who else would be willing to be your girlfriend except me? Look in the mirror. The woman said in a sharp voice, which was extremely harsh. Who can look down on you? Yu Wen could no longer bear it. Her mood was ruined, and the girl's aggressive attitude made her unable to watch it. She shouted, "I look down on you." As soon as these words came out, it seemed that the whole cinema was silent in an instant, and even the volume of the movie was just a little lower. Jiang Ning and Shen Qinj were both moved. They suddenly remembered that Yuwen had always been a hot pepper from the beginning. She could do such a thing. The voice of the woman in front of them stopped abruptly. The next second, the man who had been silent spoke. He responded to Yuwen, "But I look down on you. Yuwen, I'm kind enough to stand up for you. You're selling me out, right?" Jiang Ning and Shen Qinj, "Ah." Immediately, the scene became extremely quiet. Jiang Ning didn't last more than half a minute and dragged Yuwen and Shen Qinj out of the cinema. When Yuwen got outside, she cursed, "Stupid man, you deserve it. I won't talk shit anymore." Yuwen wanted to slap herself in the face. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhang Kai and Yan Xianpeng were strolling in the Lam shopping mall. Although Zhang Kai was severely cheated by Yan Xianpeng when he sold goods at Taishan, now he and Yan Xianpeng are playing together again. First, Yan Xianpeng treated him to a braised chicken meal as an apology. Second, except Yan Xianpeng, no one wants to play with him. So, the two of them are still friends. Yazhao number 4 middle school will start tomorrow. Zhang Kai's home is far away, so he came to school a day in advance. Damn, the buffet smells so good. Yan Xianpeng stood at the door of the French window and looked at the customers dining in the restaurant. Zhang Kai agreed, but the price of 49 yuan per person seriously discouraged them. Zhang Kai was on the pedestrian street that day because he was too greedy. His appetite was so big that even the cheating boss couldn't stand it. In the end, he had no choice but to sell him a new mobile phone at the original price. The money Zhang Kai earned from working during the summer vacation was suddenly reduced by more than half. The two of them had a good time and hurried downstairs. Yan Xianpeng asked, "Jiang Ning from your class is having a birthday, aren't you going?" Zhang Kai, "I wasn't invited. Besides, I have to give a gift if I attend." He skipped the topic and said, "Hurry up, let's find a banquet and have dinner." Yan Xianpeng, "Don't worry." He looked around and finally found Lu Kiki on the first floor. At this time, Lu Kiki was alone, carrying a fashionable bag. Yan Xianpeng smiled. He preferred the smell of money on Lu Kiki. He quickly went downstairs, brushed his hair, adjusted his collar, and greeted politely like a bear. "Kiki, what a coincidence." Lu Kiki glanced at him, feeling disgusted. She had never taken advantage of Yan Xianpeng before, so she hated this hypocritical man. But deep in Lu Kiki's heart, she was not convinced. She said HMM. Yan Xianpeng smiled innocently, like a dogskin plaster. "Kiki, what are you doing here?" Lu Kiki lowered her head to ponder her manicure and sang intermittently, "My sister's birthday is today. I'm waiting for her." Yan Xianpeng sang out loud, "Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, Zhang Kai." Lu Kiki was shocked. Her face turned black. "It's not my birthday. Why are you singing a song?" Yan Xianpeng sang 2 lines and said honestly, "I sing for you. I want you to be as happy as your birthday every day." Hearing this, Lu Kiki was speechless with contempt and said disdainfully, "What's the use of just singing birthday songs? My sister Yanan's birthday is coming. Cui and Meng Gui from our class bought her a 10-inch cake, a fruit chocolate cake with Angia cream. Oh, it looks so delicious. I'm so envious." Lu Kiki used her tea art skills. After hearing this, Yan Xianpeng advised with a serious face, "It's easy to get fat if you eat too much cake." Lu Kiki's eyes moved to the cake shop in the distance, and she said, "Their cakes are made of big name animal cream, so you won't get fat easily." Yan Xianpeng followed Lu Kiki's gaze and locked onto the high-end cake shop. His expression suddenly became firm, and he said domineeringly, "I don't allow you to envy others." After that, he strode towards the cake shop. His tall and strong back supported the sky and the earth, showing the man's domineering power. Lu Kiki was shocked. When did he become so generous? Zhang Kai next to him was shocked. Soon, Yan Xianpeng came back and handed Lu Kiki a large plastic spoon. "Here, this is the cake spoon I bought for 1 yuan. It will be convenient for you to eat your sister's cake." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 New Semester. August 31st, 5:30 p.m. Zhu Chuchu was dressed in simple clothes. She was sitting at the table, listening to Tang Tang telling about the anecdotes she encountered during her travels. She listened attentively, and the coldness on her face turned into a slightly sweet smile. From Jiang Ning's perspective, she could just see her fair and slender neck, which had a natural and extraordinary temperament. Tang Tang seemed to have endless words to say, and she wanted to pour out all the experiences in her little head to Chuchu. Jiang Ning enjoyed her crisp voice and used chopsticks to pick up a river shrimp. This was caught during the flood, and most of them were small shrimps. Zhu Yuantang cut off all the shrimp heads and small shrimp legs, and then stir-fried them with garlic moss and dried chili peppers. It was quite delicious, and paired with angu steamed buns and pumpkin rice soup, it was very delicious. Jiang Ning also caught a lot of miscellaneous fish with a net, some of which were kept in a water tank, and some were fried by Zhu Yuantang and stewed with cucumbers, which were also very delicious. You can tell a thing or two by looking at the frequency of Zhu Chuchu's chopsticks. After finishing the meal, Zhu Yuantang's mouth was still chattering, as if she had become a tireless machine. Jiang Ning handed her a grape, and Zhu Yuantang ate it in one bite. "Is it delicious?" he asked. Zhu Yuantang, "Are there any more?" Jiang Ning, "No, we can go to school now." Yazhou No. 4 Middle School officially opened on September 1st. Today is the 31st, and they need to have an evening self-study class to let the students adapt. Zhu Yuantang felt lost when school started. Although the summer vacation was only 2 months, she felt as if she had lived half her life. Thinking about it carefully, the places she had been to in the past few years were not as many as in one summer vacation. Zhu Yuantang was not sentimental. As a student, going to school was her duty. She quickly packed her school bag, got on Jiang Ning's electric car, and went to school in the wind. At this time, in front of Yazhou No. 4 Middle School, starting from the intersection, there were many cars parked, including Volkswagen, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and even higher-end Land Rover, Porsche and other luxury cars. The world-famous company Changqing Liquid has come out of No. 4 Middle School. With the support of Changqing Liquid CEO Xiao Xuanshan, No. 4 Middle School has been approved for many regulations. In 2014, the first grade of high school enrolled more than 1,200 students. At the beginning of the school year, people came in an endless stream, blocking the intersection all the way to the school gate. When the new students stepped into the gate of No. 4 Middle School, they saw several huge display boards beside the wide main road of the campus. Some recorded the development history of Changqing Liquid, some recorded the personal biography of CEO Xiao, outstanding alumni, outstanding teachers, and outstanding students. These fancy things can only fool the new students and those parents. For the old timers in the second grade of high school, how can they not know what No. 4 Middle School looks like? In front of the No. 3 teaching building, several display boards were erected, which divided the classes of the second grade of high school. Many students stopped to look. Shenzhen Li, Yan Xianpeng, Zhu Yan, and Zhao Jinliang were originally in class 8 of the first grade of high school, and are now class 8 of the second grade of high school. Ha 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 ha, the new class is not bad, wow. The boy who spoke was named Liu Chuan Dao. He is tall and strong, with a round face, and a wide face shape, which makes his eyes look small and his nose flat. His appearance is at the bottom among the 8 classes. He was originally a student in class 12 of the first grade of high school, but the whole class was not doing well, and their grades were too poor. After the final exam, the whole class was disbanded, and they were exiled. The unruly Duan Shigen sat next to him. As soon as this man came in, he took the initiative to say hello, released goodwill, and enveloped Liu Chuan Dao. In this way, he established his new team. The two of them talked and laughed in the class, pointing out the world, so happy. Liu Chuan Dao's eyes were shining, and he didn't let go of any girl in the classroom. In the front row, Chen Qian was concentrating on doing questions, and An Qingfeng walked into the classroom with a travel bag on his shoulder. When he saw Chen Qian, He was surprised and said, Kaienzi, with your grades, can't you just enter the experimental class? For people like Shinkan who are obsessed with learning, the experimental class has better teachers, better students, and a better learning atmosphere. Shinkan stopped writing after hearing this and shook his pen slowly. He did have a plan before, but 2 reasons kept him in class 8. First, his grades were not as good as the best in class 8, which was a pain in his heart that he could never erase. Second, during the summer vacation, he, a natural strong man, met 2 good friends, Wang Lang and Ma Shicheng, and it was worth it for him to stay. I've made up my mind, said Chen Kan. Dong Qingfeng, okay. He put away his travel bag, took out a rag from it, and filled it with clean water, and began to clean the seats for Shenkinj, Jiang Yanan, Yang Sheng, Bei Yuxia, Chen Xiao and others. Like a hard-working little bee, Zhenglu arrived in the classroom early, holding an extracurricular book in her hand, reading it with relish. Wow, brother gang, black silk, black silk. Liu Chuandao shouted. Duan Shigen was as pale as if he had been hit hard, and he suddenly covered his chest and felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. He used to love black silk, but later, Wang Yanan's black silk made him give up the hobby completely. Duan Shigen turned his head with difficulty. It was indeed black stockings. The girl had a pretty face, hair bangs on her forehead, and her legs were slender and graceful against the black stockings. Not only the 2 of them, but also Dong Qingfeng, who was wiping the table, noticed it. Dong Qingfeng instantly had the idea of protecting her for the rest of her life. He said and did. Hello, classmate, this seat is empty. The original person has gone to the liberal arts class. Dong Qingfeng showed his gentlemanly demeanor. Meng Xian came alone, and when she saw this enthusiastic classmate, she squeezed out a little smile. Thank you. Dong Qingfeng, you're welcome. As the study committee member of class 8 and the representative of the English class, it is my duty to help my classmates. He helped the new classmate clean up the seat by the way, and got Meng Xian's questions number on the grounds of joining the class group. When Liu Chuandao saw that the pretty boy was chatting happily with the female classmate, he looked unfriendly. Gangzi, who is he? Duan Shigen was unhappy. What's wrong with this little brother? He actually called him Gangzi? However, Duan Shigen knew the difficulty of building a business. He did not argue with Liu Chuandao and patiently explained, Dong Qingfeng in our class is a troublemaker and has a good relationship with women. Liu Chuandao laughed. Can he compare with me in terms of popularity with women? By the way, this woman is wearing really revealing clothes. Is it that hot? Liu Chuandao's eyes lit up. Duan Shigen was a seasoned man and teased. Hahaha, are you hot? Liu Chuandao, nonsense, she is dressed like that. I'm so hot. Duan Shigen laughed. No matter how hot you are, I won't let you cool down. Hehe. The 2 laughed obscenely. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Brother, you are hot. I can help you cool down. Duan Shigen turned around abruptly and saw a thin boy. He pinched his orchid fingers and bit his lower lip, revealing a charming demeanor. Duan Shigen's heart sank instantly, and he covered his chest in disbelief. Damn, what the hell is this? As time passed, more and more students gathered in class 8, and many new faces appeared. Everyone hadn't seen each other for 2 months during the summer vacation, and with the reclassification, many students seemed to have come to a new class. CUIU wore sunglasses and a t-shirt with the word tycoon engraved on it. He waved his fan and took exaggerated steps. Behind him was Meng Gui, whose hair stood up more than 10 centimeters high. The combination of the 2 really attracted attention. CUIU didn't go back to his seat directly. He deliberately walked around the classroom twice and looked at the new students arrogantly. Hey, aren't you the girl with a bad mouth? CUIU approached. Tang Jing wanted to punch this skinny monkey in the face. She was not polite. Who are you talking about with a bad mouth? CUIU, I'm talking about who is talking about a bad mouth. The 2 confronted each other. A handsome boy who was nearly 1.8 meters tall stood up next to him. He said, brother, I'm Ko-kun from class 5. I advise you not to make trouble for no reason. After class 5 was disbanded, Ko-kun's family used their connections to transfer him to class 8. CUIU, you are Ko-ri. Duan Shigang and Liu Chuandao understood immediately and laughed. Ko Kun took 2 seconds to react, and his face became extremely embarrassed. Tang Jing instigated, "Are all the people in class 8 like this? CUIU, sorry, I'm the only one." Last time he participated in a small temple fair, he played a game and this girl kept making sarcastic remarks. Now she is in class 8, CUIU must take revenge. Seeing a conflict arise. Fortunately, Huang Zhangfei was in charge of the situation and stepped forward to calm the situation. Tang Jing held a cup, looked at the 2 water dispensers in front, and complained, "You have a lot of water dispensers in class 8, but there is no water to drink. Are they just for show?" In the distance, CUIU, there are so many troubles. Huang Zhangfei, everyone get along well. Huang Yasu suddenly stood up from his seat, walked to the front, carried a water dispenser and went out. "Class monitor, I'll clean the water dispenser." The head teacher Shan Qingrang had not arrived yet, and the whole class was in a mess, with noisy noises everywhere. Jiang Ning was still sitting by the window, and next to him was Tang Tang, who was sleeping soundly. Chen Xiao and Bai Yuxia turned around and talked to Jiang Ning. Shan Kaikun, who was on the other side of the river, had a stiff neck. He hadn't seen Bai Yuxia for too long, and he wanted to see her so much. But, as a man, he would never look at Bai Yuxia. In this way, he won. Although this victory was strange, he felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart, having accomplished something important. Tang Tang is amazing. Chen Xiao envied her ability to sleep. Bai Yuxia sincerely praised, indeed. The Tang Tang she saw, slept half of the time. After a few small talk, Chen Xiao asked Jiang Ning if he still had the watermelon from the day before yesterday, and her parents were willing to buy it. Bai Yuxia was going to ask. Her parents had a high income, and there was never a shortage of fruit at home. They had tried all kinds of watermelons, especially her mother, who was very picky. Bai Yuxia originally planned to wait until her father got off work to cut the watermelon Jiang Ning sent, but she couldn't help it at all. Before she cut it, she decided to leave half for her father, and she and her mother would eat the rest. After cutting it, she tasted it and decided to leave a quarter for her father. Her mother tasted it and decided to leave 1/8 and then 1/16. Then, the watermelon was gone. Dr. Feng, who was always picky, was Bai Yuxia's mother, and she ate much more than her. "Buy watermelon," Jiang Ning repeated. "Yeah." Chen Xiao confirmed. Bai Yuxia followed with a HMM. "I don't have many melons here, so I don't sell them to the public." Jiang Ning refused. "If you want to eat them, you can come to Heba next time." Bai Yuxia was disappointed, but Chen Xiao said, okay, don't look down on me and my sister." The last time she had a great experience, she was addicted and couldn't wait to leave next weekend. Jiang Ning, tell me in advance. Bai Yuxia was more reserved and wanted to say that she wanted to go too. However, her upbringing from childhood to adulthood made her unable to say it. "Hey, what are you talking about?" A boy with thick eyebrows, big eyes and shiny skin wanted to join the conversation. The person who was talking was Che Wei, who came from the disbanded class 6. His grades were in the top 10 in the class, but he missed the opportunity to be merged into the experimental class by a hair's breadth. Che Wei didn't regret it. He would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. After the top students were merged into the experimental class, his grades were enough to dominate the ordinary class. No matter which experimental class he went to, he would be treated as a guest of honor. After arriving at class 8, Che Wei's first impression was that there were 2 water dispensers. The second impression was that there were so many beautiful girls, a pretty girl with short hair, a stunning dancing girl, one of the famous twins in the whole grade, etc. Che Wei had a very good impression, and he deliberately chose a girl with a very good figure as his deskmate. As a result, he found someone to talk to, and vaguely revealed his grades, but he did not get the praise he imagined, and the other person was very peaceful. Now, seeing a boy chatting with a beautiful girl in front, Che Wei couldn't wait. "What are you talking about?" Hearing this, Chen Xiao tilted her head. "We are talking." "Che Wei? What are you talking about?" Che Wei asked. Chen Xiao thought about it and replied, "The profound Chinese language." Che Wei was numb. Doesn't she understand what people say? Classroom, northwest corner. Shankei lowered her head, her palm-sized face hidden under her hair, reading silently. Her deskmate is Zankai, but there is no communication between the two at all. Zankai played with his Huawei P6, and while playing, he exclaimed, "It's so smooth. Smooth. Too smooth. The cutscenes are smooth. It's worthy of being a flagship phone." He was single-minded, immersed in his own world. As for the girl next to him, what a joke. The girl has a smartphone to play with. Shankei found that her deskmate was a weirdo. Well, that's good. She likes the feeling of being left alone. After reading a book for a while, she took out a bottle of jasmine tea from the hole in the table and planned to unscrew it to drink. At this time, Zankai was like a dog that smelled something. He stretched out his hand to stop him. "Wait." Shankei was startled, and her voice trembled. "What's wrong?" Zankai said generously, "How can a girl unscrew the bottle cap? Leave it to me." After that, he snatched the jasmine tea, unscrewed the cap, and put the bottle on the desk. Shankei looked at the unscrewed bottle cap, and was not used to it for a while. She didn't like people who were too enthusiastic. But she still said, "Thank you." Zankai said generously, "Hahaha, you're welcome." Shankei drank 2 sips of jasmine tea, and was about to screw the lid on, but found that the cap was gone. It seemed that the cap had disappeared, since the other party unscrewed it, and he didn't return it to her. Shankei didn't dare to ask. Zankai next to him was smug. He secretly glanced at the bottle cap, and saw another bottle written on it. He was so happy in his heart. "She also thanked me." Chapter 487 Class 8 Monitor. The head teacher Shan Qingrang walked into the classroom. He stood at the podium, his white shirt tucked into his trousers, with a round face and small eyes, giving people the impression of a good old man. However, the students in class 8 knew that the head teacher would never hesitate when beating people up. Shan Qingrang looked around the classroom, skipping over some students and briefly stopping at Zhu Yuantong, Jiang Ning, Chen Qian, and Bei Yuxia, all of whom stayed in class 8. Shan Qingrang couldn't help but feel proud that the heroes of the world gathered here. From today on, the average score of class 8 will become the strongest class under the experimental class. He turned around and wrote his name on the blackboard. He then said, "Classmates, from now on, you are sophomores, and I will be the head teacher of our class for some time to come." There was a little noise in the classroom. Some classmates left, some came, but these things are not important at all. The college entrance examination is the most important thing. Some classmates are still immersed in the holiday. If you choose not to do anything, no one can help you change the status quo. After a long list of encouraging words, Shan Qingrang arranged, "Tomorrow, according to the results of the final exam, the class seats will be readjusted." As soon as the voice fell, Duan Shigen's nose was sour and his eyes were hot. Men don't cry easily, but they haven't reached the point of sadness. He glanced to the side. After a short summer vacation, the girl at the next table had grown up, and she was strong and powerful. Pang Jiao grew 2 centimeters taller and a whole circle bigger. Duan Shigen estimated that she should be 200 pounds. You know, Duan Shigen is 1.75 meters tall and weighs about 130 pounds. In front of Pang Jiao, he is too slender. God has eyes. God has eyes. Duan Shigen prayed and thanked, and finally got rid of it. He will restart his life from tomorrow. Not only Duan Shigen, but the rest of the students had all kinds of thoughts in their hearts. Wang Langlong wanted to continue watching Ma Jie playing games. Jiuo Kunan wanted to be with his good brother Shan Keikwon. The two brothers had been separated for a semester and had to reunite. For this reason, he reminded brother Quan several times in advance and got his good brother's consent. Yuan wanted to sit at the same table with the class monitor, but the classmates had different thoughts. Shan Qingrang looked at the new students one by one. He wanted to let these students introduce themselves on the stage, but he felt that it was unnecessary to be nosy. After all, high school students were shy. Skipping the introduction link, he said, "Since more than a dozen new students have joined, then each class cadre will be re-elected, including the class monitor, the study committee member, and the arts committee member. Everyone will vote anonymously. Class cadres are still relatively important, especially in the evening self-study. Good discipline is conducive to everyone's learning." Yuan smiled. If nothing unexpected happened, the class monitor would still be re-elected. Jiang Ning was relieved when she saw that her good sister had no milk tea in her hand. The newcomer Liu Chuandao was ready to fight. The position of physical education class representative must belong to him. Wang Yanan was admiring her beautiful nails. A thin and charming boy next to her was also admiring the nail art. Okay, now we will start electing the class monitor. Interested students please come to the stage. Shan Qingrong went to the bottom of the podium. As soon as he said this, the charming boy immediately stood up. Wang Yanan was suddenly surprised. Oh my god. She also found that the boy had lipstick on his mouth. Zhao Qian walked out with an elegant catwalk. Shan Qingrong, who was facing him, twitched his eyes visibly and turned his face slightly. The eyes of the whole class were all on Zhao Qian. Chen Xiao was depressed. Zaya, did you find that he looks familiar? I always feel familiar, but I can't remember. Bai Yuxia had a blank expression. At the opening ceremony of the sports meeting, he was the boy in the 6th class wearing a small skirt. Chen Xiao immediately recalled the scene at that time. It's exciting. Someone actually took the position of class monitor. Ma Shichen peeled a pistachio and tasted it leisurely. This was bought by Jiuo Kunan for the 4 consecutive seats. Everyone got a handful. It tasted quite good. Over in the classroom, a boy wearing glasses and with a strong physique commented, Zhao Qian is quite courageous. She actually dared to snatch the monitor of class 8. He had a cynical smile on his face. His name was Qiangli. He and Zhao Qian were classmates in class 6 of the 1st grade of high school. Later, because class 6 was disbanded, he followed the crowd to class 8. Next to Qiangli was a girl with long hair and a particularly upright sitting posture. She had great features and a very recognizable bone structure. Her eyebrows were black and long, which showed her temperament. Xin Yaoling said, it's just a monitor. Didn't Zhao Qian also run for the monitor in class 6 before? Qiangli denied, it's different. When class 6 was electing a monitor, everyone was new. Now it's the old nest of class 8. Xin Yaoling raised his long eyebrows. Are you scared? Hahaha, I would be scared. I'm just too lazy to do meaningless things. Qiangli sneered. Zhao Qian walked towards the podium step by step. Yuan was furious. Although she was just an ordinary classmate, she was willing to die for the high-ranking class monitor, even if she fell into the bottomless abyss. Let me become a fierce ghost and protect you for 3 lifetimes, my love. Fly. Yuan screamed in her heart. She quietly threw the banana peel, and it landed accurately on the aisle, where Zhao Qian was walking. Zhao Qian. His feet slipped, and his body slid forward. In an emergency, Zhao Qian was lucky to hold the table and stop falling. But because the action was too intense, his whole shoe flew out directly, revealing pink socks. Ciu slapped the table and laughed wildly. Ha ha ha. Liu Chuandao started to make a noise. Brother, are you still a man? Fem. The classmates around ignored the head teacher and started to make a noise. Zhao Qian heard the laughter one after another. His face flushed, and in a manly tone, facing the whole class, he shouted, I'm not a sissy. Zhao Qian returned to his seat. Shan Qingrong tried to find out who threw the banana peel, but he couldn't find the owner, so he had to throw it into the trash can. Ahem. Let's continue to elect the monitor. The election started again, and the students were eager to move. Xin Yaoling moved the bench and prepared to go on stage. Qiangli next to her saw her plan and said in surprise, are you crazy? This is the turf of class 8. You are a newcomer. Even if you run for election, you can't be elected as the monitor. Listen to me, don't make it hard for yourself. The classmate's words of persuasion rang in her ears, but Xin Yaoling was not annoyed at all. Her beautiful face, which was revealed from her bones, was shining. She said indifferently, then let me suffer a little. After saying this, she swung her long hair and walked towards the podium calmly. Yuan saw the person coming and was anxious. Damn, women, strong aura. She took out the banana peel again and prepared to launch the throwing skill. A second before throwing it, Jiang Ning covered her hand that was about to explode and winked. The head teacher is still looking for the murderer. If he commits a crime now, wouldn't he be walking into a trap? Yuan struggled with her hands. For him, I'm willing. Jiang Ning held her down. Impulse is the devil. In such a struggle, Xin Yaoling successfully stepped onto the podium. Her goose face, her smooth lines and charming demeanor. However, under her deep eyes, there is a lovely eye bag, which makes her look less aggressive as a whole. Her long hair hangs down. If it is longer, it will be waist length. Dunking Feng, I suddenly want to protect her for the rest of her life. Duan Shigang, Liu Chuandao, Cuiu, Meng Gui, fuck, it looks good. Wang Yanan whispered, Jiao Jiao, you have a better foundation than her. Pang Jiao, ha ha ha. Chen Xiao compared her with Bai Yuxia, and found that Bai Yuxia's appearance was more delicate and attractive. Jiao Kanan in the back row had light in his eyes, like two super electromagnetic cannon lasers, sizzling, piercing through everything, and shooting directly at the podium. The ancient millstone in his mind, attracted by an inexplicable force, began to rotate, making a booming vibration, shaking the world. The 3,000 worlds were shattered. His heart of Taoism moved again. Ma Shichen whispered, Brother Nan. Brother Nan. However, Jiao Kanan knew nothing about her. In his eyes, there was only that peerless girl. Xin Yaoling stood at the podium of Class 8, her whole body relaxed, legs straight, without the slightest bit of tension. She held her hands in front of her, smiled slightly, and looked ahead, and unfamiliar faces appeared in her field of vision. A brand new class means a brand new beginning. Huh. She was stunned for a moment. Why was a classmate sleeping? Didn't the head teacher of Class 8 care? Xin Yaoling held back the disharmony and sorted out her emotions. She opened her mouth and a neutral and slightly hoarse voice sounded, Hello everyone, my name is Xin Yaoling. I'm from Class 6 of Grade 1 and now I'm a student of Class 8 of Grade 2. It's an honor to be here. She spoke without a script throughout the whole process, with a steady pace and no pauses, first of all. Secondly, in terms of management experience, influenced by my family, I have been keen on organizing group activities since I was a child. I served as a class monitor in elementary and junior high school. Third, although I'm a girl, I can do physical work, such as carrying pure water buckets. At the same time, as a girl, I can chat with you. If boys don't understand something, I will do my best to help you solve it. Jiao Kanan below looked excited. He shook his body and nudged Hu Jun and Ma Shichen. Vote for her. Vote for her. Xin Yaoling's speech was still in progress, and Shan Qingrong nodded frequently. The level of this speech was definitely top-notch in Class 8. I want to tell you that I want to be a better person, so I work hard to prove that I'm worthy of you. Xin Yaoling said sincerely, I will fulfill my promise above. I believe that attitude determines everything. As she explained, even Huang Zhongfei was convinced and secretly decided not to compete with her. In the last canvassing session, Xin Yaoling was happy. It was finally over. She thought she was satisfied with her performance. She took a deep breath and said solemnly, I hope everyone can vote for me. Classmates. Cuiu shouted, fire at me. The campaign for class monitor was over. Although Xin Yaoling made mistakes, many classmates were touched by her speech. Of course, there were two decisive reasons. First, Jiao Kanan went around and canvassed for her with his excellent popularity among boys, and even Zhang Kai gave him face. Second, Huang Zhongfei took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. From now on, Xin Yaoling will serve as the monitor of Class 8, Grade 2. Wang Langlang's face was not astonished. Shame. Great shame. Ma Shichen, you don't oppose Zhongfei? Wang Langlang stood firm. Whoever is the class monitor, I will oppose him. We have to think of a way to squeeze Xin Yaoling out. Wang Langlang pondered. Ma Shichen knew his conspiracy and said, don't worry, it's not easy for us to be the class monitor. South side of the classroom. Congratulations. Kyangli congratulated. Never expected that she would be elected. Che Wei in the front row turned around to celebrate. Congratulations, old class monitor. I didn't expect you to be the class monitor after coming to Class 8. Please protect me in the future. The two men were very envious. As a class monitor, she must be able to integrate into Class 8 quickly. Xin Yaoling looked indifferent. Her fingers tapped the table lightly. As the new class monitor, she was deciding how to deal with things in the future. Use soft means? In case of opposition from classmates? No, absolutely not. Xin Yaoling knew very well that her rights were given by the class teacher. As long as she could deal with the class teacher, the classmates in the class would not be worth mentioning. Well, it's time to solve some of the problems in the class. Xin Yaoling found that the classmate who had just fallen asleep was still sleeping now, which was suitable for him to establish his authority. After determining the target, Xin Yaoling suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why didn't the head teacher care about her? Is there another hidden story? Shan Qingrong selected other class cadres. The study committee member was still Dong Qingfeng, the life committee member Hu Jun, and the literary and art committee member Shen Qinj, but the sports committee member was changed from Zhang Kai to the new classmate Liu Chuandao. Liu Chuandao was very proud. In the future, in the physical education class, he helped the girls in the class do stretching exercises as a sports committee member and took advantage of it. Others don't know how to use it, but he is different. Before leaving, Shan Qingrong shouted to Huang Zhongfei, "Class monitor, you take care of the discipline." Xin Yaoling was stunned. Huang Zhongfei reacted quickly and reminded, "Class teacher, she is the class monitor." "Oh, Xin Yaoling, you take care of the discipline and the evening self-study." Shan Qingrong was not embarrassed. He left in a hurry after giving the instructions. He hurried to the academic affairs office to deal with the transfer students. He must not assign garbage to the class again. After the head teacher left, the classroom was quiet for a minute, and then a noise broke out. Jiuo Kunan sent a questions farewell message. "I'm sorry, Brother Quan, I won't sit with you tomorrow. You're on your own." In the middle of the classroom, Pang Jiao stroked her fat face. "Fei, Yan Yan just said that my foundation is better than the new monitor. Zhang Yifei and Pang Jiao are of the same body type." She praised. "Her foundation is only 6 points, and your foundation is 8 points. Pang Jiao shyly said, "Haha, how can it be 8 points? She is 7.9 points. Duan Shigang, who was chatting with Liu Chuandao, smelled the pungent miasma and his mouth twitched. The devil in his heart was about to be awakened. Duan Shigang silently took out his in-ear headphones, put them on, and played the most exciting electronic music. Liu Chuandao didn't have headphones, so he couldn't help but close his eyes and block his breathing. Pang Jiao was so confident that she complained again. "It's so annoying. Last time I found a free photographer in a local forum. After seeing the photos he took, I was stunned. I only weigh 200 pounds, but he made me look 150 pounds. Other photographers can make me look 90 pounds. Wang Yanglian, a male photographer? Yes, he is ugly and short." Pang Jiao still felt sick when she thought about it. "Wang Yanglian, Fei, didn't you let him take advantage of you? He deliberately took ugly photos of you?" Pang Jiao took a big sip of ice cola, and her big face was full of disgust. "He is too ugly. I didn't let him touch me at all." Wang Yanlian concluded, "He holds a grudge and deliberately took ugly photos of you." Liu Chuandao was disgusted and couldn't stand it. He was always arrogant and didn't understand the situation. He opened his mouth to reason, "Isn't it because you are too ugly?" As soon as these words came out, they fell into Pang Jiao's ears. In an instant, the world changed, thunder roared, and black blood dyed the sky. Pang Jiao opened her mouth and spit out a large ball of cola, and the liquid filled the sky and sprayed Liu Chuandao's entire face. Duan Shigan quickly took off his headphones, feeling uneasy. Oh no, something went wrong. Chapter 488 Disaster. Pang Jiao's spraying technique is quite advanced. She took a big mouthful of thick cola and sprayed it all over Liu Chuandao's face. His originally small eyes closed immediately. Liu Chuandao wiped his face and couldn't help but shed tears. At the same time, a special fishy smell filled the air, making him feel miserable. Liu Chuandao is 1.8 meters tall. Looking at the first grade, he is definitely tall. He is strong and healthy. In class 12, he was the only one who taught others. No one dared to offend him. What's more, he is the sports committee member and the man with the strongest physical fitness in the class. Now that he is treated like this, he is not only angry, but also furious for the king of beasts to be offended. Liu Chuandao roared, "I will kill you." His roar was like thunder in the sky, shaking the entire classroom and suppressing all the noise. Like the hand of a giant, it annihilates everything, and the void is silent. The classmates in the class were stunned. Deng Qingfeng, who was nearby, suddenly turned around and saw the new classmate glaring at Pang Jiao. Yuan, Jiang Yanan, Shen Qinj, Shan Zhao, Huang Yasu, and Shan Keiquan all looked at him. Chen Kan was still studying. Wang Lang in the back row jumped up quickly and stepped directly onto the bench. Brother Ma, stop playing games and come and watch the fun. On the new classmate's side, Kao-kun was puzzled. What's wrong? What's the situation? Meng Xian, it seems that there is a conflict. Tang Jing was disdainful. What kind of conflict can there be? Xin Yaoling's class monitor. She hadn't been in class for a class, and something happened in the class. She was also very surprised. Liu Chuandao swung his fist and hit Pang Jiao without saying anything. Die for me. Pang Jiao's body was as big as a mountain, motionless. She drank coke violently, and another ball of black liquid spurted out. Under the illumination of the energy-saving lamp on the ceiling, a large amount of water mist rose in the middle area. Deng Qingfeng and others who were close to him quickly dodged. Liu Chuandao was caught off guard and was hit in the face again. He was so angry that he lost his mind on the spot. His facial features were distorted, and he turned into a primitive beast. You die. Liu Chuandao shouted. Pang Jiao made the action of vomiting coke again. Seeing the sign, Liu Chuandao paused and quickly blocked his face with his hands. Pang Jiao raised his head and laughed with a big face. You dare to say I'm ugly? Look at yourself. Liu Chuandao was so provoked that he couldn't control himself. He pulled away the desk and stepped over the gap. Duan Shigen next to him made way for him. Liu Chuandao gathered all his strength and punched out with hatred. The force was quite great. Pang Jiao had been fighting since she was a child. Her opponents ranged from elementary school students to market shrews. She was a veteran. She was not bloated. She was a strong fat person. Facing the oncoming fist, Pang Jiao waved her hand and twitched, easily knocking his fist off. While Liu Chuandao was stunned, Pang Jiao took advantage of her weight and rushed forward. Liu Chuandao only felt an unparalleled force coming. Bang! His body instantly lost balance, suddenly retreated and hit the table. Bang bang bang, some classmates' books fell from the tilted desk. If Duan Shigen hadn't held him, Liu Chuandao would have fallen. Fuck. Liu Chuandao stood up. There was no fear in his heart, only anger. The dignity of the king cannot be violated. Fight. Fight. I want to make a name for myself as a sports committee member in the new class. Liu Chuandao rushed towards Pang Jiao and threw 7 or 8 punches in an instant. Pang Jiao fought with him. Bang bang bang. Everyone saw countless punches. In just a few seconds, both of them were hit several times. Pang Jiao's huge fist broke through the siege and hit Liu Chuandao's cheek, making his face crooked. Liu Chuandao's head swung violently and returned to the right track. He grinned, inhaled, and exhaled madly, and his lungs were like bellows, launching continuous attacks. No matter how hard he tried, he was ultimately no match for Pang Jiao. His battle space was compressed again and again. The students in their row, such as Song Sheng and others, anticipated the situation on the battlefield, packed up their books, and moved south to avoid being affected. In the chaos, Yuan screamed, "Where's the monitor? Where's the monitor?" Jiang Yanan shook Huang Zhangfei. "Monitor, monitor, say something." Huang Zhangfei smiled bitterly. "I'm no longer the monitor." There was a sense of relief in his words. "Oh, the monitor is Xin Yaoling now." Jiang Yanan was just shocked, and she hurriedly looked back. After seeing the battle situation, Qiang Li laughed and said, "Monitor, there are troublemakers. It's your turn to take care of them." Che Wei, who was in front of him from the old 6th class, also laughed and said, "Take care of them." Xin Yaoling stood up and walked forward a few steps, controlling her aura. The bags under her eyes reduced her seriousness, making her look a bit friendly. She found that this was not the opportunity to show her ability. She looked around the battlefield and advised, "Classmates, fighting is not a good behavior. If you continue to fight, it will have a bad impact." Liu Chuandao swung his fists wildly. Pang Jiao's punches were not as fast as Liu Chuandao's, but each of her punches was powerful and heavy. Bang. Bang, bang. Xin Yaoling frowned. She knew that her deterrent power was not enough to stop the students. So, she issued a warning. I told you to stop fighting. Can't you hear me? Otherwise, I will call the class teacher now. In the past, in class 6, just by mentioning the name of the class teacher, the students would be afraid to act rashly and easily deal with the problem. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Zhangfei sighed in his heart. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, two figures rushed to Xin Yaoling, Li Shengnan in front and Zhang Yifei in the back, completely blocking her way, and she was in a dilemma. The two looked cold and warned, "You are not allowed to go anywhere." Xin Yaoling almost suffocated. Faced with personal threats, she could no longer maintain her inner self-restraint. Xin Yaoling's majestic features showed a slight anger. "What do you want to do?" Wang Yan'an glanced over from a distance and said in a tender voice, "We just want to play a game with the monitor. Just say 1, 2, 3. Wooden man, don't move. The monitor is in trouble." Jiang Ning from the old class 6 stepped out of his seat. His eyes behind his glasses were sinister. He looked up and argued, "You are bullying us, right?" Li Shengnan glanced at him, moved his arms, and the fat on them trembled. "Say it again." Jiang Ning saw a square face with clear edges and corners pressing down, and the beard on his lips was more than his. Jiang Ning followed his heart. Che Wenli boasted of his demeanor, but he didn't stand out. Xin Yaoling's calmness disappeared. She only wished she could step away from the fat girl in front of her, complain to the class teacher, and punish them severely. Unfortunately, she couldn't push away. "Brother Nan, don't be impulsive." Hu Jun grabbed Jiuo Kanon to prevent him from doing something stupid. The center of the battle. They had been fighting for almost 2 minutes. Liu Chuandao's endurance was running out, and his movements were obviously becoming slower. Pang Jiao punched him in the face again. Shan Keiquan, who was at the edge, reminded him, "Gangzi, it's time to go." Duan Shigen was stunned. He looked at the embarrassed figure of Liu Chuandao who was constantly retreating in front of him. He suddenly realized, yes, Liu Chuandao will retreat to me soon. If I don't retreat, I will definitely be injured by mistake. Pang Jiao doesn't care who you are when she beats people. Whoever blocks the way, Pang Jiao will beat him. Duan Shigen knew Pang Jiao too well, after sitting at the same table with her for 2 months. Yes, it's time to retreat, he said to himself, lest I get affected. He took a step forward, and Liu Chuandao in front of him was beaten back another step. Duan Shigen had to take another step back. Alas, bear it, today is the last day. Duan Shigen took another step back, and this step he took was particularly slow and heavy. He thought of many things in his mind. He thought of his new younger brother Liu Chuandao, whose relationship had not yet warmed up, but as a result, brother Liu got in trouble with Pang Jiao, and it seemed that he was finished. In a trance, his thoughts went backwards, and he remembered that every time he left his seat during class, Pang Jiao would clamp him on the back, which was very painful. He also thought of Pang Jiao's roar, which emitted methane and almost suffocated him. He pinched his nose, but Pang Jiao rolled her eyes. He also thought of Pang Jiao chatting with her sisters, and the topics with weird values, which made him feel very uncomfortable. There were too many things left for him, and only endless disgust. Duan Shigen took another step forward, and Liu Chuandao bumped into him. Duan Shigen staggered after being hit. He stopped, turned around and shouted, "Pang Jiao, you hit me." Pang Jiao yelled, "Get away, garbage." Duan Shigen clenched his fists, anger accumulated in his chest. He had endured too long, too much frustration and dissatisfaction. He shouted angrily, "Enough, enough." Liu Chuandao was once again knocked away by Pang Jiao and crashed to the south. However, he suddenly found that his body was stable. When Liu Chuandao was surprised, Duan Shigen grabbed his shoulder with one hand and moved him to the back. Duan Shigen faced Pang Jiao. Pang Jiao's face showed a sneer. "You are a rebellious person." Duan Shigen stopped, looked at each other, and spit out word by word, "The humiliation of the past, today, will be returned 100-fold. He took a deep breath, and the air sank into his danshan. The power was transmitted from the soles of his feet to his waist, to his chest muscles, to his biceps, and finally to his fists. The experience of countless fights converged into one point. Fuck. Duan Shigen stepped out and hit Pang Jiao's face with a big swing, like a giant hammer. Bang. Pang Jiao screamed. Duan Shigen finished exhaling and inhaled again. One punch, two punches, three punches. Each punch hit the flesh and actually beat her fat body back again and again. The students watching the game in the back row trembled involuntarily. CUIU. Damn. Brother Gang has risen. Pang Jiao, you are looking for death. Duan Shigen, switch. He took 2 steps back, and Liu Chuandao, who was well prepared, replaced him and hit him with 3 lightning punches. Duan Shigen was replaced again, and the two worked together in 2 rounds to smash the acne on half of Pang Jiao's face. Ha ha ha, without your companions, you are nothing. Duan Shigen laughed arrogantly. Pang Jiao's face was all red, white, and yellow, and with the macup on, she looked like a demon from hell. Zhang Yifei/Li Shengnan exclaimed, Sister Jiao Jiao. The two stared at the new monitor, not daring to move, in case the other party ran to complain. Wang Yan'an watched helplessly as her good sister Jiao Jiao fell into danger step by step under the joint efforts of 2 despicable villains. Jiao Jiao was being beaten. Jiao Jiao was bleeding. Her good sister, Wang Yan'an, didn't have the burly bodies of Pang, Li, and Zhang. She served as a think tank among the sisters, but at this moment, she realized how powerless she was. The scene of their first meeting a year ago appeared in front of her. My name is Jiao Jiao. My name is Yan'an. Wow, Yan'an, your eyes are so beautiful, like gems. Wang Yan'an was extremely moved after hearing this. From childhood to adulthood, she was ridiculed by countless people because of her eyes similar to those of a flounder, but only Jiao Jiao praised her like this. From that day on, Wang Yan'an decided to use the most beautiful words in the world to praise her good sister Jiao Jiao. Yan Yan, Shenzhen Li hates me. I'm so inferior. Pang Jiao occasionally unhappy and found her for comfort. Raw, I understand. Shenzhen Li can't match me. It is one of the countless happy time. Also related to the future commitment. Yan Yan, I often conflict with people. If one day, what should I do? At this moment, Wang Yan'an suddenly made up his mind, and she walked to Jiao Jiao and stretched out her arm. Duan Shigen, mad. Wang Yan'an fell to Pang Jiao. Don't hold back, beat her. Duan Shigen wanted to beat Pang Jiao violently. The next second, the scene in front of him changed. Pang Jiao picked up the slender Wang Yan'an, and in the blink of an eye, Wang Yan'an flew into the air. Pang Jiao combined her waist and horse, and spun to exert force. She drove Wang Yan'an to spin in the air 1 circle, 2 circles, and 3 circles. Everyone can see the terrifying power contained in it. Duan Shigen didn't dare to hit her head. He avoided her edge, and took 2 steps back. Wang Yan'an in the air was spinning faster and faster. How big is this power? Pang Jiao couldn't control it at all. She hugged Wang Yan'an with both hands and spun her body clockwise, turning and turning. A large whirlwind with a diameter of more than 3 meters was directly formed. Pang Jiao moved forward, and the arc suddenly increased. Wang Yan'an spun Duan Shigen. The students in the front and back rows squatted down in a hurry to dodge, only to feel a strong wind blowing over their heads. However, Duan Shigen, who was standing, was in a miserable state. He was hit head on by the big whirlwind. He was like being swept by a big tree, like a fragile grass, flying against the desk. Pang Jiao continued to rotate. In the end, she had not only her own strength, but also the huge inertia generated by the rotation. Whoosh whoosh. A tornado blew up in class 8. When Liu Chuandao saw the whirlwind blowing towards him, his eyes were about to burst. In despair, he hurriedly blocked it with his arms. However, this was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A huge force came, and Liu Chuandao groaned in a low voice. He could not bear this force at all. His body twisted, and was thrown away. Whoosh whoosh. The human whirlwind swept through the classroom, screaming, roaring, and the sound of desks, chairs and benches pushing and shoving, one after another. All the students within a few meters retreated. It was too terrifying, like a disaster. Ko-kun cursed. Fuck, what the hell? After that, he quickly fled with Meng Xian. Xin Yaoling was completely stunned. If Jiuo Kanan hadn't reminded her, she would have been injured by mistake. The area where the big whirlwind was located was completely deserted, and it had become a completely uninhabited area. Moreover, the uninhabited area was still expanding. More and more students took refuge. Jiang Yanan panicked. Class monitor, you should think of a solution. However, it turned to such a powerful level that even Pang Jiao herself could not control it. Who? Xin Yaoling blurted out, something will happen. This scene was too dangerous. Who would have thought that such a big thing would happen just after she took office? When Xin Yaoling was in a panic, she suddenly found that there was a piece of pure land at the disaster site. The second and third rows by the window. That female classmate was still sleeping. Wasn't she afraid of death? Seeing that the human whirlwind was about to affect those students, Xin Yaoling's pretty face showed an expression of pity. All the eyes of the class were gathered here. Tang Jing and the crowd sneered. Watch the show. Cuiu glanced at her and laughed twice. Under the spotlight, Bei Yuxia remained calm and continued to chat with Chen Xiaoyu. It's a pity that your sister didn't come to class 8. Chen Xiaoyu pretended to be calm. My sister is in class 10. Jiang Ning, who was watching from the sidelines, had seen enough of the excitement. He said in a slightly lazy tone, okay, let's stop here. He bent down and grabbed Liu Chuandao, who was lying on the ground. In the surprised eyes of the whole class, Jiang Ning stood up, picked up Liu Chuandao, and rubbed against the edge of the big tornado. 1 circle, 2 circles. The speed gradually slowed down and then stopped. A disaster was averted. Chapter 489 Treat. In the previous battle, Liu Chuandao was hit by the big whirlwind. Born in the central region of the motherland, he had a direct impression of the typhoon that raged in coastal cities in the news broadcast for the first time. He suffered a natural disaster and lay on the ground, drowsy, until he was picked up and faced the terrifying typhoon again. Liu Chuandao opened his eyes wide. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't. He watched his shoulder rub against the edge of the whirlwind, and in an instant, his complete clothes were torn. His neck twitched violently, and the big whirlwind spun again. The speed was much slower, and Liu Chuandao was hit twice more. Thank God, he finally saw Pang Jiao's face clearly. Pang Jiao finally swung half a circle. Her steps staggered. Wang Yanan stuck out her tongue, and her eyes were dull, like a female ghost. After turning many circles, Pang Jiao, who didn't know where to go, forced herself to maintain balance. Fortunately, Zhang Yifei and Li Shengnan found out, and they quickly stepped forward to support their sister Pang Jiao. The disaster was quelled. Jiang Ning let go of his hand and let Liu Chuandao fall to the ground. He clapped his hands and sat back in his seat calmly. Next to him was an absolute domain. The class was silent for a short time. The atmosphere was quite strange. Damn, he was saved? Everyone was secretly amazed. Wang Lang howled, thank you for our brother Ning's selfless dedication. When the disaster happened, you were the guardian of life and the hero who went against the flow. It was you who rushed forward regardless of others. Your ordinary and great deeds, selfless and selfless spirit. After Wang Lang finished his speech, he clapped his hands vigorously. Ma Shiqing, Hu Jun, Jiuo Kanan, and Cuiu next to him quickly clapped their hands in response. For a time, half of the classroom was filled with applause. Wang Lang even rolled up a book and used it as a microphone to praise Jiang Ning's feat. It was quite formal. People who didn't know would think that an award ceremony was being held. Xin Yaoling looked at this scene and complained in his heart. What are you doing? Is it necessary to be like this? Kao-kun, Che Wei, and Kang Li from other classes looked at Jiang Ning a few more times. There are more than 500 students in the first year of senior high school and number 4 middle school. There are many heroes and stars. Among them, Jiang Ning is not the most outstanding one. There are relatively few students who can be known by everyone in the school. Their impression of Jiang Ning is that he has been on stage to receive awards when his achievements are commended, or that he broke records in sports games. They don't know more about more specific things. There were surprised voices from girls around, especially the admiration on the faces of several beautiful girls over there. Even though Kao-kun has a girl with an ambiguous relationship, Meng Xian, he is still jealous in his heart. Meng Xian is considered a beautiful girl in his class 5, but she is just like everyone else in class 8. Kao Kun remained calm. He admitted that Jiang Ning's sports performance was indeed excellent, which allowed him to show his strength in such occasions. But that's all. Fighting is a rare event, which may only happen once a year. How can Jiang Ning be so glorious then? Qiang Li and Che Wei, it was the first time they saw Jiang Ning take action. Qiang Li, who was so arrogant, had his glasses crooked and even forgot to straighten them. Zhang Kai secretly gestured and felt that it would be very difficult for him to lift the 1.8 meter tall and sturdy Liu Chuandao with one hand. Of course, Zhang Kai felt that he had no problem lifting a lighter boy. He looked at Mao Zhe, who was less than 1.7 meters tall and thin. After thinking about it, Zhang Kai retracted his gaze and thought to himself, it's not necessary, it's not necessary. The battle subsided, and the classmates returned to their seats with their own ulterior motives. Xin Yaoling was depressed. This was the first time she encountered such a situation. She was too powerless. As the class monitor, she thought that as the spokesperson of the class teacher, she was enough to suppress ordinary students. After all, who dared to confront the class teacher? But today, it was too aggrieved. Xin Yaoling suddenly felt very upset, and the two bags under her eyes, that made her eyes look smart and soft, were slightly dimmed. Her facial features were very three-dimensional, and only her lips were pursed, but her eyes revealed a feeling of anger and resentment. Jiao Kunan, who was in the back row, could not see Xin Yaoling's face, but he could tell the mood of the female monitor from her waist-length hair. His heart was intoxicated by her. His classmate Hu Jun sighed helplessly. Brother Nan was too crazy. No. Xin Yaoling was not a self-pitying person. Since Shan Qingrang gave her the position of monitor, she must not let him down. She made up her mind to talk to Shan Qingrang later. Ah, my beauty, my face. A scream came out. Pang Jiao looked at her miserable self in the mirror, and she screamed wildly like a monster. Li Shengnan turned around suddenly and glared at Liu Chuandao. Liu Chuandao, with a bruised face, was applying safflower oil to his wounds. This was given to him by Brother Gang. Duan Shigan was a traitor in the past and had experienced many battles. As a qualified warrior, he always prepared his own medicine because it was very expensive to go to the hospital to see a doctor after a fight. Safflower oil is a traditional Chinese medicine that can reduce swelling, relieve pain, and promote blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Li Shengnan looked at Liu Chuandao and then glared at Duan Shigan, wishing to tear him to pieces. Duan Shigan was still wild and said ruthlessly, "What do you mean? Do you want to die?" After a fight, he had a number 1 younger brother. From now on, he was no longer alone, so what was there to fear? Li Shengnan was so angry that she couldn't help but open her bloody mouth. Yuan quickly patted the class monitor. Huang Zhangfei saw this and said, "Everyone take a break." Li Shengnan didn't continue to find fault. She gave Huang Zhangfei face. Who made him so handsome? Huang Zhangfei straightened his waist, raised his head, and looked around the classroom. He found that the atmosphere in the class had become much quieter. Maybe it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time during the summer vacation. Maybe it was because of the division of classes that resulted in new and old students. Or maybe it was because of the conflict just now. In short, he was not as smooth as before. Huang Zhangfei pondered for a few seconds. He stood up from his seat and stepped onto the podium. Before he started speaking, Yuan Below coughed loudly twice, attracting the attention of the whole class. Yuan said briefly, "Everyone, listen to the monitor's words." As soon as these words came out, Xin Yaoling's face changed. After all, she was just a high school student and couldn't hide her emotions. The other party repeatedly called others the monitor, which was too much of a slap in her face as a real monitor. Qiang Li, Che Wei, and Kao Kun were all indignant for the new monitor. Deng Qingfeng clenched his fists. Who should I help? On the one hand, there is the respected monitor, and on the other hand, there is the girl he wants to protect. It's really hard to choose. Huang Zhangfei spoke with a smile on his face and waved his hand. "Don't call me class monitor. The current class monitor is Xin Yaoling. Call me Zhangfei from now on." Yuan wanted to say you are the forever class monitor in my heart, but Shen Qinj stopped her. Yuan was relentless, and Shen Qinj whispered, "Don't go against the man you like." Hearing this, Yuan trembled all over. She understood. The whole class looked at Huang Zhangfei. He stood at the podium. He had a slender figure, gentle eyebrows, noble temperament, and a simple casual outfit, which made him look extraordinarily handsome. So handsome. Meng Xian's pretty eyes widened, and Che Wei, who was standing beside her, suddenly felt bitter in his heart. He had known Meng Xian for nearly 2 semesters, and he had taken good care of her, but he had never seen such a bright light in her eyes as at this moment. Che Wei was in so much pain. He had always been strong, proud, and unruly, but he couldn't help but cover his chest. Huang Zhangfei said softly, "Today is the first day of school. Everyone has been promoted to the second year of high school. Let's celebrate. I'll treat everyone to food." As soon as these words came out, many students who were originally from other classes were stunned. Yuan explained excitedly, "The class monitor treats everyone to food, and everyone will have it." Ma Shicheng cheered, "Zhang Fei is generous. Hu Jun, Brother Fei is righteous." Zhang Kai howled like a toad dog that smelled something. "Zhang Fei, what are you eating?" This is what he cares about most, and it is also what the whole class cares about. Huang Zhangfei, there is a chicken chop shop at the door. Everyone can have 1 piece each, and a glass of sour plum juice. Many people gasped. Some classmates had eaten the chicken chop from that restaurant. It was quite expensive, 8 yuan per portion. There were 52 people in the class, and 400 or 500 yuan was gone in an instant. There was a commotion in the classroom. Huang Zhangfei said sincerely, "Is anyone coming with me? Give me a hand." Yuan pulled up Jiang Ning and Shen Qinj, and volunteered. "Class monitor, me. Huang Zhangfei calculated that a portion of chicken chop with sour plum juice was about 1 pound. If several of them took it, it would still be a bit heavy. He was about to continue calling for help, but Shan Zhao and Mao Zhe volunteered. After the few people left, Xin Yaoling felt even worse. She stayed in her seat, holding her breath. Her family conditions were okay, but she couldn't just treat someone for something worth a few $100s. What a squad leader. How terrible. Jiao Cannon's heart moved, and he noticed Xin Yaoling's embarrassment. How could he bear to see her sad? Jiao Cannon was about to stand up, but Hu Jun pulled him. "Brother Nan, don't be impulsive." Jiao Cannon said, "I'm already moved, and it's natural to be impulsive." Hu Jun asked, "What do you like about her?" Jiao Cannon stared at Xin Yaoling's long hair infatuatedly, and he said, "She is very beautiful." Hu Jun sighed, "If you like someone, you can't just look at their appearance." Jiao Cannon immediately retorted, "She is not only beautiful, but also sensible, eloquent, and very capable. I don't just look at her appearance." His sincerity is testified by heaven and earth. Wang Lang Lang on the side said, "Oh, Brother Nan, you can't just look at other people's appearance, you have to look at your own appearance too." Jiao Cannon, "But, mere words can't defeat his love." Jiao Cannon stood up suddenly, and because of his excitement, his knee accidentally hit the table, making a loud noise, and he almost died from the pain. He instinctively grimaced, but when Xin Yaoling turned around, Jiao Cannon overcame the body's pain mechanism. His face was stiff, and veins on his forehead were exposed. He wanted to say, "Zhang Fei treats you to chicken chops, and I treat you to beer. Welcome new students to join class 8. But when the word came to his lips, they habitually turned into, "Hello, classmates. The class monitor treats you to chicken chops, and I treat you to beer." After speaking, Jiao Cannon was stunned on the spot. In his sight, Xin Yaoling turned around expressionlessly. Jiao Cannon's fiery heart of Taoism fell directly into the Ice Age. Shan Kaikun clapped his hands bravely and congratulated his good brother. "Well, Brother Nan is awesome. Cuiu, Brother Nan is awesome. Meng Gui, Brother Nan is domineering." Jiao Cannon squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. He wanted to slap himself. The words had been spoken, and Jiao Cannon could not regret it. With the mood of visiting the grave, he took out a school bag from the hole in the yellow jade pillar table and went out to buy wine. Jiang Ning was browsing his mobile phone, and suddenly, he was poked in the back. He smiled knowingly. After 2 months of separation, he was too familiar with this strength. Jiang Ning turned to the back. What's wrong? Zhenglu raised her face and smiled gently. I drew a few orders recently and made some money. I will treat you to a meal. She looked out the window and her face was reflected in the glass. The campus was brighter than usual tonight. The teaching building in the distance was brightly lit, embellishing the night sky with beautiful stars. Che Wei, who was at the same table, heard this sentence and felt strange and dissatisfied. After he arrived at the new class, he saw that the girl's seat was empty, so he sat next to her. As a result, she ignored him the whole time. Back then, Che Wei was in class 6. He had good grades, was good at dealing with people, and was also a prominent figure. But now he is treated so coldly. He comforted himself that maybe the girl didn't like to talk. Jiang Ning said, okay. They left as soon as they said they would. With the examples of Huang Zhongfei and Jiuo Kunan, Zhenglu was very brave and took Jiang Ning out of the classroom together. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight sprinkled down, illuminating the main road of the campus with street lights, laying a layer of warm yellow ripples. Crickets chirped in the flowers on the roadside, and when they passed by, it was quiet again. Compared with the dull classroom, the campus at night is not noisy and restless. The two strolled along the main road and gradually merged into the world of night. Zhenglu enjoyed this tranquility. She glanced at Jiang Ning. Under the night, he was as free and indifferent as before. Zhenglu's voice broke the silence. Yangzi Ganlu, Shuangpi milk, fruit tofu pudding, which one do you want to eat? Jiang Ning joked. Can I have them all? Zhenglu, okay, I have money anyway. She held her head high and chest out playfully. Jiang Ning glanced at her calmly and said, the temperature is not low today. You are wearing a lot. Are you catching a cold? Zhenglu was wearing a thin white long-sleeved sports jacket with a zipper all the way to her neck, wrapped tightly. In fact, Zhenglu had a reason to dress like this. Her deskmate transferred to the liberal arts class, which meant that there was an empty seat next to her. The person sitting next to her was likely to be a new male classmate, so she chose this outfit. She put her hands behind her back and took a small step forward. I'm not sick, I just want to wear so much. Jiang Ning smiled and said, seeing you wearing so much, I feel a little hot. Really? Zhenglu asked him. Jiang Ning looked at the school gate in the distance. He had excellent eyesight and could clearly see that many small vendors selling snacks were busy with their lives. He replied, yes, it's hot. Zhenglu's mouth suddenly curved. Her eyebrows and eyes were playful, and she casually pulled down the zipper of her sportswear, revealing her fair neck. The zipper continued to fall, revealing her beautiful collarbone, and further down, there was an ups and downs of attractive arcs. She looked directly at Jiang Ning and joked, is it hotter now? Jiang Ning looked calm. Oh, what should I do if I say it's hot? He looked at the girl provocatively. Zhenglu's face suddenly turned red to her ears, her skin flushed with a charming blush, and her eyes drooped shyly, as if she had done something immoral. Chapter 490 He doesn't like to laugh. Night. Jiuo Kunan carried his school bag and walked forward step by step under the grand night. Although his mission was just to buy beer for his classmates, his heart at the moment was like an envoy sent out to negotiate when two countries were at war, shouldering a huge mission. Today was the first day of school. The snack street outside the school was bustling with stalls, with Myoxi Dregs cakes, grilled cold noodles, spicy hot pot, and fried skewers stalls. There was an alluring aroma everywhere. The young students gathered in front of the stalls to buy food, like hungry young birds. The students were ignored by Jiuo Kunan, and the student stayed in his heart. He wanted to tell those students that the oden in that restaurant was not delicious, and not to buy it. Unfortunately, he held back. Jiuo Kunan compared himself to Daewoo, who passed by his home 3 times without entering. He squinted all the way and walked towards the small shop in the distance. He did not go to UK supermarket because he would always remember that CUIU and others had said that every penny they spent now would become a bullet that weighs you and shot at Dang Jai in the future. Marjay and CUIU, who had made promises together, had already broken their promises, but Jiuo Kunan remained the same. He is a real man. Jiuo Kunan stepped into another store. There were many customers in this store, and many students lined up to buy daily necessities, basins, towels, and shampoo. Jiuo Kanan generously held a box of ice beer. He just held it in his arms, standing proudly, standing out from the crowd, and the surrounding classmates cast surprised eyes. A box of 12 bottles of beer, plus the glass bottles themselves, weighs more than 20 kilograms. While waiting in line to check out, Jiuo Kanan's arms got tired. After holding it for a while, he wanted to put it on the ground, to rest for a while, but facing the eyes of the younger students around him, Jiuo Kanan was afraid that it would affect his image, so he resisted his fatigue and held his strength. Seeing that it was almost his turn, Jiuo Kanan's face was not right because of tiredness. At this time, a petite and frail girl came over, holding a black plastic bag, and anxiously said, "Can I pay first? Thank you." Before the people around him could react, Jiuo Kanan raised his arms and said, "I'll give you my seat." He picked up the beer and strode to the end of the line. The petite girl quickly paid the bill. Before she left, she ran to Jiuo Kanan and smiled at him. In an instant, the flowers seemed to bloom. In the past 16 years, no girl had ever smiled at Jiuo Kanan like this. All the fatigue was swept away. Jiuo Kanan picked up the beer, held his head high, and held his chest. The girl was petite, she had a beautiful braid, and when she ran over just now, her face was covered with sweat, but she looked so clean and pure. Jiuo Kanan forced a smile, and finally understood the saying, "Just do good things, don't ask about the future." Everything was thriving until the girl spoke. "Thank you, uncle, you are a good person." The classroom of class 8 of grade 2 was extremely noisy. Chen Qian was doing homework, Su Yuantan was sleeping, Liu Chuandao was applying safflower oil, Lu Kiki admired her new manicure, and Zhang Kai was playing with his Huawei P6. Harmony, nature. Later, Huang Zhangfei would treat us to fried chicken steak. Thinking about it, many students were looking forward to it. In this situation, a tall figure appeared at the door of the classroom. The students looked up and saw that it was Gao Hishui, teacher Gao. His bull-like eyes scanned the entire classroom, not letting any student go. All the students who were scanned by him shrank in their hearts. With his footsteps, the class gradually became quiet. Finally, all the students looked at Gao Hishui with a stern expression. He raised the blackboard eraser and slammed it on the podium. Bang! Because there was too much dust on the blackboard eraser, Gao Hishui was completely submerged in chalk dust. He turned into a smoke messenger. Laughter rang out in the classroom. In a hurry, Gao Hishui slammed the blackboard eraser again, and more chalk dust rose. Gao Hishui had no choice but to move to the side aisle. The atmosphere was a little awkward. Gao Hishui cleared his throat and said, "Have you brought the test papers assigned for the summer vacation? Deng Qingfeng, please collect them." The students in the front row finished their work, and the students in the back row finished copying. Deng Qingfeng collected the papers one by one, and it was Jiang Ning's turn. Jiang Ning was not there, and Zhu Yuantan was sleeping. Deng Qingfeng originally planned to skip it, because they didn't have to write anyway. Bei Yuxia, who had prepared in advance, handed in the completed test papers for the two. Next, the student sitting behind Jiang Ning, Che Wei, occupied an entire table by himself, watching with interest. After all, he used to be in class 6, and the current teacher couldn't control him from the previous class. Deng Qingfeng knew it well, and prepared to collect the students behind him. As a result, Gao Hishui, who was in charge of supervision in front, frowned and spoke, "What's your name?" Che Wei looked up and introduced himself loudly. "My name is Che Wei, Che and Che Wei, Wei and Che Wei." Deng Qingfeng laughed. Gao Hishui's face suddenly darkened, and his dark complexion deepened. He asked, "Where are your summer math homework?" Good. This is what Che Wei was waiting for. After coming to the new class, he has never had a chance to make a name for himself. Now, isn't it the time to show off his talent? At this moment, many classmates were attracted by the commotion here. Che Wei, I used to be in class 6. Gao Hishui, I don't care what class you were in before. I will find your math teacher and ask about your summer homework. Che Wei thought to himself, are you sick? He was a little angry, with a hint of arrogance. I think the quality of a person's math grades has nothing to do with whether he does his homework. Gao Hishui was furious. If you don't do your homework, How can you practice questions and understand the questions? Che Wei didn't give in at all. Listen carefully in class and understand it thoroughly. Seeing that he was quite tough and had no intention of correcting himself, Geo Hishui asked, how many points can you get in math? As soon as this was said, Jiang Ning, a student behind him, laughed secretly. Che Wei's math is top notch in class 6. Geo Hishui noticed. Why are you laughing? What's your name? Jiang Ning said, my name is Jiang Ning. Jiang means strong and reasonable. Li means strong and reasonable. The class burst into laughter. As expected of a student in class 6, he was really unique. When the laughter died down, Che Wei finally spoke. He was waiting for this moment. He was confident and proud. Hello, I got 123 points in math in the final exam last semester. The next moment, Che Wei stared at Geo Hishui. He wanted to see the shocked look on Geo Hishui's face, as well as the kind of anger that could not be vented. Che Wei almost laughed out loud. This was his first shot to make a name for himself in the new class. However, Geo Hishui sneered. Such a simple test paper, only 123 points. He waved his hand. All students in our class who scored above 123 points in math last semester, stand up. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Sheng stood up first, followed by Shan Keiquan, Chen Qian, Wan Yang, Shen Qinj, Bei Yuxia, Yang Sheng, and An Qingfeng who raised his hand. Che Wei was dumbfounded. This was so unconventional. Geo Hishui said contemptuously, you got 123 points. Are you proud? Go stand at the back. Jiuo Kanan only bought beer, unlike Huang Zhangfei who had to wait for fried chicken chops, so he came back faster. He was carrying a backpack full of things, and as he walked, the beer bottles in the bag made a clinking sound, as if accompanying his footsteps. He had the mentality that no one else could do it but me. When he thought of the whole class, under his leadership, drinking ice beer, and eating chicken chops, damn, it was so cool. Jiuo Kanan used to enter the classroom from the back door, but now it is different. He goes through the front door, because he can see Xin Yaoling's face through the front door. His unrestrained and dissolute scene must be shown to Xin Yaoling. Jiuo Kanan strode into the classroom, and made a brilliant appearance. He shouted, classmates, He ran into Geo Hishui who was guarding the door. Jiuo Kanan's heart skipped a beat at that time, and his surging emotions instantly cooled down, even colder than the ice beer behind him. What's going on? Why is Geo Hishui here? Geo Hishui's eyes scanned Jiuo Kanan's, and he greeted him. Geo. Hello, Mr. Geo. Where have you been? Geo Hishui stared at his bag. Jiuo Kanan was sweating with anxiety. It was over. How the hell was he going to explain it? Under the gaze of all the students, Jiuo Kanan racked his brains to find an excuse. Wang Long, Brother Ma, the situation is not good. As an ally of the 4 seats in the back row, they promised each other to help each other. He must not be allowed to fall into danger alone. Ma Shicheng shouted, Teacher Geo. Jiuo Kanan forgot his math textbook in the dormitory and just went back to the dormitory to get it. Jiuo Kanan got an excuse and said hurriedly, hahaha, yes, I forgot my math textbook, didn't I get it back? Geo Hishui nodded, okay, go back to your seat. Jiuo Kanan was lucky to escape a disaster. He knew how terrifying Geo Hishui was. If he found the beer hidden in his school bag, it would be a disaster. Jiuo Kanan took a quick step, and there was a bang sound in the school bag, and the whole class was silent again. Jiuo Kanan's back was almost wet with sweat, so he quickly slowed down, and moved step by step to the back row. Geo Hishui's eyes glared at him again. Wang Long shouted, Brother Nan, your leg injury hasn't healed yet? Can't you walk? Jiuo Kanan quickly responded, oh, yes, my leg hurts so badly, hiss. Geo Hishui's doubts were dispelled. With an excuse, Jiuo Kanan was more cautious, like a quail, and finally reached his seat. The short 7 or 8 meters was much more exciting than his 3,000 meter run. After Geo Hishui collected the test papers, he glanced at Chen Qian who was working hard on math problems, and then at Zhu Yuantang who was sleeping. He felt that talent was really unreasonable. Geo Hishui left class 8. Jiuo Kanan thanked excitedly, Brother Ma, Brother Long, thanks to you. It's okay, it's okay, you gave me pistachios to eat. Wang Lang Lang peeled another one. Brother Nan always brought him snacks. It was so pleasant to eat snacks and watch Brother Ma playing games. Jiuo Kunan quickly promised, okay, there will be plenty of snacks. After he said that, he looked at Che Wei who was standing at the back and asked curiously, why is there one more person? Did something happen when I was not there? Che Wei looked indignant. He had not been treated like this since he entered high school. Soon, Huang Zhangfei, Shan Zhao, Mao Zhe and others entered the classroom. At the same time, a smell of fried food wafted out, and many classmates couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Zhang Kai excitedly, here they come. Yuan turned into the legal wife who managed the family business and helped Huang Zhangfei distribute the fried chicken chops. She was so virtuous. However, when the two of them stood together, Yuan looked like a maid in terms of appearance and temperament. The fried chicken chops were delivered to Zhu Yuantong, and she finally woke up from her deep sleep. Zhu Yuantong was sleepy and instinctively smelled the fried chicken chops. It smelled so good. She turned her head to look at her deskmate and found that Jiang Ning's seat was empty. Zhu Yuantong was shocked and blurted out, where is my Jiang Ning? Bai Yuxia glanced at her, and her clear voice gurgled out of her mouth like spring water. When you were sleeping, your Jiang Ning was taken away by Zheng Lu. Zhu Yuantong was angry. What a Jiang Ning, he must have eaten behind my back, and he didn't even call me. Bai Yuxia was speechless, and she turned back. After Zhu Yuantong learned about Jiang Ning's movements, she was not worried. Anyway, he was so powerful that he rarely suffered when he went out. She drank a sip of sour plum juice and ate the chicken chop happily. Chen Xiao wanted to be with Tang Tong, and the two of them faced each other. The fried chicken chop at the school gate was quite conscientious, and the pieces were large. After frying, the skin was golden yellow, and then cut into pieces, and sprinkled with chili cumin powder. Insert the bamboo skewer into the chicken chop, put it in your mouth, bite it with your teeth, accompanied by the pleasant crispy sound of the crispy skin breaking, and the chicken inside was smooth and tender, not dry at all. The entire class 8 of grade 12 was immersed in a happy atmosphere, and the air was filled with the aroma of fried chicken. Many of the students present had studied for 10 years and had never experienced such a moment. The new student Kyangli was eating fried chicken. Even though he felt sorry for Xin Yaoling from class 6, he could not say anything. The fried chicken was too fragrant, especially in the classroom with dozens of students. It felt completely different. Another sip of iced sour plum juice, sweet and sour, Kyangli, it's so refreshing. Xin Yaoling bit the chicken chop and felt powerless. She had been strong since she was a child. For the first time, she began to doubt whether she could be a class monitor better than the former class monitor Huang Zhangfei. Xin Yaoling's belief was shaken for a moment, and then it became firm again. The class monitor is the spiritual belief of a class. It is not just about being rich. Otherwise, why choose a class monitor? Just let the richest and most generous student be the class monitor. Xin Yaoling cheered herself up. Her strengths have not yet been revealed. Meng Xian from class 5 ate elegantly. She glanced at the handsome boy and chatted with him. Huang Zhangfei, we are eating chicken steak openly. What if the class teacher finds out? Kao-kun felt cheated. Huang Zhangfei, I will take full responsibility. Yuan was shocked by the sense of responsibility of the class monitor and replied, and me. No matter when, she must stand with the class monitor and die together. Huang Zhangfei laughed dryly. When Yuan was drinking sour plum soup, the straw broke. She did not ask for a new straw, but tore open the plastic seal, picked up the sour plum juice, and drank it in small sips, pretentiously. After taking a small sip, Yuan put down the cup of sour plum juice, and she yawned lightly to moisten her eyes. She picked up a piece of chicken steak with the movements of a lady from a noble family. She looked at Huang Zhangfei affectionately, and the tears caused by yawning rolled in her eyes, achieving eye waves flowing. Yuan held the bamboo skewer and shook it gracefully. Thank you, squad leader. Huang Zhangfei was eating the chicken chop by himself. Jiang Yanan suddenly had a bad feeling, and she quickly touched Shen Qinj on the other side. Shen Qinj understood and quietly moved away. Yuan, Squad leader is usually very handsome, but I like the way you smile the most. You look even more handsome. Huang Zhangfei politely. I seldom smile. Oh, really? Yuan pretended to be surprised. As soon as she finished speaking, the chicken chop on the bamboo skewer fell off and fell into the cup of sour plum juice. Pop, the liquid splashed all over her face. Huang Zhangfei couldn't hold it in. Cough cough cough. Chapter 491. Sorry, I was killed in seconds. After school. After entering the second year of high school, there was an extra evening self-study class, and school was over at 10:20. At the river dam, Jiang Ning slowed down the speed of the electric car, and the night wind blew his hair. Zhu Yuantang in the backseat sighed. Time flies so fast, and the fried chicken fillet smells so good. She thought it was very hard to endure the extra evening self-study class, but the whole evening self-study class was spent happily. Jiang Ning, you were either sleeping or eating during the whole evening self-study class, so it naturally passed quickly. Zhu Yuantang was in the wrong, and did not argue with him. She looked at the street lights on both sides of the river dam, and was suddenly confused. It's so strange. When I was in junior high school, the street lights were turned off very early. Why are they still on at almost 10:30 now? There are not many people in the river dam at night. In order to save electricity, the street lights are often turned off early. Zhu Yuantang couldn't think of the reason. She imagined the street lights must know that I'm leaving school at this time, so they stay on all the time. Jiang Ning, indeed, it's very likely. Hehe. Zhu Yuantang thought he was nice. She often said some childish things, but Jiang Ning never laughed at her. Instead, he agreed with her ideas. She counted her fingers. The evening self-study in the second year of high school is really late, 10:20. My mother must have stayed up late waiting for me again. Jiang Ning listened to her silently. And oh, when I get home and wash up, it's almost 11 o'clock. I don't have much time to play games. Zhu Yuantang complained. Jiang Ning, didn't you play games all the time at school during the day? Humph, it's different. As for why it was different, Zhu Yuantang didn't tell Jiang Ning. She liked to go home after the evening self-study, take a shower, run to Jiang Ning's room to play games with him, talk, and spend that leisurely time. Now there is an extra evening self-study, and the already scarce time has become even scarcer. Zhu Yuantang thought of Chachu who didn't have to attend evening self-study classes, and sighed. It would be great if evening self-study classes could return to the mode of the first year of high school. Do you want to go back? Jiang Ning asked. Yeah, I really want to. Zhu Yuantang said firmly. Jiang Ning remembered it silently, and prepared to send a message to Xiao Shuangshan to ask her to criticize Principal Yu of number 4 middle school. After returning home, Zhu Yuantang took a shower, but didn't brush her teeth. She wore a cute and soft pair of shorts, and slipped into Jiang Ning's room, while her mother was not paying attention. Jiang Ning held a black and white comic book, leaned on the sofa, and read it with relish. Jiang Ning had heard of many classic comics before, but he was always too busy to read them due to time and energy. Now he has time and money, and immersive reading is really good. Let me see. Zhu Yuantang moved closer to him. Jiang Ning had to put down the comic book, and the big and small ones stuck together to read the comics. There were some snacks on the small round table next to the sofa. It was washed clean, with water droplets on the surface, and the big cherries were exquisite and translucent. Zhu Yuantang pinched one, and put it in her mouth. It was 90% sweet and 10% sour. The flesh was full, and she was very satisfied with it. She also knew that there was something called melatonin in big cherries, which could help her sleep. Jiang Ning tasted it. It was purchased by Changqing Liquid Company. All the cherries were carefully selected. They were large, crisp, and juicy. The quality was excellent. They were good for satisfying your craving. He had eaten a lot of cherries recently and finally decided to transplant this variety to Huqi Mountain. When the time came, it would be planted with spiritual soil, spiritual energy and spiritual springs, and supplemented with a fertilizer he configured. It would definitely be extraordinary. Turn the page, turn the page, I'm done. Zhu Yuantang urged, bringing Jiang Ning back to his senses. Jiang Ning turned to the next page. Zhu Yuantang adjusted her body and curled up on the sofa, with her center of gravity all on Jiang Ning's shoulders. She was more labor saving. Her eyebrows and eyes were comfortably squinted, and she was lazy and comfortable. It was so comfortable. A year ago, Zhu Yuantang never thought that life would be so comfortable. The small round table not only has big cherries, but also some dried shrimps made by Aunt Gu. The reason is that Tang Tang always eats snacks at night, spicy strips, potato chips, and other miscellaneous things. Aunt Gu can't bear to let her quit, so she took the initiative to make some healthy snacks for her daughter. The complete phoenix tail shrimp tail. Remove the shrimp shell and shrimp thread, add spices, and bake in the oven. 5 pounds of fresh shrimp can produce 1 pound of dried shrimp. The meat is firm, and the more you chew, the more fragrant it is. Zhu Yuantang's mouth does not stop. I tell you, my mother is amazing. When I was a child, I liked snacks called cow and sheep pairing. You must have eaten it, right? Jiang Ning, I have eaten it. It's delicious. I can eat too much at a time. Later, my mother thought it was too expensive, so she made it for me at home. Zhu Yuantang talked about her mother. Her little face was full of admiration. Jiang Ning, awesome. Zhu Yuantang, of course, if you are greedy in the future, I will make it for you. She said she would take care of it, showing her righteousness. Okay, it's time to turn the page. She reminded again. At night, the bright moonlight sprinkled on the fields, quiet and pure. In the distance, neon lights flickered, and the bustling Yazhou city was like the other side of the world. The two snuggled in the cozy little house, eating snacks, reading comics, and enjoying this comfort. The house next door. The electric fan blew Zhu Chuchu's loose hair, and she rode furiously, solving one difficult problem after another. Her cold face was slightly relaxed. Soon, she threw herself into more difficult questions again. She firmly believed that one day, reading would change her destiny. Zhu Yuantang chewed a few dried shrimps. Her mouth was dry, and she wanted to drink water, but she was too lazy to move. She looked at Jiang Ning next to her, wondering if she could use him. There would be a chance of success. Zhu Yuantang was unsure, so she decided to think of a foolproof method. Fortunately, she was very smart. Zhu Yuantang looked outside and suddenly said, Jiang Ning, there seem to be some flashes outside. Someone is setting off fireworks. Did you see it? No. Zhu Yuantang, go and have a look. Jiang Ning, no, fireworks make a sound. Zhu Yuantang, it's far away. Since it's far away, why can you see the fireworks? Jiang Ning asked back. Zhu Yuantang, She was about to quibble, but Jiang Ning secretly activated his spiritual power, causing the sound of running water to sound next door. He deliberately tilted his ear. Did you hear that? It seems that your solar energy system forgot to turn off the water after pumping it, and it started to leak out. Zhu Yuantang listened carefully, and it was true. She was a good housekeeper, so she jumped up in fright and ran to her own home. Then, the strange sound disappeared. The solar energy system was normal. Zhu Yuantang came back in confusion. At this time, Jiang Ning, who was resting on the sofa, waved lazily. Please pour me a glass of water. HMM. Zhu Yuantang was very strange. She always felt that something was wrong. September 1st. Zhu Yuantang got up early and prepared to make breakfast for Jiang Ning. Then, when she smelled the fragrance of food from Chuchu's house, she was shocked to realize that the job of making breakfast was taken away by Chuchu. Zhu Yuantang was inexplicably melancholy. She put down the spoon in confusion and went to Chuchu's house for dinner. She saw Jiang Ning, who had been waiting in Chuchu's kitchen. Zhu Yuantang pouted. After dinner, she helped wash the pots and bowls and took Jiang Ning's electric car to school. New semester, new atmosphere. Classroom 8. Liu Chuandao brought to breakfasts and found Duan Shigen. Duan Shigen was flattered. They worked side by side in the evening study yesterday, but he didn't expect that today. Chuandao, you. Liu Chuandao said seriously, I decided to pursue Jiang Yanan, and I bought her breakfast today. Duan Shigen, fuck, pick up my girl. You know, he had set his eyes on Jiang Yanan last semester, and for this, he even gave her a heart-shaped biscuit. Now, Liu Chuandao is chasing the same woman as him. This is unbearable. He wanted to let Liu Chuandao know that you can't touch the big brother's woman. He wanted to scold him harshly, but then he thought that, since his progress in conquering the big brother was stagnant, it would be better to let Liu Chuandao try first. Duan Shigen has been a big brother for many years, and is very tolerant. He analyzed, I know Jiang Yanan. She is quite white and tall, but her eyes are a little small. Duan Shigen recalled her appearance and thought that the little girl was quite suitable to be a girlfriend. Otherwise, he would not make a move. Liu Chuandao, white is enough, white is good. A white face can cover up 100 ugliness. The face is pretty good, clean. Brother, when I get her, I will share the details with you. Liu Chuandao's face was wretched, and he almost imagined that scene. Duan Shigen couldn't comment. He just felt that his younger brother was abnormal, but who made him the boss? He was broad-minded and could accommodate everyone. He patted Chuandao on the shoulder and encouraged, keep it up. Liu Chuandao, from my method of delivering breakfast, you should learn what is called technology. Chasing girls, perseverance, there will always be a day to move the other party. Coincidentally, Jiang Yanan, Yuan, and Shen Qinch walked in from the front door. Liu Chuandao adjusted his clothes, smiling with a pancake face, and waited until Jiang Yanan sat down. He walked up and presented breakfast to Jiang Yanan in the surprised eyes. I bought breakfast for you, eat it. Jiang Yanan was stunned. As a girl with outstanding looks, she has received breakfast from male classmates since she was a child, but this is the first time she has received breakfast from a male classmate as ugly as Liu Chuandao. Sorry, I don't need it. Jiang Yanan refused. Liu Chuandao did not give up and continued, I bought it. If you don't eat it, I can only throw it away. Yuan excused her good sister, don't throw it away, you give it to Zankai from our class, he will definitely eat it. Liu Chuandao thought to himself, fuck, who is Zankai? He maintained his expression and persevered. I bought breakfast for you specially, just eat it. No. Jiang Yanan really didn't want to eat it, and didn't want to owe others a favor. Kao-kun, who was nearby, came earlier and joined in the fun with interest. Next to him, Meng Xian was eating the breakfast he bought. Compared with Liu Chuandao's hard gift, Kao-kun felt superior, not to mention that Meng Xian was better in terms of appearance. Is it still to your taste? Kao-kun asked. Meng Xian, very good. Kao-kun smiled and felt good about himself. Just when Jiang Yanan was trying to refuse, Dong Qingfeng, who was carrying a few bags of breakfast, appeared at the door of the classroom. He walked up to her and asked, Yanan, what's wrong? Yuan, he bought breakfast for Yanan. Dong Qingfeng was stunned at first, then he looked directly at Liu Chuandao and became competitive. Finally, after a year, he finally had an opponent. It was not embarrassing to deliver breakfast to girls at the same time. The key was who prepared the breakfast more sincerely. He glanced at the breakfast in Liu Chuandao's hand. Well, the meat buns bought at the school gate. The buns in that store were too salty, and the texture was extremely bad. It was difficult to swallow. They were garbage that Dong Qingfeng threw away in 2 bites. As for the millet porridge in Liu Chuandao's hand, Dong Qingfeng couldn't help laughing. What era is it, and they still use plastic cups? The boiling millet porridge almost softened the plastic cups. It was too unhealthy. He couldn't help but sneer, and Liu Chuandao glared at him. What do you mean? Dong Qingfeng proudly put down the bag in his hand and took out the paper box first. He gently opened it, and the fresh fragrance came out. Suddenly, 4 steamed buns appeared in front of him, with fine sesame seeds and soup sprinkled on the surface. He explained, Yazhao's famous Seihu steamed buns are so popular because they have been passed down for 30 years. Look at how thin the skin is. He used chopsticks to poke and knock. It's fried so crispy underneath. After you bite it, its gravy bursts in your mouth. Who can resist that taste? After introducing the steamed buns, Dong Qingfeng showed that he had used his connections to get the fresh milk produced this morning from the share ordered by the official unit. Next, it was the fried dough sticks with KFC's level, but the fried dough sticks he bought were mochi fried dough sticks. The crispy fried dough sticks were paired with soft and glutinous mochi, and then sprinkled with small ingredients. It was so fragrant. Liu Chuandao clenched his fists. Meng Xian stopped eating half of her breakfast and listened quietly. Kyo-kun was panicking. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. This was something he had never experienced in his previous class 5. Then, Dong Qingfeng opened the bag again. This was an oolong tea egg. As the name suggests, the tea egg cooked with oolong tea has a natural floral fragrance. The tea egg obtained in this way has a rich taste. Under the gaze of several people, Dong Qingfeng said, "The above is a staple food. Now it's the side dish. The beef, peanuts and melon seed sauce. The beef with distinct grains not only has a high appearance, but also tastes absolutely good. It is spicy and fresh, and the sauce is overflowing. Come and smell it." Many companies want to buy the boss's formula, but they won't sell it. Finally, some more fruits, a combination of meat and vegetables, nutritious and healthy. Apple banana, small and different from ordinary bananas, has a smooth taste, a much firmer flesh, a sweet and sour taste, and has the effect of beauty and beauty. Finally, Dong Qingfeng introduced the breakfast he brought, and gave Shenkinj, Jiang Ning, and Yuwen a portion each. He looked at Liu Chuandao calmly again. At this time, the breakfast in Liu Chuandao's hand had disappeared. He hid the breakfast behind him, and dared not show it to anyone. In contrast, it was totally unpresentable. Liu Chuandao looked embarrassed. At this moment, he realized what it felt like to be killed in seconds. After Dong Qingfeng distributed the breakfast, there were actually 2 portions left in his hand. He picked up one of them. Kyo-kun's eyelids twitched, and his heartbeat quickened a few points. He followed Dong Qingfeng's gaze, and glimpsed Meng Xian beside him. The arrogant and confident Kyo-kun panicked, and prayed in his heart, "Fuck, don't come over." Dong Qingfeng smiled brightly. He was not bad looking, his family was well off, he didn't worry about material things, and he had his own temperament in his every move. Facing girls, Dong Qingfeng was very gentlemanly. "Classmate Meng Xian, can you take 2 minutes to help me try breakfast?" Chapter 492 New seat, new atmosphere. Dong Qingfeng was very eloquent. He used the excuse of asking Meng Xian to comment on the pros and cons of breakfast for him, and successfully served breakfast to Kyo-kun. Then, Dong Qingfeng took another breakfast, and went to find the new monitors in Yaoling. He congratulated her on becoming the monitor, and said that as a study committee member, he was willing to cooperate with the work in the future, and served breakfast again. Kyo-kun stared at Meng Xian eating breakfast. She ate very quickly, and had a better appetite than eating his breakfast. Kyo-kun's heart was broken, as if it was bleeding. He asked with trembling hands, "Didn't I buy you breakfast? Why did you eat his breakfast?" Meng Xian drank a sip of fresh milk. "It's not just me who received it. He gave it to many people. If I don't give him face, how can he integrate into class 8? Kyo-kun was heartbroken. "You integrate into class 8 in this way?" "Meng Xian, we also made sacrifices." Meng Xian drank the milk, and tasted the fried buns sent by Kyo-kun. "Look, I ate your breakfast. Don't mind it." Obviously Meng Xian was right, but Kyo-kun felt that his dignity was offended. Kyo-kun swore to make a name for himself in class 8 as soon as possible, and keep his woman. In the southwest corner of the classroom, Chen Xiao and her sister Chen Xiqing faced each other. She and her sister went outside to buy burritos. Now that the morning self-study has not started, her sister will come to class 8 to eat, and then go back to class 10. Chen Xiao held soy milk in her left hand and a roll in her right hand. There are many juniors and juniors in military training uniforms outside. Beiyuxia nodded. She remembered that last year, she was like those students, ignorant and naive. Even on the first day of school, she felt very disappointed. Beiyuxia's junior high school classmates, the top students went to Ansheng No. 1 middle school, or other top high schools, and the slightly inferior ones applied for Yuzhou No. 2 middle school. However, she ended up in Yuzhou No. 4 middle school, and was still in an ordinary class. If she had not signed up for too many extracurricular activities, and distracted her from studying, with her ability and normal study, she could have entered Yuzhou No. 2 middle school. She used to always struggle with this, and her parents had comforted her. However, Beiyuxia has long been accustomed to it, and she does not regret coming to No. 4 middle school. Life is made up of choices one by one. Just accept the present, and do your best. 2 years later, it will be interesting to compete with former classmates on the single plank bridge to university. Chen Xiaoyu said, I wonder if the small dining table plan will still be implemented? She felt that the small dining table was a good idea. She just needed to follow the school's arrangements and didn't have to think about what to eat every day. In the past, Chen Xiaoyu always yearned for freedom, but later she found that it was better to lie down and was too lazy to move. Bayuxia, it will be implemented. There will probably be more people signing up. Chen Xiaoyu, yes, the number of students in the first year of high school has doubled. In the future, the queue time for getting food in the cafeteria will be longer. Bayuxia thought of the crowded cafeteria and agreed, indeed, I still like it when there are fewer people. Sister Chen Xiking, is there any way to shorten the queue time for getting food? Bayuxia, yes, the moment the bell rings, fly out like Jiuo Kunan. Chen Xiaoyu didn't feel very good, mainly because it was too indecent. Once Jiuo Kunan took off with a catapult and kicked the stool away. She frowned and thought seriously. Chen Xiaoyu was extremely smart. She quickly thought of a way to break through reality. Sister, I know. Chen Xiaoyu shouted in surprise. Chen Xiking, you tell me. Chen Xiaoyu, suppose there are 8 people in front of us queuing up for food, and I'm the 9th. Is the person in front of me the 8th? Bayuxia and Chen Xiking agreed, yes. Chen Xiaoyu, if the person in front of me is you, wouldn't you be the 8th? Chen Xiking, yes, but it is uncivilized to cut in line. Chen Xiaoyu taught, we are sisters. What's uncivilized? That's right. Chen Xiaoyu continued to imagine, you get in front of me and become the 8th, and then I get in front of you, so I'm the 7th. The more she thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to her, and her eyes lit up. You get in front of me and become the 6th, and I get in front of you and become the 5th. If we keep swapping, won't we get the first place directly? From now on, I won't have to worry about getting food anymore. Chen Xiaoyu thought she was really a genius, and she could actually come up with such a brilliant idea. The sisters are united and can break iron. Don't be afraid of long lines in the future. Chen Xiaoyu almost laughed out loud. She sipped the soy milk and cheered for her wisdom. Her sister Chen Xiking was still confused. She understood, but it seemed that she didn't understand. Chen Xiaoyu quickly asked her wise deskmate for confirmation. Yuxia, do you think the method is good? She said she was seeking correction, but in fact she was showing off. She wanted Bayuxia to praise her. Bayuxia praised, it's a very effective method. It made me discover that there are bugs in the world. Chen Xiaoyu, he. Seeing her smile so innocent, Bayuxia's fine eyelashes blinked, revealing a sense of playfulness. It just so happens that I also have an idea. Can you help me evaluate it? Chen Xiaoyu was serious. In her heart, Bayuxia was a very powerful person. Now, she actually sought her help, which must be a big deal. She listened humbly. Bayuxia smiled softly with her rosy mouth under her upturned nose. When you hold Xiking up, will her body leave the ground? Chen Xiaoyu, yes, I hold her high. Bayuxia continued, at this time, if your sister holds you up again, and you hold your sister up again, and repeat the cycle, will she fly into the sky? Chen Xiaoyu was uncertain. No, right? As they were talking, Jiang Ning and his follower Zhu Yuantang walked into the classroom at the same time. Before Jiang Ning sat down, Chen Xiaoyu shared her thoughts with great interest, but when the word came to her lips, she suddenly forgot what she wanted to say. She opened her mouth, confused and cute. Jiang Ning asked tentatively, you? Chen Xiaoyu remembered again, and she spoke quickly. Jiang Ning, I thought of a way to get food in the cafeteria without queuing. Jiang Ning, do you have to queue up to get food? Chen Xiaoyu was stunned. Of course you have to queue up. There are so many freshmen in the first year of high school now, and the number of people at the small dining tables will definitely increase. The waiting time will definitely get longer and longer in the future. Jiang Ning, it doesn't matter. Teacher Jiuo Ran will get food for me. Duan Shigen got breakfast for free, although it was a bit unpalatable, but he regarded it as a gift from Liu Chuandao. Looking back, Duan Shigen, never lacked breakfast. In contrast, the current breakfast is too bleak. Hey, Chuandao, you're back. Duan Shigen greeted. After Liu Chuandao sat down, he put down the book. Duan Shigen glanced at it and found that the cover of the book was marked with 6 big words. Nutritional diet combination. Chuandao, what are you doing? Duan Shigen couldn't believe that he was actually making progress. Liu Chuandao, where you fall, there you get up. Liu Chuandao was defeated by that jerk Dong King Feng today, in front of a beautiful girl, and he was not convinced. Duan Shigen saw his subordinates who were willing to improve for the first time, and immediately encouraged, I support you to fight him. Liu Chuandao stroked his beard, and lowered his voice, my target is not just Jiang Ning. In fact, he also aimed at Shen Qinj, Yang Sheng and others. Duan Shigen, you have ambition. While the two were chatting, the classmates in the class gradually arrived. Jiang Li, who was wearing glasses, joked, I almost went to the wrong class this morning. Habits are terrible things. Xin Yaoling, class 6 is now a liberal arts class. While talking, the head teacher Shan Qingrang appeared at the door of the classroom, and everyone's faces showed expectations. Shan Qingrang saw that everyone was there and announced, we will rearrange the seats today. Suddenly, the classroom was full of uproar. The 4 company seats. Brother Nan, are you going to leave us? Hu Jun and Wang Lang both looked at Ji Yuo Kanan reluctantly. They have been together for a year and have a deep relationship. Why did you leave so suddenly without saying goodbye? Wang Lang didn't understand. Ji Yuo Kanan sat upright, neither humble nor arrogant, and answered briefly, for love. Ma Shichen was listening. Hu Jun knew he had an idea. Brother Ma, please persuade him. Ma Shichen, it's okay, he will come back. Ji Yuo Kanan said righteously, when the time comes, I will bring one more person back. Ma Shichen, Brother Nan, do you have any more wine? At the same time, when Duan Shigen learned that he was going to change seats, he clenched his fists, looked around at the mountains around him, and his face trembled. Finally, he was finally going to leave here. He gave Liu Chuandao a look from a distance. Liu Chuandao wrote a small note, Gangzi, when the time comes, we will sit with the beautiful girls, Jiang Ning, Shen Qinj, and the very beautiful girl in the south. After receiving the letter, Duan Shigen replied, forget it, I just want to find a quiet place to retire now. He was tortured so badly by Pang Jiao that he no longer had the ambition he had at the beginning, and only hoped to get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible. Liu Chuandao expressed deep sympathy. Hahaha, brother, you are so miserable. Your location has good feng shui. I laughed. Duan Shigen was depressed. I was cheated at the beginning. Alas, I just hope to get rid of it quickly. Liu Chuandao taught, I understand why you are desperate, but people have to cheer up to survive, right? Chen Xiaoyu said to Beiyuxia, we still sit at the same table. Beiyuxia, no surprise, we still sit at the same table. Students in this class probably won't be so tactless, but students from other classes can't be said. Although Beiyuxia is not narcissistic, she knows how attractive she is. Shan Qingrang let the class be in chaos for a while and let them discuss it on their own. 5 minutes later, he said, choose seats according to the order of grades, and those with good grades will choose first. Okay, everyone go outside the classroom. He clapped his hands, and immediately, the whole class mobilized. Ji Yuo Kanan left the classroom from the back door with excitement. The sound of tables, chairs, and benches was heard in front of him. All the students in the class went out, and only Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were left in their original positions. Jiang Li, not knowing what was going on, complained to Che Wei, they are so good at pretending. Are they trying to get the class teacher to treat them? Cuiu glanced at him. For some reason, he was not happy with the boy wearing glasses. He is still sitting in his original seat. Jiang Li said disdainfully, I want to sit by the window. Cuiu, you got the first place. Jiang Li was startled, then looked at the thin boy in front of him and warned, watch your mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Jiui, who was 1.9 meters tall, 15 centimeter hair, appeared. Jiang Li's aura was oppressed. He looked at the other person and found that he was just a show-off. Shan Qingrang obviously noticed Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning, but he didn't care. Instead, he shouted, Chen Qian. Chen Qian stepped into the class and sat in the first row. Beiyuxia. Shan Qingrong said. As Baiyuxia walked, many boys looked at him sideways, including Qiang Li, Liu Chuandao, Che Wei, Ko Kun, and old classmates, Dong Qingfeng and Shan Kequan. Baiyuxia sat in her original seat, still in front of Jiang Ning. Next was the fifth, Dong Qingfeng. Dong Qingfeng also chose the first row, close to Qin Qian. Then came Huang Zhongfei, who was in the third row. The seventh was Miao Zhe, in the last row on the south side. Before the seats were assigned, Lu Keki greeted him, and Miao Zhe smiled, which was rare, but very stiff. Ma Shichen chatted. What happened between you and Zizi? Lu Keki said mysteriously. Guess. Ma Shichen was not interested. Then came Song Sheng, who had a gloomy face, and exuded an aura of keeping strangers away. Surrounded by hostility, he chose the second row. Zhao Qian, who was wearing light makeup, bit her lips and giggled. He is so fierce. I like him so much. Zhang Kai felt extremely cold and quietly moved away. Yang Sheng sat in the single seat on the north side of the podium. One by one, the students entered the class to choose their seats. Chen Xiaoyu greeted Baiyuxia through the window, smiling. Then, under her gaze, the new classmate Che Wei, openly, became Baiyuxia's deskmate. Chen Xiaoyu. In desperation, Zheng Lu took in the homeless Chen Xiaoyu, and the two of them were behind Jiang Ning. Xin Yaoling was sitting by the river in the third row, which was once Shan Kequan's seat, and Shan Kequan returned to the back row of the four largest seats after a few months. Jiuo Kunan didn't have the courage to sit at the same table with Xin Yaoling, as he was afraid that others would see his ill intentions. So, he chose to sit at the table behind Xin Yaoling, so that he could always see her back, and Jiuo Kunan was satisfied. The seat selection has reached the final stage. Ma Shichen made a little comeback in the final exam, because of his improved English grades, and finally he was not the last one, and he was still one of the four largest seats. Duan Shigen ran to the last row, and sat at the same table with Zhang Kai. Pang Jiao, Zhang Yifei, Li Shengnan, and Wang Yanan chose the seats on the north side of the classroom. The last one, Liu Chuandao. Shan Qingrong read out. Liu Chuandao walked to the door of the classroom, looking left and right, his eyes wandering around the pretty girls, looking for an empty seat. Shan Qingrong was very impatient with the last in the class. He frowned. Isn't there a seat over there? Liu Chuandao took a look, and it was a seat where Pang Jiao, Li Shengnan, and Zhang Yifei were double-teamed. He was so scared that he quickly declined. Class teacher, do I have any other choice? Shan Qingrong said. Yes. Liu Chuandao's face showed joy. What choice? Shan Qingrong. Change class. Liu Chuandao. He dragged a stinky face and walked slowly, like a prisoner being escorted to the execution ground, enjoying the last afterglow of his life. He looked back. The sunshine outside was so good, so dazzling. He passed Pang Jiao with difficulty and entered that corner, but the three huge meat mountains blocked the light, and it was gone. Duan Shigen wrote a letter to pass it on. Brother, don't despair. People have to cheer up while they are alive, don't they? P.S. The seating chart of Class 8 will be released later on the Easter egg page. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493 10,000 Opportunities. After the seats were assigned, everyone put away their desks. After the banging and shaking, the classroom seemed to be brand new. After the morning self-study, Liu Chuandao did not stop at all and quickly fled the Devil's Cave. Duan Shigen saw it and followed him with a nostalgic mood. The two stood on the outer corridor east of Class 8. This position had a wide view. The rising sun shone the light on the playground in the distance. Below was a neat array of camouflaged uniforms. The freshmen of the first year of high school were in military training. Duan Shigen realized that he was already in the second year of high school. Cuiu hurriedly passed by the side, and his tone was full of excitement. Brother Nan, go and see the junior sister. I'm not exaggerating, the girls nowadays are the best looking. The two walked quickly and impatiently. Duan Shigen wanted to join in, but after a little thought, he thought there was no rush. He could watch the military training in the afternoon, but he had to listen to Liu Chudeo's feelings of empathy as soon as possible. Liu Chudeo, who was next to him, stole his eyes and glanced at the classroom of experimental class 1. Duan Shigen glanced at them, and Liu Chudeo said, "That's class 1, full of good students." Our class 12 was divided this time, and a total of 3 or 4 people entered the experimental class. Without waiting for Duan Shigen to answer, he thought of the scene of being double-teamed by Pang Jiao, Li Shengnan, and Zhang Yifei. The feeling of suffocation instantly filled his lungs, and he couldn't breathe. Liu Chuandao was indignant. "If I can enter the experimental class, I will suffer this bird's rage." Duan Shigen felt the same way and patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, study hard and remember one sentence, learning can change your destiny." He didn't believe in evil before, until he learned about the rules of seating division. Duan Shigen was convinced. In order to get rid of his fate, he actually took the initiative to do the questions, and made a lot of progress. Today's Duan Shigen once again experienced the beauty of high school, freedom, youth, the sweet smile of the girl, and the slender white legs. After being trapped in a cage for a long time, he can return to nature. It perfectly fits his state of mind. Duan Shigen wants to study Chinese well. Liu Chuandao was extremely annoyed. "Gangzi, I'm wondering, are the 3 of them stupid? They left an empty seat for me on purpose?" He felt like a turtle. Li Shengnan sat in front of him, Pang Jiao sat next to him, and Zhang Yifei sat next to him. He was trapped in a jar and couldn't move. Duan Shigen shook his head. "They didn't deliberately trick you." Liu Chuandao felt that Gangzi was defending them. He firmly believed they are just bad. Otherwise, why don't they sit at the same table when they have such a good time? Why do they leave a seat for me? Ugly and disgusting. Liu Chuandao met a bad person. Duan Shigen saw that he was about to explode with anger and explained, "Don't you find that the 3 of them are fat? It would be uncomfortable if they sat at the same table, so each person sat in a row." Liu Chuandao was stunned. It seemed to make sense. He wanted to say something, but he didn't say it after all. At this time, a man and 2 women walked by the corridor. When Liu Chuandao saw them, his eyes almost widened. The 2 girls were actually twins. When they passed by, Liu Chuandao nudged Gangzi with his elbow and asked, "Who is it?" "Duan Shigen, Jiang Ning, you'd better not mess with him." Duan Shigen had been a boss before, so he knew what was going on, and knew that Jiang Ning's fights were not ordinary. Liu Chuandao remembered that he had a fight with Pang Jiao yesterday, and it was this guy who finally stopped them. His clothes were scratched by Wang Yanan. Liu Chuandao, I remember there was a pretty girl in front of him. Are they dating? No, she's Bayuxia, the prettiest girl in our class. Apart from anything else, Duan Shigen knew he couldn't reach her by looking at her appearance and temperament. Although they were all students, Duan Shigen always felt a sense of distance. So, he pursued Jiang Yanan first. It was because Jiang Yanan had good skin and looks, but she was not particularly beautiful. She looked very friendly, and was the kind of girl who, as long as I work a little harder, I can match her. Liu Chuandao said, "It's not good to have no boyfriend. Look at me chasing her." The 2 chatted for a long time in the corridor until class started. Duan Shigen reminded Chuandao, "It's time to go." Liu Chuandao thought of Pang Jiao and the others, and his face looked particularly ugly. Duan Shigen looked at him, and his steps became much lighter. Oh, so cool. The second class in the morning was Gao Hishuo's math class. He walked quickly and hurriedly and stepped into the classroom, and the classmates in the class didn't have time to mute themselves. Gao Hishuo slammed the podium with a blackboard eraser, and a huge amount of chalk dust rose. Deng Qingfeng quickly covered his mouth and nose, and Shen Kan was still reading calmly, letting the dust fall on his head. Gao Hishuo was sprayed with chalk dust. He ran to the side of the podium, gathered his strength, and roared, "Didn't you hear the bell for class? You're still making a noise. A full jar doesn't make a sound, but a half full jar makes a bang." The whole class was silent. Gao Hishuo, who was burly and strong, with a black face and bull eyes, was mad with a terrifying power. No one dared to resist the classmates who knew him well. Che Wei, who was at the same table with Bayuxia, noticed this scene, but he was not panicked at all. When Che Wei was in class 6, he was the most active member of the class. He thought he was handsome, good at studying, and had high emotional intelligence, so he was good at making jokes. Che Wei livened up the atmosphere. Teacher, that was the preparatory bell just now. The bell for class hasn't rung yet. Bayuxia looked slightly surprised. Che Wei noticed from the corner of his eye that Bayuxia turned her head. He looked excited and wanted to perform. He was ready to say a few more words to liven up the atmosphere. Geo Hishuoi looked gloomy. Get to the back. Che Wei? Question mark? Geo Hishuoi, I told you to stand at the back. Did you hear me? After saying that, he stared at Che Wei with his terrifying bull eyes, and a great pressure came over him. Che Wei lowered his head and ran to the back to stand as punishment. In the northeast corner of the classroom, Cuiu in front of Zankai accidentally burst out. Ha ha ha. Geo Hishuoi roared. Shut up. He looked around for the sound, but didn't find anyone laughing. So Geo Hishuoi started to mock everyone. Whoever makes trouble in my class in the future, just get out of here. If you don't want to take my class, get out right away. The sonorous and powerful roar spread throughout class 8. While the classmates were silent, Wuzaoki picked up the basketball, raised his head and chest. Get out if you want to. He walked from the back row of the classroom to the front door of the classroom and ran out to play basketball under Geo Hishuo's eyes. Kyo-kun, who didn't know the situation, looked at Wuzaoki and couldn't believe it. Who is this person? He is so crazy. Geo Hishuoi was almost crazy, but Director Yan had explained in a private dinner that Wuzaoki's parents were engaged in teaching materials and had contacts with many schools. Geo Hishuoi had no way to vent his anger, so he could only shout to Che Wei at the end of the classroom, don't lean against the blackboard, stand up straight. Che Wei still said nothing. Okay, class. Geo Hishuo's character aside, his teaching level is indeed good. If the right side of the inequality is not 0, first move the terms and simplify the fractions. He wrote well in chalk and quickly listed a fractional inequality problem on the blackboard. According to the skills I just taught you, I will call a classmate to come up and solve the problem. If you can't solve it, just stand by the blackboard. When you can solve it, you can go down. After this, many distracted students came back to their senses in an instant and looked at the blackboard one after another, fearing that they would be called. After all, if you can't do it, it is very embarrassing to stand in front of the blackboard, much more embarrassing than the back blackboard. High school students are at an age where they love face. How can they tolerate such treatment? A minute later, Geo Hishuoi looked around and finally decided on the candidate. He glanced at the brand new seating chart on the podium and called her name. Mengxian, you do the test. Mengxian's body trembled. Damn, why was she so unlucky today? She stepped onto the podium. The whole class was watching. Jiuo-kun saw Mengxian's white and clean face, big and bright eyes, and delicate eyelashes. He could hardly control himself. At this time, his Taoist heart turned his eyes to Xin Yaoling at the table in front of him. Her black hair was like a black waterfall. I really want to touch her hair. Jiuo-kun's heart fell for Xin Yaoling again. As expected, Mengxian failed to answer the question. Geo Hishuoi said, okay, stand by the blackboard. Mengxian heard this and turned back in panic. Her face turned pale because of this sentence. Maybe because of excitement. Even her hair was a little messy. She stroked her hair and her skin flushed awkwardly, showing her girlish feeling perfectly. Cuiu's deskmate, Meng Jiui, had hard hair. In the movie he watched yesterday, the heroine stroked her hair several times. Shan Keikwon commented calmly, she looks good. But, compared with Bayuxia, it's 2 levels worse. Shan Keikwon added in his heart. He looked back at Che Wei, who seemed to be hit and looked gloomy at this time. Shan Keikwon, my woman is not something you can touch. Wang Long heard Keikwon's praise, and he lowered his voice. Brother Quan, don't be fooled by her appearance. Mengxian was very bad in elementary school. At this time, Mengxian was tortured by Geo Hishuoi, and Wang Long was very happy, and even wanted Geo Hishuoi to be more cruel. Wang Long was in the mood to watch the show, but some people couldn't sit still. Kyo-kun and Meng Xian entered class 8 at the same time. He had already felt the crisis this morning, and he was even more anxious at this time. If it continues like this, his points in front of Meng Xian will be deducted, and he must save them. Kyo-kun's brain was hot, and he raised his hand suddenly. Teacher Gayo, I'll do it. Gayo Hishui, okay. Today, turn the tide and support the collapsing building. Kyo-kun, with his unparalleled ambition, stepped onto the podium step by step. 2 minutes later, Kyo-kun and Meng Xian stood side by side on the blackboard. There was no way, even though Kyo-kun was almost dying of anxiety, he still couldn't solve the inequality. Meng Xian was disheartened as classmates laughed secretly. At this time, Dong Qingfeng put on an elegant smile and raised his hand politely. Kyo-kun was in pain and screamed in his heart, "Enima, I beg you to stop talking." At noon, Sister Chen Saiking and Bei Yuxia returned to the classroom. She subconsciously sat down at the same table with Bei Yuxia and then realized, it's not my sister's seat? Bei Yuxia nodded lightly. Well, it's Che Wei now. After Chen Saiking reacted, she gritted her teeth. Damn it, next time my sister and I will be together, we must snatch it back. Chen Saiking, who was unhappy, came to the table behind Jiang Ning and sat down bored. The electric fan above her head was spinning, dispelling the heat of the summer, and Chen Saiking endured the heat. Suddenly, she thought of the students who were doing military training outside, and her mood improved a little. Soon, the unhappy Che Wei arrived, and he didn't even say hello to Bei Yuxia. Bei Yuxia didn't think it was a big deal. She had met so many weird classmates. Some were good at performing, some liked to show off, some pretended to be cool, and some were hot and cold. Although Bei Yuxia was young, she had a lot of experience, and she understood the boys of the same age very well. Jiang Ning followed Zhu Yuantong and walked into class 8. Zhu Yuantong said, "It's so hot, so hot, so hot. Jiang Ning, take it out and cool it down for me." Jiang Ning unfolded his magic circle. "Are you sure you're still hot?" Zhu Yuantong said, "I feel hot inside." Chen Saiking was sending a message to her sister. "Sister, why are you so disappointing? You lost your seat." Sister said, "Sister, you are unreasonable. We are obviously together." Chen Saiking said, "Okay, it's my fault." Chen Xiaoyu from class 10 was eating her sister's jelly. She felt embarrassed. "Sister, I have to admit my mistake to you. I ate your jelly." Chen Saiking was so angry. Under Zhu Yuantong's urging, Jiang Ning took out a rectangular glass box. In the box, there were many white fruits that looked like white jade. Zhu Yuantong called out, "Yuxia, Yuxia, come and eat the bayberry." Bei Yuxia turned around and saw that the bayberry was different from the red and purple bayberries she usually encountered. She couldn't help but wonder, crystal bayberry? Zhu Yuantong immediately thought she was amazing. She actually knew the varieties of bayberry. At the beginning, she only knew how to eat it. It's September now. Are there still crystal bayberries? Bei Yuxia was puzzled. Jiang Ning, late ripening ones. In fact, he cultivated them in Huqi Mountain. Jiang Ning took out a paper cup and filled it with a few large and plump crystal bayberries for Bei Yuxia. The fruit was a whole circle larger than a ping pong ball. Before eating it, you can tell how enjoyable it is. Bei Yuxia tasted it reservedly. It was icy and the flesh was soft and delicate. The sweetness and sourness blended together, and it was close yet distant. The little tongue was stained by the juice, and it left as soon as it was touched, leaving an endless aftertaste. The sleepiness in the summer afternoon dissipated in an instant, and even the mind was clear. She lowered her head again, and saw the bright pink flesh in front of her. She couldn't help but bite it. In the hot summer, it was a wonderful enjoyment to have such cold bayberries. Zhu Yuantong was not as good at tasting as Bei Yuxia, so she ate with relish. Jiang Ning turned around and gave Zheng Lu a cup, and then gave Chen Saiking a cup. Chen Saiking quickly finished a few bayberries, feeling melancholy. At this time, Jiang Ning handed over another cup, which was filled with a few bayberries. Chen Saiking was surprised at first, but then embarrassed. "Not so good, right?" Jiang Ning saw through it, but didn't say it. "Give it to your sister." Chen Saiking picked up the cup and said solemnly, "Don't worry, I will definitely leave it for her." She no longer hesitated and walked out of the classroom. Chen Xiaoyu sent a message, "Sister, are you angry?" I know I was wrong. Chen Siking, it doesn't matter, you are my sister. Even if you make 10,000 mistakes, I will still forgive you. Chen Xiaoyu from class 10 was so touched. They are twins, the closest people in the world. She was moved and ate the jelly her sister had saved. Chen Siking tasted a bayberry from her sister and replied, so, you have to give me 10,000 chances to make mistakes. Chapter 494 Death. The third class of the evening self-study class is free self-study. Huang Zhanfei, who originally sat on the podium, was replaced by the beautiful girls in Yaoling. Now she is the monitor, responsible for guarding class 8 and maintaining classroom discipline. Jiuo Kanan wrote 2 questions and was tired. He raised his head and looked at the girl behind the podium. 2 seconds later, he was fully charged. Great. Looking up and seeing the beloved girl is probably the best moment in life. Jiuo Kanan thought so. From a distance, Xin Yaoling noticed Jiuo Kanan and smiled to greet him. As the saying goes, flowers bloom in an instant. Jiuo Kanan's season has gone back from summer to spring, back to the world of spring flowers. In the back row, Hu Jun analyzed in a low voice, Brother Quan, I found a small doubt. Shan Kaikwan stopped doing questions. You say. I seriously suspect that Brother Nan doesn't like Xin Yaoling, but Zhu Yan, the monitor of class 11. Xin Yaoling has the shadow of Zhu Yan. Hu Jun said. Shan Kaikwan thought about it carefully. It was true. Jiuo Kanan's last favorite girl was the monitor of class 11, and now he likes the new monitors in Yaoling. Does he only like girls with status? Hu Jun said. But this kind of girl is not something that ordinary people can control. He shook his head and mourned for Brother Nan's fate. There is no grassland at home, but he fell in love with a wild horse. Wang Long said happily, Brother Jun, come on, isn't a 30-year-old woman more difficult to control? Hu Jun said frankly, you don't understand, I can be controlled. Several brothers gathered here to chat and have fun. Wang Long felt empty in his mouth. Without Brother Nan, there were fewer snacks. He looked back and saw Huang Yasu squatting next to the water dispenser at the back of the classroom, holding a wrench and a screwdriver, concentrating on repairing the water dispenser. Wang Long was suspicious. What was in Yasu's bag? There were 2 water dispensers in class 8. After one broke down, there was only the other one left. During the peak water usage period, it was slightly insufficient. At this time, during the class, on the west side of the classroom, Zhang Kai picked up a cup and went to the front row to get water in the classroom, where everyone was sitting quietly. Although it was a self-study class, getting water was not prohibited. Zhang Kai got water to drink in the dormitory at night. There was no water dispenser in the boys' dormitory of number 4 middle school. Zhang Kai didn't want to drink cold water, nor did he want to buy purified water, so he just drank the water in the class. Meng Xian happened to be in front of Zhang Kai. Seeing that the water in the purified water bucket was about to run out, Zhang Kai took 2 steps, squeezed Meng Xian, and put the cup first. Meng Xian was a girl after all. After the shoving, she was almost squeezed and fell. She steadied her steps and asked, what are you doing? There was a bit of aggression before she spoke. Zhang Kai was not afraid of her at all. He pretended not to hear and pressed the water button. Meng Xian was very angry and didn't even take the water. She stepped heavily and turned back to her seat. Kyo-kun comforted him. He's a rubbish person with no quality. Don't bother with him. Kyo-kun actually had no choice. If he had been in class 5 before, with many friends, he would definitely reprimand this person in public and ruin his reputation. Unfortunately, he came to class 8 and was lonely and helpless. Think about how glorious he used to be. It's true that things are more valuable when they leave their hometown, and people are worthless when they leave their hometown. Tang Jing's expression was playful. She recognized Zhang Kai. She had played tricks on him at the barbecue stall before. For such a person, Tang Jing could easily play with him. After coming to class 8, Kyo-kun, who was once a celebrity in class 5, suffered more or less injustice. However, Tang Jing was in a complete state. It's okay, leave it to me, Tang Jing said. While talking, she took out a red banknote that seemed to be folded. Meng Xian didn't understand. What are you going to do with 100 yuan? For ordinary high school students, 100 yuan is a small sum of money. Tang Jing's slightly mean face was sinister. Just watch. She threw the 100 yuan on the ground and covered it with the sole of her shoe. Zhang Kai successfully filled his cup with water. He was in a good mood and returned to the back row with great pride. At this moment, Tang Jing's feet suddenly moved away. Her movements were a little too big and were noticed by Zhang Kai, who was walking towards her. Then, he saw the red 100 yuan bill lying on the concrete floor. Instantly, Zhang Kai's heartbeat slowed down for half a beat, and then it started beating boom, boom, boom. Countless images flashed in his mind. 100 yuan could buy 40 bottles of Coke, 25 buckets of instant noodles, 12 chicken chops, and 6 meals of braised chicken. He glanced at the people around him calmly. Tang Jing was reading a book, and Meng Xian was looking at him, but she didn't pay attention to the ground. If you don't pick up the money, you will be punished by heaven and earth. When greed comes, morality is completely put aside, not to mention that Zhang Kai has no morality at all. Zhang Kai first walked to Tang Jing's side naturally and calmly, and his feet snapped and stepped on the folded 100 yuan bill. He moved forward little by little, driving the bills forward, and his movements were quite funny. You teased. Kaizi, are you lame? Zhang Kai forced a smile and responded, ha ha ha, my legs are a little uncomfortable. As he spoke, he moved forward. The distance that should have taken a few seconds actually took a full 2 minutes. His back was sweaty from nervousness. After going through countless difficulties, he finally moved back to his seat. Duan Shigang, his deskmate, was watching a movie. Zhang Kai squatted down to tie his shoelaces, and without anyone noticing, he pulled the money out of the sole of his shoe. Ha ha ha, I got 100 yuan. Zhang Kai looked ecstatic, as if he had hysterics. Meng Xian frowned. Jing, your money is gone, and he got it for free. Tang Jing was almost laughing like crazy. She took out another banknote. Meng Xian looked at it and found that the RMB pattern was printed on the front, and there was a small advertisement on the back. Fuck small advertisement. Zhang Kai was angry. He roared, fuck, who the hell is so stupid? Duan Shigang next to him was startled. What's wrong, Kai? Tang Jing and Meng Xian covered their mouths and laughed. Zhang Kai's funny actions just now were all seen by the two of them. The new monitors in Yaoling coughed to warn. In a rage, Zhang Kai tore up the flyer and threw it into the sky. Like snowflakes, it fell on Duan Shigang's head. Chen Xiao lay on the table. She didn't dare to sleep, didn't want to do the homework, and was afraid that her mobile phone would be confiscated. She felt that her life was wasted. Oh my god, there is still one class before school is over. Chen Xiao said weakly. She tilted her head and looked at her deskmate. Zheng Lu straightened her waist, holding a pencil, and was drawing on A4 paper. Chen Xiao found that, since she started the evening self-study, she was either drawing or sharpening pencils, and she didn't seem to be tired. Zheng Lu finally put down her pencil, and Chen Xiao took the opportunity to chat with her. Zheng Lu, have you forgotten that there is still a class in the evening self-study? If you don't remind me, I really forgot. Zheng Lu said gently, then wiped the pencil dust on her hands with a wet tissue, and wiped the desk. Chen Xiao accused the school of being ruthless. It's too torturous. The class ends at 10:30. It's quite late. Zheng Lu agreed, but if she could stay in the classroom for a while longer, she would not object. Who made her want to see someone here? Zheng Lu moved closer to the desk, put her soft arms on the desk, then she bent her waist slightly, and put them on her chest. The two balls had a home, and Zheng Lu felt lighter all over. Because of the effect of gravity, the desk vibrated slightly. Chen Xiao's eyes widened in shock, and her eyes couldn't help thinking, what if my sister and I became one? It seems that it is still not as big as Zheng Lu's. Hiss, damn it. For the first time, Chen Xiao questioned the strength of the twin sisters. She couldn't help but start to wonder, which is more important, quantity or quality? Let's ask netizens about this question tonight. Chen Xiao made up her mind. During the evening self-study, Huang Zhangfei suddenly received a text message from Shan Qingrang. He took a look at the message and was quite surprised. In the past, Huang Zhangfei would announce it immediately when encountering such things. It had already become an instinct, and it was difficult for him to control himself. What's more, the content of today's news is quite important. Huang Zhangfei forgot his identity. At this moment, he stood up suddenly. The whole class was paying attention. CUIU, what's wrong with the monitor? Wang Lang Lang started to make a noise. Class monitor, what are you doing so late at night? Xin Yaoling on the podium was angry and dissatisfied. I'm the class monitor. Huang Zhangfei, I have something to announce. Teacher Shan just sent me a text message. Starting tonight, we will continue the evening self-study plan for the first grade of high school and finish school at 9:30. In the classroom, there was shock at first, and then a violent cheer. Fuck, awesome. CUIU jumped out of his seat, ran around to celebrate, and high-fived Ma Shichen, Shan Keikwon and others. Jiuo Kunan shouted, class monitor, thank you for the notice. As soon as he said this, he trembled all over, looked at Xin Yaoling on the podium with fear, and met her cold eyes. Jiuo Kunan, I'm so cold. Not only class 8, but also class 9 next door also cheered loudly, and the students' joy was beyond words. Everyone praised Huang Zhangfei for delivering the news, and Xin Yaoling on the podium was completely ignored. Even though she was usually strong, she couldn't suppress the grievance in her heart at this moment. I can't do this job as a monitor. 3 minutes before the end of get out of class, Jiang Ning woke up Zhu Yuantang. When Zhu Yuantang just woke up, she squinted her eyes, her lips slightly opened, with a lovely arc. She rubbed her eyes with her little hands, stayed still for 10 seconds, and finally woke up. She looked at the clock on the blackboard, and found that it was only 9:28, and asked, Jiang Ning, why did you call me at this time? Jiang Ning, from today on, there will be only 3 classes in the evening self-study. Zhu Yuantang was shocked. Is it true? Bei Yuxia testified for him. It's true. The whole class knows it. Zhu Yuantang believed it, and she stammered. Yesterday on the way home, I told Jiang Ning that it would be great if it was like the first year of high school, but it was changed today. The dream came true. Zhu Yuantang judged. Jiang Ning, tell me quickly, did you help me realize my dream? Come quickly. Bei Yuxia pursed her lips, and a shallow dimple emerged. How is it possible? The tradition of the 4th evening self-study session for the 2nd grade students of number 4 middle school has continued for many years. Anyone with a little common sense should know how difficult it is to change the evening self-study session for a school of number 4 middle school's level. Bei Yuxia smiled. Jiang Ning stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, as if holding an invisible force. He said, yes, it's me. There is nothing I can't do, only things I don't want to do. Zhu Yuantang's delicate little face immediately showed an admiring look, and his pupils sparkled brightly. Bei Yuxia, the 3rd evening self-study session ended. Myo Zhe was packing up his things at the desk. Lukaki took a bottle of facial cleanser and found him. Your skin is too dry. Don't use volcanic rock facial cleanser in the future. It's too irritating. Use this gentle one. Myo Zhe thanked him sincerely. Thank you. He quickly took out a 50 yuan bill and handed it to Lukaki. Lukaki didn't care. You're welcome. Under Myo Zhe's repeated enthusiasm, Lukaki accepted 50 yuan, which was the money to buy facial cleanser. She poked her smooth face with her fingers, full of confidence. In the future, if you need skincare products, feel free to ask me. If you have any skincare questions, feel free to contact me on questions. After finishing her business, Lukaki carried her fashionable bag and turned to walk out of the classroom. In the corridor, Lukaki was holding 50 yuan. One day during the summer vacation, Myo Zhe suddenly chatted with her privately and humbly asked questions. Lukaki usually likes to make up and dress up, so she immediately helped. After several times, they upgraded from ordinary classmates to classmates with common language and interest exchange. Giving roses to others will leave a lingering fragrance on your hands. Lukaki was in a good mood. At the same time, her interest in beauty makeup was greatly enhanced. In the classroom, Myo Zhe held the facial cleanser, as if he was holding the whole world. He secretly made up his mind. Wait, I will let you see my best side. In the end, there were only 4 people left in the classroom. Myo Zhe, Chen Kan who was doing questions, Shan Zhao who was playing with his mobile phone, and Che Wei. Half an hour later, Che Wei received a text message and stood up to leave the classroom. Shan Zhao stared at Che Wei's back, always feeling that this guy was a little weird, but Shan Zhao was skilled and brave, and was not afraid at all. Shan Zhao drank a sip of water, put his hands behind his back, and slowly strolled towards the teaching building of the first grade. In the alleys of the residential area outside the school, Che Wei was carrying a plastic bag, walking in the dark, and he kept moving forward. Che Wei, who was the big shot of class 6, suffered a big blow when he first arrived in class 8. All this was all thanks to Gao Hishui. Tonight, Che Wei will no longer endure. Victory or defeat is never on the chessboard, but outside the chessboard. Bastard, Gao Hishui, die today. Che Wei came to the deepest part of the alley. According to the information he inquired, Gao Hishui lived nearby. Che Wei made several inquiries, and his efforts paid off. He finally determined the address where Gao Hishui rented. In front of him was a small farmyard. Che Wei stood in front of the window and could see a figure inside. That figure was none other than Gao Hishui. Che Wei had an evil smile on his face. He gently opened the window without disturbing anyone. Gao Hishui had his back to the window and was correcting lesson plans. Che Wei took out a matchbox. He didn't like lighters, but preferred matches, because he felt that matches suited him better. He lit the match, and a small flame burned, illuminating his profile. The flame burned out. "It's time to get down to business," he said. Che Wei put on white gloves, and picked up the firecrackers in the plastic bag. He lit the match, lit the fuse of the firecrackers, and threw it skillfully. The firecrackers flew smoothly into the house. Che Wei closed the window and changed his voice. "Teacher Gao, your students wish you a happy new year." The sound of firecrackers crackling came from the house, which was extremely loud in the night, mixed with Gao Hishui's roar and roar. Che Wei finally calmed down, and he walked away contentedly amid the hustle and bustle. Chapter 495 Tasting. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the river dam gradually became quiet. The warm lights in the room were bright, filling every corner. Zhu Yuantang was perched on Jiang Ning's ergonomic chair. She was wearing a small white nightgown, and her small feet were the color of milk. She started playing LOL. While waiting for the match, soothing music came from the desktop speakers, and her pair of snow-white feet suspended in the air were gently shaking. Every time she shook, her toes, like tender lotus buds, bent unconsciously, forming a seductive curve. Finally, the match was successful. Zhu Yuantang was refreshed, took back her exiled feet, and turned back to the chair. She chose the hero fizz, and prepared to go on the bloodthirsty field. Unfortunately, Aunt Gu came to the door. She glanced at the snacks in her daughter's hand, and then looked at her size. That was no different from before, and sighed in her heart. Too disappointing. "Have you brushed your teeth?" Aunt Gu asked. Zhu Yuantang, "I brushed." Aunt Gu frowned. "Nonsense. When did you brush your teeth?" "In the morning." Zhu Yuantang answered truthfully. Zhu Yuantang was dragged by her mother to brush her teeth. Before leaving, she sadly told Jiang Ning that they would meet at Magpie Bridge every Chinese Valentine's Day. At the end, remember to help her play games. Dacheng Community. It was once the most high-end community in Yazhou, with a majestic stone mansion, trimmed three-dimensional bushes, and an elegant corridor-style lobby. When it came out of nowhere, it raised the housing prices in Yazhou by itself, and became the benchmark for luxury homes in the hearts of Yazhou people. The housing prices were as high as 2,000 yuan per square meter. More than 10 years later, Yazhou has developed rapidly. Dacheng Community has gone through years of wind and rain, and its appearance does not look old at all. Even in the next 10 years, it will remain the same. A room in building 3. Xin Yaoling took a shower and leaned against the head of the bed. The girl's wet hair was scattered. Under the light, her eye bags became more obvious and her spirit was moving. Xin Yaoling held the mobile phone. She was the monitor for only one day, and she suffered too much grievance. Xin Yaoling even planned to complain to the head teacher, but she held back. She was never a crying girl. She would never be a coward. Xin Yaoling firmly believed that with her ability, she would be able to do this job, impress her classmates, and become the leader of class 8. She took a deep breath, thought about the future arrangements of the class, and fulfilled her duties. It's a new semester. Students usually need money to drink water and buy things. It's time to collect class fees. She thought of 2 plans, but couldn't decide. So she edited a text message and sent it. Teacher Shan, the class fee has bottomed out. I plan to ask everyone about the class fee during the morning self-study tomorrow. Do you think it's more appropriate for each person to pay 10 yuan or 20 yuan? It was 10 o'clock in the evening, and Shan Qingran was still awake. He replied, okay. Xin Yaoling's heart? Question mark. She was a little crazy. What does okay mean? Should I pay 10 yuan or 20 yuan? Zhu Yuantang came back from brushing his teeth, and Jiang Ning gave him 3 heads. This game was in the platinum rank. Jiang Ning had been cheated countless times before. Now he gave away a few heads to deliberately give his teammates some excitement so that they could experience the heartbeat of a comeback. However, his teammates couldn't stand it anymore and repeatedly questioned, how long has it been since the start of the game? You gave away 3 heads. Tell me, what's the use of you? Waste. The teammates cursed. Zhu Yuantang was also stunned when she saw the record of Fizz and the abuse of her teammates. However, Zhu Yuantang did not blame Jiang Ning. She reached out and tapped the keyboard with confidence. Of course I'm useful, and I'm very useful. The irritable teammates mocked, giving away 3 heads in 5 minutes. You are very proud, right? Come on. Tell me, what's your use? Zhu Yuantang asked back, can this game be played without me? The teammates were silenced. Jiang Ning gave the throne to Zhu Yuantang, and he returned to the sofa, waiting for Zhu Yuantang to make a comeback. The class group chat was hearty. Yuan claimed that she was stuck in traffic on her way home tonight and heard the sirens of the ambulance. Deng Qingfeng said that there must be a car accident. Then, Jiuo Kunan jumped out and lamented that humans are fragile and that a small car accident can easily take away lives. He called on everyone to pay attention to safety on the way home, especially the new squad leaders in Yaoling, and asked them to take care of themselves. Yuan, every time my family goes out, I remind them to pay attention to the vehicles. I have witnessed car accidents before. My OZHE, I never run red lights. Wang Long. When I cross the road, I must look left and right. Zenkai, haha, I just close my eyes and cross the road. When they see me closing my eyes, they dare not hit me at all and stop immediately. Deng Qingfeng, awesome. Duan Shigang, it's Kaizi. Zenkai is fearless, kill me if you can. He is 16 or 17 years old, has nothing, lacks awe of life, is indifferent to life and death, and will do it if he doesn't obey. CUIU, it's better to be like the old man and the old lady. Last time, there was an intersection without traffic lights, and cars were coming and going. They were driving so fast, and didn't give way to others. Later, there was an old man with a cane. He didn't even look at the cars, and crossed the road. Who dares to hit him? The cars on the road waited for him to cross. Wang Long, who dares not to give way? Whoever dares to hit him will have another father. Several people chatted in the group, and the topic went back to the car accident, and finally to death. Yuan, I heard that when people die, they don't die all at once, but die gradually. Deng Qingfeng, indeed. There is a saying that I'll tell you. After a person dies, his senses will still function for a short time, such as hearing. So even if the heart stops beating, people can still hear things outside. But, even though you can hear, you can't understand what they are saying. Jiang Yanan, is it true? Jiang Yanan's popularity in the class is quite good. When she showed up, many boys showed up. When Priest Liu saw Deng Qingfeng showing off in the class group, he felt unhappy. How could I be worse than you on the internet? He retorted, go ahead and brag. You haven't died, how do you know? Deng Qingfeng. He ignored the mentally ill Priest Liu and just treated him as a dead man. Deng Qingfeng explained, although the current theory is that people can hear words from the outside world after death, but can't understand them, I prefer to believe another statement, that is, they can understand words, so at least I can accompany them for a moment longer. Chen Xiaoyu, I have a problem. Well, what's wrong? Chen Xiaoyu, I can also hear the teacher talking in class, but I can't understand it. Am I dead? Scared? Off-campus rental house. Simple windows, simple desks, and even the wardrobe is made of iron pipes and cheap fabrics. Miozhe brought a basin of warm water and placed it on the desk. There was a mirror in front of him. He stared at the mirror, as if something would come out of the mirror the next moment. After Miozhe washed his face, he applied moisturizing skincare products, and the dry feeling of his skin disappeared. However, no matter how he looked in the mirror, he was always dissatisfied with himself in the mirror. He had uncoordinated facial features in the mirror. He wore glasses, had single eyelids, had ugly beards around his mouth, and had a few pimples on his forehead. He looked very gloomy and listless. He was far worse than the squad leader. When I thought of Huang Zhang for his appearance, handsome sword eyebrows, deep eyes, double eyelids, and a handsome nose, he was simply a carefully crafted handicraft. In comparison, Miozhe was just like a toy made by a village kid playing with mud. In the past, Miozhe never cared about his appearance, but when he talked with Jiang Ning about their plans to meet in the future, Miozhe suddenly panicked. His former indifference turned into a lack of confidence. He wanted to ask his friends how he would rate his appearance, but unfortunately he had no friends. In order to change, he privately chatted with Lukiki, seeking ways to become more handsome. Miozhe is taciturn and has a weird personality. He was abandoned by the world, but was picked up by the world. It was Jiang Ning who brought surprises to his life. Miozhe opened questions and switched to the message board with Jiang Ning. The screen was full of his messages. Jiang Ning, your name is beautiful. Really, your name alone is enough for me to love you for a lifetime. No matter how mediocre I am, I always think that my love for you is beautiful. Miozhe wanted to leave a message for Jiang Ning. He typed a long paragraph, but in the end, he deleted it all. The reason was that the day before yesterday, Jiang Ning asked him for photos, and Miozhe was timid. Jiang Ning said nothing, but Miozhe was heartbroken. He even questioned online dating. Miozhe hugged his head. After a few minutes of pain, he found Lukiki and asked her, I want to ask a question. Would you like someone you have never met? Lukiki was online. She replied in seconds, yes. Miozhe was confused. Why? Lukiki, I haven't met him, which means that in my heart, he will always be the image that best suits my aesthetics, equivalent to a perfect person, so of course I like him. Miozhe understood, but didn't understand. He still wanted Jiang Ning to see what he looked like. On New Year's Day last year, Huang Zhangfei performed in the class. Miozhe wanted to send a photo of Huang Zhangfei to Jiang Ning and tell her that it was him. In the end, he held back because Miozhe couldn't bear to deceive her about himself. Of course, Miozhe didn't want Jiang Ning to see his bad side, so he decided to Photoshop a handsome photo for Jiang Ning. Then, he would follow that photo and do beauty and skincare until the day they met and merge with the photo. This is a win-win situation. Lukiki, can you Photoshop a photo? Miozhe asked. This kind of thing should be done by a professional. No big deal. Okay. Miozhe took a photo on the spot, using a death face selfie angle, ready to send it to Lukiki, asking her to help Photoshop it. Huang Zhangfei at all members, let me tell you the group rules. Swearing is not allowed, vulgar language is not allowed, and weird photos are not allowed. This message instantly replaced Lukiki at the top of the list. Miozhe twitched his hand and sent his own selfie directly to the group. Normally, after Huang Zhangfei sent the message, many classmates should respond. However, this photo was suddenly displayed. The whole class group looked at the selfie of Miozhe with small eyes and glasses in the photo, and everyone fell silent. Miozhe was so embarrassed that he wished he could disband the group immediately, but unfortunately he didn't have the authority to do so. This was not a solution. Miozhe was quick-witted and made a statement that shocked the whole group. Hahaha, everyone come and see if I'm ugly. Please give me your opinion. Wang Lang replied, Zizi, it's not a question of whether I'm ugly or not. Cui and Miozhe had an old grudge. Your temperament is too vulgar. Meng Gui and Cui were in the same camp and said, you look like a dead otaku in an island movie. Liu Chuan said, haha, it's really ugly. Pang Jiao was caught by Miozhe so badly that she almost disfigured herself. She replied, I can't eat because of your ugliness. Ugh. Zhang Yifei, ugly man. Wang Yang Iron, oh, you hurt my eyes. Get out of my world. Every word was like a knife, piercing Miozhe's heart. His heart was bleeding. It was so painful. Huang Zhongfei wanted to speak and tell Miozhe not to care too much about his appearance, but he felt that he was not suitable to speak. Everyone attacked Miozhe's appearance. Bayuxia, I'm not ugly, be more confident. Her appeal is quite terrifying. Shan Kaiquan responded quickly, where is it ugly? Even celebrities can't stand taking photos from this angle. Miozhe, you're fine. Don't talk nonsense. Jiuo Kunan, indeed, Brother Quan is right. Chen Xiaoyu, be more confident. There is true love in the world, and true love warms the heart everywhere. The newly arrived Liu Chuandao took this opportunity to implement the Skynet plan. He sent a friend request to Bayuxia, followed by the beautiful Shenkinj, the fair-skinned Jiang Yanan, and the new class monitors in Yaoling. Bayuxia received the friend request, and because of the relationship between classmates, she clicked agree. Shenkinj and the others did the same. After all, they were classmates, so they didn't refuse friends. In this way, Liu Chuandao added several beautiful girls in a row, which made him crazy. Liu Chuandao thought of the short-haired girl next to the podium. The girl was very pretty and cool. Liu Chuandao was tempted and sent a friend request to Yang Sheng. Beautiful girl, add me as a friend. Yang Sheng saw this vulgar and socially vulgar friend request and rejected it on the spot. Liu Chuandao, who had won one victory after another, was suddenly hit and lost his balance. He sent a request to ask, what do you mean, classmates can't add friends? Yang Sheng, no. Liu Chuandao was angry, it's funny. It's an honor for you to add me as a friend. Do you know how many people want to add me but can't? I'm not bragging to you. For someone like you, I can add dozens of people a day. I was just testing you just now. Do you really think you are a human being? How ridiculous. How ridiculous. Yang Sheng didn't reply. 2 minutes later, Liu Chuandao, what do you mean? You won't reply, right? Yang Sheng didn't tolerate him. I've posted a screenshot in the class group. Liu Chuandao was shocked and angry. When he entered the class group, he saw that everyone was pointing fingers at him. Shan Kaiquan at him in public. Brother, you are really embarrassing our class 8. Liu Chuandao, are you looking for trouble? Liu Chuandao at Duan Shigan to support the scene. Shan Kaiquan at Jiuo Kunan, Ma Shicheng, Wang Longlong, Hu Jun, Cuiu, what's wrong with you? At 11:30 p.m., Aunt Gu thought that her daughter's size might still be saved, so she dragged Tang Tang back to the room to sleep and ensure sleep. Zhu Yuantang rolled on the bed, unable to sleep anyway. Her mother will never know how many classes she slept in school every day. Until 12 o'clock, Zhu Yuantang still couldn't fall asleep. She picked up her mobile phone and sent a message to Jiang Ning, are you asleep? Jiang Ning let the soul sinking incense to temper his consciousness. In the dark room, the mobile phone on the desk suddenly flew in front of him and floated in the air. He dialed questions. Zhu Yuantang answered in seconds. He deliberately blamed her. I just fell asleep and was woken up by your message. TSK. She argued, it was obviously you who didn't turn off the internet or mute your phone when you went to bed. Jiang Ning, I was worried that someone would send me a message. Zhu Yuantang reacted quickly. She knew that she was the only one who sent messages to Jiang Ning, so he must be thinking about her. Zhu Yuantang felt as sweet as eating a peach. She pretended to be confused. Who sent you a message? Jiang Ning, do you want to know? Zhu Yuantang turned over. I want to know who is so happy. Jiang Ning, then are you happy? Zhu Yuantang happily turned over again, clamped the plush bear between her legs, pouted and snorted. Guess. Chapter 496's Eyes. September 2nd, Tuesday. During the break of the second class in the afternoon, people were coming and going in class 8 classroom. The ceiling fan was turned to the maximum gear, blowing air desperately to dispel the summer heat. Che Wei had a smile on his face, full of vigor and energy, and spoke with youthful passion. After Gao Hishui was punished by him last night, he was said to have been furious in the office this morning. Unfortunately, it was just an incompetent rage. Mediocre, mediocre. Bayuksha, let's have the same table at the small dining table next week. I will take care of you then. The confident boy was handsome and calm, and Chaiwei began to flirt with his deskmate. He was deeply moved when he saw Bayuksha for the first time. How could there be such a beautiful girl in the world, who was prettier than the girls in his original class 6 combined? He swore to catch her. Bayuksha said calmly, it depends on the school's arrangement. Chaiwei made his own decision. When the time comes, we will sign up at the same time, so we will definitely sit at the same table. Bayuksha smiled, turned around slightly, and took the initiative to talk to Jiang Ning. Tang Tang is sleeping again. She lay comfortably, and Jiang Ning covered her little head with his coat, as if she was isolated from the world. Let her sleep. Jiang Ning took out a glass box with crystal bayberries in it. It's okay, let her sleep, we'll eat some big fruits. Bayuksha thought of the delicious food of yesterday, the sweet and sour taste, and the pleasure of clear mind after eating, which made her eyes uncontrollably reveal hope and flash fluorescence. Good family education and personal accomplishment made Bayuksha restrain her desire and force her eyes to look away. Jiang Ning opened the glass cover, and a faint cold air drifted away. Chen Xiao at the back table called out in a low voice, are we going to eat secretly while Tang Tang is sleeping? Isn't that a bit bad? She felt very sorry for Tang Tang. Chen Xiao wanted to eat openly in front of Tang Tang, which would be fair. Jiang Ning, it's okay, leave some for her. Hearing him say this, Chen Xiao and Bayuksha were relieved. They were not so despicable as to eat secretly. Jiang Ning gave one portion to Bayuksha, and one portion to Chen Xiao. When Chaiwei saw this, he felt disdainful. It was just bayberry. He acted as if it was so rare. Who hasn't eaten it before? He turned and left to get some fresh air outside. Not to mention that the other party didn't give it to him. Even if he did, Chaiwei would definitely not eat it out of pity. Jiang Ning naturally didn't care about him. When it was Zhenglu's turn, Zhenglu wiped her hands embarrassedly, but still didn't wipe off the pencil dust on her hands. Jiang Ning noticed and said, there's a wooden fork, it's okay. Zhenglu, I don't want to be so careless with the things you gave me. She stood up and planned to go out to wash her hands. Together? Okay. Zhenglu went to the corridor to wait for Jiang Ning, but the next second, Jiang Ning pressed his palm on the windowsill and climbed through the window fluently. Zhenglu, an unexpected path. Zhenglu walked to the door and walked with Jiang Ning. In fact, you can wash your hands in the classroom, but so far only Zhang Kai has done it. He directly used the water dispenser as a faucet. Later, he was severely condemned by the whole class, claiming that if he did it again, his class fee would be deducted. Zhang Kai gave up. In the corridor outside the classroom, students in groups of 3 or 2 leaned on the balcony and looked at the campus scenery below. Zhenglu did not choose a closer bathroom. She and Jiang Ning went downstairs and walked to the largest and widest wash basin because this path was longer and they could walk together longer. Can you help me with math problems during the next self-study class? Zhenglu said. No problem. Jiang Ning replied. In front of the wash basin, Zhenglu carefully scrubbed the pencil dust off her fingers. Jiang Ning washed a little and stood by waiting for her. Zhenglu glanced sideways. Jiang Ning was wearing a white shirt today. The afternoon sun shone on him, giving him a halo. He was immersed in the sun, his eyes were clear, his slender figure stood out, revealing 3 parts of laziness and 3 parts of willfulness. Zhenglu found that he was getting more and more handsome, and secretly glanced at him. Jiang Ning noticed and looked down. Zhenglu met his eyebrows that flew diagonally into his temples, and his eyes painted in ink style under her pen. From the corners of the eyes to the ends of the eyes, they were like the ink lines of meticulous white drawing, flexible and graceful. Black and white are distinct, without any mixed colors. For some reason, Zhenglu always felt that there was more charm in his eyes, not as indifferent as before, but she couldn't describe it well. Just like that, she stared at each other for a long time, until she caught a glimpse of Jiang Ning's inexplicable smile. Zhenglu hurriedly lowered her head, staring at her chest in a daze, at a loss to ease the embarrassment. But soon, Zhenglu came to her senses. When did she become so timid? She no longer hesitated, but raised her head and said to Jiang Ning openly, "You have very good eyes." She said it naturally on the surface, but in fact, Her chest had already been surging. Jiang Ning's reaction was beyond her expectations. He stretched out his fingers and twisted his eyes up and down. He gently applied force to make his eyes bigger and said playfully, "Then you look very good." Zhenggu was overwhelmed by great surprise. She nodded solemnly, "Yeah." Jiang Ning returned to the classroom and Zhu Yuantang woke up. She angrily accused, "You actually ate behind my back." She was halfway through her words and Jiang Ning shook his hands and the water left over from washing his hands earlier splashed all over her face. Zhu Yuantang was attacked and quickly closed her eyes to defend herself. When she realized that there was no more water, she quietly opened her eyes, but Jiang Ning shook his hands again. "You are too much." Zhu Yuantang ran out of the classroom. Bei Yuxia, who was watching the fun, said, "Ahem. He was bullying Tang Tang again. Was he angry this time?" Jiang Ning was not worried at all. Soon, Zhu Yuantang came back and washed her face with clean water, which not only washed away the fatigue after waking up, but also brought a weapon. She came in front of Jiang Ning and shook her head, splashing water all over Jiang Ning's face. Bei Yuxia wiped her face with her hands, feeling a little helpless. At the back of the classroom, Liu Chuandao came out to get some fresh air and escape from the four terrifying girls. "Duan Shigang, how is it? How does it feel?" Liu Chuandao's mouth twitched, and he forced himself to maintain his dignity, vowing, "I decided to study hard in the future, and I must improve on the next exam." Duan Shigang, really motivated. Duan Shigang used to be uneducated and did evil things, but since he learned about the rules of changing seats, he worked hard and finally got rid of his nightmare-like life. Liu Chuandao, wait, I will study hard in the next class. Duan Shigang thought to himself, this won't do. If you study hard, what if it's my turn to be the last one in the round? Under the pressure of Pang Zhao and others, many boys in class 8 realized what the last elimination system in the workplace is. Duan Shigang said, "It's difficult. You are next to them. If you want to study seriously, it will probably take a lot of effort." Liu Chuandao, I treat them as dead and don't talk to them. I don't believe it. If I don't provoke them, can they still influence me? Wu Zhaoqi was weighing the basketball in the back row, but he didn't shoot it. He was so funny. Wu Zhaoqi sneered, "Naive, naive, you are too naive." He raised his head and laughed. "If you don't provoke Pang Zhao, do you think you won't be provoked?" He has been with Pang Zhao day and night and has gained a lot of experience from Mio Zhe, Pang Zhao's first deskmate. In the whole class 8, no boy knows Pang Zhao better than Wu Zhaoqi. Liu Chuandao, what do you mean? Wu Zhaoqi shook his head and sighed, "You will understand when you reach my level." Seeing that this kid was arrogant, Liu Chuandao was unhappy. "I asked you to speak, didn't you hear me?" Wu Zhaoqi ignored him. He put down the basketball and started to shoot. Liu Chuandao was tall and strong, and he often relied on this body to do things. He shouted, "Dwarf playing basketball? Look, I'm going to block your shot." He rushed towards Wu Zhaoqi. Wang Long, who was paying attention to the battle, Brother Ma, stop playing games, look." Priest Liu rushed forward and was about to hit the weak Wu Zhaoqi and snatch the basketball. However, Wu Zhaoqi got up at 4 in the morning every day to play basketball, and his skills were honed to the bone. Wu Zhaoqi's body turned like a ghost, and he easily avoided Priest Liu's attack. He used the force of his hips to push sideways. Wu Zhaoqi often fought with people on the court, so you can imagine how strong he is. Priest Liu's center of gravity was not stable, and under such a force, he flew forward and hit the south wall hard. Wang Long shouted, "Oh my god, Wu Zhaoqi actually performed the legendary stunt 18 falls with touching clothes." His words instantly attracted many classmates. Liu Chuandao pressed his hands on the concrete floor and stood up with difficulty. He was not only angry, but also humiliated by being knocked down by a short man of 1.6 meters. In the distance, beautiful female classmates were paying attention to him. The sense of shame instantly increased tenfold. The anger engulfed Liu Chuandao, and he lost his mind on the spot. "Alpaca, I'm going to kill you." Wu Zhaoqi held the basketball in one hand and posed as a bomber. Seeing the war breaking out, a huge black shadow appeared at the door of the classroom, and a heroic voice rang out, "Who are you going to kill?" Liu Chuandao turned his head and found that it was a boy who was 1.9 meters tall, 200 to 300 kilograms, and as strong as a polar bear. He stood in front of the man like a child. Liu Chuandao had a hunch that he could kill himself with one punch. Zhang Kai sighed, "Xianpeng, you came at the wrong time." Yan Xianpeng scratched his head. "Haha, I'm here to find Lukiki. You guys continue. You guys continue." He felt embarrassed. His interruption had caused the conflict that was on the verge of breaking out to no longer continue. Before leaving, Pastor Liu gave Wu Zhaoqi a vicious look and threatened, "Just wait for me." Wu Zhaoqi used to be more domineering than him, but later he was bent by Pang Zhao. He opened his mouth and said, "Enjoy the fat beauty that teammate has given you." Thanks to the leader of Unit 0, Wildfire. Chapter 497. Are you crazy? Wu Zhaoqi's vicious sarcasm deeply hurt Liu Chuandao. Liu Chuandao was angry, frustrated, his eyes were wide open, his muscles were tense. If possible, he even wanted to punch the dwarf to death. He was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy, calling him Grandpa Liu. Unfortunately, he couldn't hit him. Duan Shigang, who was joining in the fun, had been badly tricked by Wu Zhaoqi. He put his hands behind his back and brushed past him. Remember one thing, those who mess around will pay for it sooner or later. Once in the rivers and lakes, always in the rivers and lakes. Wu Zhaoqi heard this and showed a proud and lofty attitude. Haha. He never believed in fate. Otherwise, with his height, he would have given up playing basketball long ago. But, hasn't it come to this point? In the end, no fight broke out in the back row. Yan Xianpeng ran to Lukiki and called affectionately, "Kiki, why did you delete my friend?" Lukiki leaned against the desk, fiddling with her nails, flipping her left hand, flipping her right hand, immersed in it, and ignored him. After countless times of teasing, she really saw through Yan Xianpeng's character. Stingy, selfish, disgusting, irresponsible, and bragging. She has lived for 16 years and has never met such a person. Yan Xianpeng was a little unhappy to see her ignoring him, but he just loved Kiki now. Even if he teased Lukiki countless times, the other party would never completely turn against him. Such a girl can't be found even with a lantern. "Kiki, you are so careless. You clearly saw that I sent you an application message. Why didn't you reply to me?" Yan Xianpeng pointed out. Wang Lang and others gathered to watch. Shan Keikun couldn't stand it anymore. They were boarding students and knew Yan Xianpeng very well. His quality was comparable to Zhang Kai, or even better. "Xianpeng, come on." Yan Xianpeng was very determined. "Kiki, say something, or at least reply to my message." Lukiki finally couldn't stand it anymore. She looked unhappy. "Why should I reply to your message?" Shan Keikun, happy. Lukiki raised her voice. "You didn't buy the phone, so what if I don't reply to your message?" After saying this, Yan Xianpeng patted his chest and said, "It's just a phone. I can give it to you, right? I'll call Shenzhou later and rent a phone to you." Shenzhou used to be a peddler selling small commodities. Now he has switched to renting mobile phones. He is doing very well, and his name is well known throughout the 4th middle school. Everyone calls him Brother Shen. But the mobile phones he rents and sells are of very poor quality and can barely be used. Lukiki disdainfully said, "I won't use it, even if it's free. iPhone is popular now, do you understand?" Hu Jun said, "Isn't my Xiaomi okay?" At this point in time, Xiaomi has not yet launched a high-end plan. Coupled with the highly acclaimed MIUI system, it is more popular among young people. Lukiki, Xiaomi is okay. Android phones get stuck after half a year, but Apple can be used for a long time. Shan Keikun was unhappy. "Don't you see how much Xiaomi costs and how much Apple costs?" Lukiki said as a matter of course. "So Apple is good. Is there a problem?" Shan Keikun felt aggrieved, but he couldn't refute it. He wished that a great brand would appear now to slap Lukiki in the face. Yan Xianpeng waved his hand generously. "You like Apple, right, Kiki? I'll take you to buy it." Shan Keikun and Hu Jun were incredulous. "Lukiki, do you really want to buy it?" Apple phones cost thousands of yuan, which is very expensive for people in a small city like Yuzhou. There are less than 10 students in class A to use iPhones. Huang Zhangfei, Jiang Ning, Bei Yuxia and the newcomers in Yaoling, especially the girls using Apple. Lukiki feels very fashionable. Yan Xianpeng, isn't it just Apple? When did I become so stingy? However, his words did not make Lukiki completely believe. After being fooled countless times, Lukiki gained experience. She specifically asked, I want an Apple phone, not an apple. After hearing this, Shan Kaikwan next to him praised Lukiki's wit. Yan Xianpeng's face was frozen. He didn't expect Lukiki to speak like this. Fortunately, his method was beyond ordinary. He frowned and said in a serious tone, can I fool you with Apple? Who do you think I am? It's really an Apple phone. A new mobile phone store has opened at the intersection. Let's go together after school this afternoon. I will take you and buy it for you in front of you. He said it with certainty, not like a lie. Lukiki's eyes lit up. She still remembered the mobile phone store near the gate of number 4 middle school. When it first opened, a red carpet was laid outside the store and neatly placed flower pots, which was quite grand. Yan Xianpeng reminded, by the way, Kiki, remember to prepare your ID card. Lukiki was instantly alert. What do I need to bring my ID card for? Yan Xianpeng, that store can buy mobile phones in installments with zero down payment and no interest. I can help you get a loan. The last class in the afternoon, Pastor Liu returned to the place of exile, and everything he saw was disgusting. Pang Jiao opened her bloody mouth and communicated with Li Shengnan in the front row. The smell of rotten persimmons came out between her breaths. The corners of Pastor Liu's mouth twitched. God, why do I live under the same blue sky with them? His disgust for Pang Jiao had reached the point where he was irritated even when breathing. Pastor Liu looked at Huang Zhangfei in the middle of the classroom. In front of him, behind him, and on his right were all girls. In comparison, he was too miserable. The last time Pastor Liu passed by his new classmates, Kao Kun and Kyang Li, he seemed to hear them laughing at him. In high school, it was an embarrassing thing to have your seat surrounded by ugly girls. Pastor Liu had no choice but to turn his grief and anger into motivation. Take out the physics questions, concentrate on studying, and strive to get out of the predicament as soon as possible. Cuiu, who was diagonally behind him, saw it and turned around and said, Brother Gang, Pastor is working hard, you can't fall. At this time, Duan Shigen stretched his head out and watched Meng Jiui playing the movie. He was so excited that his blood boiled, and he only wished he could find a partner right away and work hard. Cuiu's words were like a basin of cold water poured over his head, making him sober instantly. Chuandao is working hard. What about him? If he doesn't work hard, he will be replaced by Pang Jiao and Wang Yan'an in the future, and Duan Shigen doesn't want to experience it again. With great willpower, he moved his eyes away from Meng Jiui's mobile phone screen and forced them to the math test paper. Meng Jiui smiled faintly and continued to watch the movie like a transcendent master. Chuandao Liu in front finished the questions and checked them before checking the answers. After all, he was a student who was admitted to number 4 middle school with more than 600 points, and he still had the learning experience of junior high school. He worked hard. Jiao, I heard a nice song last time and I'll play it for you. Li Shengnan took out her cell phone and turned on the speaker. The sound of music filled the classroom. Xin Yaoling on the podium frowned and warned, no music is allowed in the classroom. It affects other people's studies. Liu Chuandao strongly supported, yes, please stop playing it. Can you have some manners? Jiuo Kunan was a diehard fan. He stood up and said righteously, let me be fair. It's okay to affect yourselves, but please don't affect other students' studies. If the average score of our class drops, whose responsibility will it be? Facing everyone's accusations, Li Shengnan reluctantly turned off the external sound. Liu Chuandao was satisfied, and he could continue studying. Xin Yaoling was satisfied, and she finally succeeded in using the rights that a monitor should have. Jiuo Kunan was also satisfied because he defended Xin Yaoling and was praised by her. Comfortable. Li Shengnan did not give up the idea of sharing with her good sister Pang Jiao. She took out the earphones and prepared to wear one with her sister. Now is 2014, and Apple's true wireless earphones, AirPods, were not released until 2016. Now is still the era of wired earphones. Wired earphones are very troublesome, especially the earphone wires are often tangled together. Li Shengnan took up her thick fingers and untied the tangled earphone wires. She was a strong woman, and her mind was not smart and her hands were not dexterous. She tried to untie it for 5 minutes, but she couldn't untie it. The more she untied it, the more annoyed she became, and the earphone wires became more and more tangled. Li Shengnan's mentality exploded on the spot. She raised her head and screamed wildly, "RRRRR." Chuandao Liu, who was studying, was suddenly attacked. He hurriedly held his head and said, "My ears. My ears." The whole class was shocked by Li Shengnan. In a rage, Li Shengnan made a scene that Chuandao Liu would never forget. In extreme anger, Li Shengnan opened her gluttonous mouth and threw the earphones in. With a crunch sound, the plastic earphone shell was chewed into pieces by her. Chuandao Liu was shocked. Yuan and Shenkinj, who were standing by the aisle, were also extremely shocked. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. Even the new class monitors in Yaoling did not say a word to stop it. Fortunately, the outbreak was fast and ended faster. Li Shengnan spit out the broken earphones, her nose swelled, and a puff of turbine air spurted out. The frightened Chuandao Liu said, "God bless me, I can finally read." He continued to write physics questions and regained his previously disrupted thoughts. After writing for a few minutes, Pang Jiao took out the noodle bucket from the hole in the table, tore it open, sprinkled seasoning, and went to the water dispenser in front to get boiling water for instant noodles. Xin Yaoling was speechless. How could such a thing happen during a self-study class? Can you let him rest assured? Xin Yaoling, it is a self-study class now, and eating in the classroom is not allowed. Before Pang Jiao could speak, Wang Yanan dragged her voice. Jiao Jiao is malnourished and weak. She is hungry now. If you don't let her eat, what if Jiao Jiao faints? Xin Yaoling had a question mark in his mind. Did she have any misunderstanding about being weak? The scene of Pang Jiao fighting two people alone during the evening self-study the day before yesterday was still vivid in his mind. If she was considered a weak woman, then 99.999% of the girls in the world should be bedridden. While talking, Pang started to get water. Xin Yaoling said, "Next time this happens, I won't ask you for any reason. Tell the class teacher directly. It won't happen again. This is the only time." So, Pang Jiao really ate instant noodles. It was almost time to go home, and everyone was hungry at this time. Under such circumstances, the lethality of the instant noodle aroma can be seen. Many students drooled at the smell. Some people took out snacks to satisfy their cravings. Jiang Ning also took out snacks, such as Mimi shrimp strips, and distributed several bags to Jiang Ning and others. Even the students who were farther away were like this, not to mention Liu Chuandao, who sat at the same table. He really couldn't bear it anymore, and couldn't concentrate on studying. Liu Chuandao played with his mobile phone to divert attention. "Jiao Jiao, don't let any oil drip on the new clothes you wear today," Wang Yanan reminded her good sister. Pang Jiao held the fork. Heyo, don't worry." She forked the noodles, but ended up forking too much noodles. When she probed with a fork, a drop of oil splashed onto the clothes, and the flesh on Pang Jiao's face trembled. Pastor Liu sent a message to Jiang Yanan. "Do you smell instant noodles?" Jiang Yanan was reading the news of the Korean group, and she replied, "Yeah, I smell it." Pastor Liu launched an offensive. "Your reply is so cute, and you even used yeah. Are you looking forward to me sending you a message?" Jiang Yanan frowned. She liked Korean groups, and under the influence of long-term influence, she had extremely high requirements for the appearance of her mate. There were only 3.5 people in class 8 who met her requirements: Huang Zhangfei, Jiang Ning, and Ang Qingfeng. Well, the last half was Yang Sheng, but unfortunately she was female. As for Pastor Liu, forget it, he is not as good as Cuiu. Jiang Yanan was embarrassed but polite. Hahaha, why are you talking about this? Liu Chuandao thought she was easygoing, so he attacked again. My mood when chatting with you now is like the hot water for instant noodles, which keeps boiling. Do you know why? Jiang Ning, sweating. Liu Chuandao, because you make me hot. Jiang Ning, sweating. Liu Chuandao, are you sweating hotly too? He wanted to press on. At this time, he noticed that his deskmate Pang Jiao paused and looked over. Pang Jiao's big face was as gloomy as a dark cloud. There were 3 tissues hanging on her collar, like a giant baby's hood. The 3 tissues were clean as before, but under the tissues, there were several pieces of instant noodles splashed with oil. Pang Jiao ate carefully, but after 5 mouthfuls, she dripped oil stains 4 times. Die. Pang Jiao went crazy on the spot, her facial features twisted hideously, like a Kyanki evil ghost rushing out of hell. Her huge palm, like a manic Tathagata Buddha, slammed the instant noodles on the desk fiercely, accompanied by a muffled bang sound. The soaked bucket noodles were blown up by her. Noodles, instant noodle juice, dried vegetables, and beef all burst out, like a volcanic eruption, instantly bursting and exploding. Liu Chuandao, who was closest to him, was caught off guard, and was hit in the face, with 2 noodles hanging on his face. He was stunned. Yuan, who was at the side of the aisle, screamed, "Ah!" The students in the nearby area fell into chaos. Bayuxia, who was farther away, was living a peaceful life. Tong Tong didn't sleep. She watched the excitement with her eyes wide open. Xin Yaoling and Huang Zhengfei all went out to host the work. Wang Long in the back row rolled up his textbook and acted as a microphone. "Hello, students of class 8, I'm at the scene of the accident now." Through Wang Long's interview plus explanation and restoration, everyone figured out the ins and outs of the matter. Che Wei laughed and said, "What a lunatic." Kao-kun said to Meng Xian, "Stay away from them, it's too abnormal." Meng Xian agreed with him, but Tang Jing was disdainful. "Violent girls like them are the easiest to control." In her words, she didn't take the girls seriously. Kao-kun reminded, "You should be careful, they are not easy to mess with." On the first day of school, Pang Jiao fought Liu Chuandao and Duan Shigang alone. Kao-kun asked himself, he couldn't do it. It's not that he didn't dare to fight, the key is that fighting with girls is embarrassing. With Huang Zhengfei's help to clean up the mess and comfort the injured, the situation gradually improved. Duan Shigang studied harder. If it weren't for the preacher brother, he would be the one suffering now. After the situation calmed down, Che Wei showed a sunny and warm smile and said to his deskmate, "Are you going home for dinner?" Bayuxia replied, "Just find a restaurant in the school." Che Wei was waiting for this sentence. He took the initiative to invite. UES Hotel's black pepper beef fillet rice is good. Their seaweed shrimp sticks and orange juice are also well received. They are very suitable for girls. It's fate to be deskmates. I'll treat you. Che Wei smiled and looked at Bayuxia's beautiful face, looking forward to her reaction. He expected that he might be rejected, but ordinary girls would definitely be moved by his sincerity and show reactions such as surprise. However, Bayuxia just said calmly, "No need." Che Wei did not see any reaction from her face. Chen Xiaoyu spoke to her across Jiang Ning. "Yuxia, see you in the cafeteria after school." Recently, the small dining table plan has not been launched, and the cafeteria has resumed its previous operating mode, which is doing quite well. Okay. Bayuxia agreed. Che Wei didn't feel disappointed, because they were sisters. Chen Xiaoyu changed the subject. "Jiang Ning, let's go together." Bayuxia looked at him sideways. "Okay." Jiang Ning replied, he was going to give it a try. Che Wei's expression changed, a little cold, but soon he calmed down. His strong control over the situation made him feel superior, and he thought, victory or defeat is not only on the chessboard, but also outside the chessboard. Apostrophe. Chapter 498 The Unorthodox Scalper. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun dyed half of the sky red, and the soft light sprinkled down, covering the entire campus with a layer of golden clothes. In the quiet, the school bell rang suddenly, and the silent Yuzhou No. 4 middle school suddenly became lively. Students poured out of the classroom doors, and soon, the square under the teaching building became dark. The campus radio sounded melodious music, and the students were divided into several groups, some talking and laughing, or bowing their heads in thought, together constructing this scene of school dismissal. Ma Shicheng and Wang Langlang went out of the school together. Jiang Ning, Chen Xiao and Bei Yuxia went to the cafeteria in the opposite direction, and Huang Yazu went straight to the carport, seized the free time, and went home for a quick meal. Some boarding students simply didn't eat, went back to the dormitory to lie down and play with their mobile phones, or asked their classmates to bring them food. On the way, there are so many people. Chen Xiao and her sister were on Jiang Ning's left and right hands, chatting across him. A little later, Bei Yuxia and Yang Sheng walked together. Chen Xiao invited Jiang Ning to have lunch in the afternoon. If she held hands with her sisters, wouldn't Jiang Ning be lonely? They thought it through. But the twins were particularly eye-catching. The nearby students looked at them a few more times. Lin Zida from experimental class 1 passed by and deliberately said TSK. Chen Xiking, the number of new students has doubled. It seems that the scoreline has also increased. It is more than 630 points. It seems that it was just over 600 last year. Chen Xiaoyu said it was amazing. It turned out that they could recruit so many people. Bei Yuxia explained in the back. The CEO of Changqingai once made a public statement that in future recruitment, he would give priority to students who had studied at his alma mater. Changqingai is now the #1 enterprise in Yazhou. Its products are sold all over the world. To match it, its treatment is well known in Yazhou. It has set up branches in almost all major cities across the country and has also proposed a plan to distribute housing to employees. It has participated in land auctions in many cities and is about to start implementing it. If it can keep its patents, the future stability of Changqingai will be better than that of Coca-Cola, and even comparable to the tobacco industry with unlimited development. After all, after using the evergreen liquid, it is impossible to experience the feeling of losing hair again after losing it. Chen Xiao was surprised at first, and then sighed. Our school is really doing well. It has become better on its own. She remembered the joke she saw on the internet before, that after the students graduated, the university they attended was upgraded from a second-tier university to a first-tier university, and the graduates benefited from it. Bei Yuxia, that's true. Chen Xiao, fortunately, I applied for #4 middle school as my second choice, and I was admitted. If I had applied for Yazhou #2 middle school as my second choice, I would have been admitted to #2 middle school. That was a close call. She patted her chest, thankful for the choice of fate. Yang Sheng teased. Luckily you didn't apply for Ansheng #1 middle school as your second choice. Otherwise you would have gone to Ansheng to study. Hearing this, Bei Yuxia's face was calm and gentle. She asked with concern, Xiao, how many steamed buns can you eat tonight? Chen Xiao, I'm full after eating 3 small steamed buns. Bei Yuxia gave her advice, her teeth like pearls. Then you can just eat the 3rd steamed bun directly, which will not only fill you up, but also save the money for 2 steamed buns. Chen Xiao hurriedly said, no, how can this be possible? Before entering the cafeteria, Jiang Ning and his friends could feel the atmosphere of the sea of people from afar. He swept his spiritual sense and saw many students in camouflage military uniforms lined up in long queues, squeezed at various windows selling meals, and rushed to buy meals. After the condemnation of Xiao Xuangshang and Lin Han, the cafeteria of #4 middle school immediately implemented rectification. Without considering profits, the cafeteria has become much more conscientious. The taste is quite good, and the cost performance is extremely high. This caused the owners of restaurants outside the school to curse and claim that the canteen had taken away all their customers. However, now that more freshmen have been recruited, the business of the restaurant owners at the school gate has not deteriorated. It's just that with the canteen as a benchmark, the restaurants have become more competitive, and the taste and price must not be too different from the canteen. Bei Yuxia and a few others walked into the canteen and saw a sea of people in the hall. The shouts and noises intertwined into a scene that had never been so lively. Bei Yuxia looked at the long line. According to this situation, the queue may take more than 15 minutes. Yang Sheng, I think we made a wrong choice. Now that the military training has just ended, there are too many freshmen eating. Many senior students complained that some people couldn't stand the long queue and turned around to walk out. Chen Xiao and her sister looked at each other, not knowing what to do. At this time, Jiang Ning showed his card and said calmly, "I have Teacher Jiuo's teacher card. I can use the teacher channel." Bei Yuxia was puzzled. Is Teacher Jiuo a relative of him? Chen Xiao quickly looked at the teacher's window and found that there were only a few people queuing there. Gao Hishui was among them, which formed a sharp contrast with the long student line next to him. After all, he was a teacher at number 4 middle school. If he queued like a student, it would be too embarrassing. This is one of the privileges of a teacher. Chen Xiking's eyes sparkled with stars. We don't have to queue? Jiang Ning took a step forward. Of course, I'll treat you today. He led the 4 girls to the teacher's window, forming an eye-catching landscape. Bei Yuxia, swipe Teacher Jiuo's card and treat us to dinner? I always feel that something is wrong. Compared with Jiang Ning's use of privileges, ordinary students are more miserable. Faced with this situation, they can only queue up honestly. Many freshmen have been in military training for an afternoon, hungry, and have to endure such a wait, which is really unbearable. Faced with such a helpless situation, some smart people cleverly discovered the existence of business opportunities. Yan Xianpeng said to Zhang Kai, "There are scalpers in hospitals, there are scalpers at concerts, and there should be scalpers in the cafeteria as well. Today we will be guest scalpers." He went to class 8 in the afternoon, not only to find Lukiki, but more importantly, to discuss a money-making plan with Zhang Kai. The two of them were low-profile business partners. No matter who came up with the money-making idea, they had to tell the other person, work together, and make it bigger and stronger. Zhang Kai leaned in the corner and looked up and said, "Xianpeng, just tell me the method." Yan Xianpeng glanced at the people around him. "This method is unfavorable, but it can make money, and there is a little risk. Tell me first, will you do it?" Zhang Kai, "How can you make money without taking risks? Let's do it." So Yan Xianpeng told him the idea of making money. Zhang Kai had no conscience at all and decided to split the money 50 to 50 and agreed on the spot. Yan Xianpeng patted him on the shoulder. "Let's go, share the money after the work is done." The two searched for the target for a while and found 3 girls who were traveling together. They looked confused. Zhang Kai quickly squeezed over, forced a smile, and said in a high-spirited tone, "Hey, do you want to buy food?" The 3 girls paused when they saw the stranger, and then a thin girl with a round face answered, "Yes, there are too many people. I'm still considering whether to wait." Zhang Kai put one hand in his pocket and said confidently, "The taste of the cafeteria in number 4 middle school is so delicious that it's worth queuing for it." The round-faced girl, "Well, we plan to queue up. We also have to queue up when we eat outside." Zhang Kai said enthusiastically, "With the current situation, you will have to queue for a long time. Time is money. How about this? 3 yuan each, and I will help you apply for the qualification to get food in advance." The round-faced girl looked at her companion and felt that he was not very reliable, so she refused. "No, no. Zhang Kai, you think it's too expensive, right? 2 yuan and a half, 2 yuan and a half. Girl, the food in the cafeteria is indeed good, and the girl's family conditions are not bad." In the end, the deal was made for 2 yuan each. After Zhang Kai collected the money, he said to the 3 girls, "Follow me." He then shouted to Yan Xianpeng, who was as tall and strong as a bear, "Make way." Yan Xianpeng pushed through the crowd and rushed to the window where students were getting food. With his strong physique, he pushed aside the students who were buying food and let the 3 girls line up at the front. The round-faced girl was confused. "Zhang Kai, what are you doing? Hurry up and get your food." "Oh, okay, auntie, I want rice dumplings with fermented rice wine, sausage pancakes, and a small portion of fruit, all in one portion." The round-faced girl began to order. The students queuing at the back were furious. Damn, everyone was tired from the military training, and they finally lined up until now, but someone cut in line. Some boys yelled, "Don't cut in line." Some girls complained, "You have no manners, don't you understand first come first served?" The 3 girls who cut in line felt very aggrieved when they heard these condemning words. They almost didn't want to get food and wanted to leave the cafeteria. After hearing this, Zhang Kai stepped forward and said, "Fuck, you came early, what's the big deal? I came here before school was over." Yan Xianpeng looked around and grabbed a boy who yelled the most fiercely, "You have a problem, right? Damn it, if you keep yelling." The three girls were getting food in the front, and Yan Xianpeng and Zhang Kai were yelling at everyone beside them. They left the window until the three girls successfully got their food. Zhang Kai helped the girls to serve the food and sent them to their seats, looking very pleased. "We serve well, right?" The round-faced girl was very embarrassed, but apart from the moral factors, the 2 yuan was really worth it. "Very good. Zhang Kai, haha, Xianpeng, let's go." Next one. The two began to look for targets again. This time they had experience, so they picked those students who looked good and didn't care about that little money. In addition, young couples were also good. Boys would definitely be willing to spend money to save face. Scalper fees were deposited one by one. While Zhang Kai and his friends were working hard to make money, Jiang Ning picked up the tray and walked towards the hall. Chen Xiaoyu shouted, "I saw Tang Fu, let's go find her." Like attracts like, she was very excited, as if she had found an organization. Yang Sheng, "Okay, it's a good idea to go together." Tang Fu occupied the table alone. She might have just finished training, and her clothes were very sloppy. She wore a pink vest on her upper body. Jiang Ning even saw her black sports bra from the side. Well, it was wrapped very tightly. She wore sports shorts on her lower body, with mixed color sports shoes, and her long bare legs were exposed. She ate with wild movements, swinging her chopsticks, eating one dumpling after another, and then drinking pork rib soup in big gulps, just like the heroes in Water Margin who ate wine and meat, so hearty and inexplicably cute. At the table not far away, a handsome boy exclaimed, "Look, that girl is cool." He was so excited that he couldn't help it. His companion who was eating with him followed his gaze and praised, "She is really cool, with long and white legs and a pretty face, the best." The handsome boy was moved, and he was entangled. "What do you think of me asking for questions? Can I succeed? I think it's okay. Why don't you try it? If you don't go, the success rate will be 0. The companion said. When the handsome boy was about to take action, he saw several girls and a tall boy walk up to the bold and cute girl and sit down. He immediately backed off. "Forget it, he's a sophomore." The flat-headed boy next to him was dissatisfied. "Is being a sophomore a big deal? Isn't it just one more year than us? What are you afraid of?" Another short-haired boy said, "Damn, I get angry when I mention the sophomore year. It was so hot during the military training in the afternoon. There was a boy as thin as a monkey. He ate ice cream and licked it while eating. I really want to kick him to death." The flat-headed boy said indignantly, "Forget about eating ice cream. Do you remember that there were 2 people, one black and one white, who played crosstalk with a speaker? I laughed so hard that the instructor punished me to run 5 laps." Several people were indignant and vented their emotions. Jiang Ning didn't care about them. He put down the prepared food. It was quite rich, with coconut flour rolls, large portions of fruit, 2 fried chicken legs, and red taro porridge. It cost a total of 18 yuan, which was 2 yuan more expensive than the braised chicken. For ordinary students, it was a lot of pressure. He didn't think it was a big deal. After the donation of Changqing liquid, teachers also benefited. Guo Ran's meal card subsidy has now been increased to 800 per month, and it can be accumulated. She can't spend it all by herself. Today's dinner was also treated with Guo Ran's card. I will send throat lozenges and bring her some Changqing liquid skincare products. I believe that teacher Guo will definitely know what's good. Fufu. The twins greeted. Tang Fu was very surprised. She also missed the 2 of them. After a few words, Tang Fu wondered, "Are you still going to have the small dining table?" Without the small dining table, the bond between them was about to break. Bei Yuxia said, "I heard that it will be held next week." Chen Xiaoyu worried, "If it is held again, can we still sit at the same table?" Yang Sheng knew the truth. Wasn't it Zhu Yuantang who arranged the same table last time? Let her say a few words this time. Tang Fu heard it for the first time. Is the first in the grade so powerful? Bei Yuxia, she is not an ordinary first in the grade. Zhu Yuantong, who is at a level far behind the second place, would be taken seriously, even if she was placed in Ansheng number 1 middle school, the best high school in Anhui province. Bai Yuxia once heard from her parents that some years ago, some high schools even installed air conditioners in the rocket class, while ordinary classes could only use electric fans, which shows how top students are treated. Many teachers feel happy when they see top students every day, but feel uncomfortable when they see poor students. Tang Fu, I heard from you that she sleeps in class every day. Why is she so good at studying? She didn't understand. Yang Sheng glanced at her. You have only practiced tennis for half a month. Why are you better than those people who have played tennis for several years in the stadium? Tang Fu said as a matter of course, without hesitation. Isn't that thing very simple? I really don't understand why they are so bad. Bai Yuxia is very aware of the disparity in the world. She said, hard work is actually vulnerable in the face of talent. She rolled up her hair in front of her forehead and smiled softly. There is no need to worry about talent, because most of us don't have talent, and the only way left is hard work. Chapter 499 The Path of the Predecessors. Tang Fu, someone is looking at you over there, Yang Sheng reminded. While they were chatting, several boys at the dining table not far away frequently cast their eyes over. Bai Yuxia was unmoved. She had experienced similar scenes too many times. When she was out, riding in a car, shopping, or eating, she would always attract a lot of attention. In fact, living under the spotlight is not a good experience. One's every move is easily noticed by others. In order to maintain her image, she was inevitably exhausted sometimes. She also wanted to become a girl with ordinary looks and no one paid attention to her. Unfortunately, she couldn't change. Upon hearing this, Tang Fu followed her eyes and saw several male classmates. She crossed her legs, her two bare white legs overlapping. Although they are not wearing military training uniforms, I can tell at a glance that they are definitely freshmen. Chen Xiaoyu asked, how did you find out? Tang Fu, their immature appearance, confused expression, and random glances all reveal the breath of a new life. Well reasoned. The twins were shocked by her clear reasoning. At the boys' table, the handsome boy became more and more excited. Brothers, what do you think? Should I ask for her contact information? His companion with a short haircut, just go for it. If you like her, don't suppress yourself. The handsome boy, there is a boy at her table. What if he is the girl's boyfriend? His companion with a short haircut looked surprised and whispered, what are you thinking about? He is alone with so many girls. How could he be the girl's boyfriend? The handsome boy, yes, so many girls. As soon as he said this, the two companions were envious and jealous. They had seen a boy with several girls before. After all, some boys are naturally popular with women and can easily get along with girls. However, they have never seen a girl as beautiful as today. The handsome boy gritted his teeth. Go ahead, go now. After shocking the twin sisters, Tang Fu satisfied her vanity and said generously, want to learn? I'll teach you. The twins nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Tang Fu said, reasoning is divided into three forms, namely deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, and analogical reasoning. For example, today I deduced that they are freshmen, and I used inductive reasoning. Yang Sheng said, do we still need to reason whether they are freshmen or not? The twins, don't we need to reason? Yang Sheng, indeed, we don't need to reason. The twins brainstormed and tried to find a solution, but in the end they couldn't find one. The younger sister Chen Xiaoyu, as the spokesperson for the sisters, expressed her opinion. I think reasoning is needed. Tang Fu looked directly at Yang Sheng, wondering if she had any more powerful means, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was unlikely. I don't believe it. Tang Fu completely denied Yang Sheng. At this moment, the handsome boy hurried away, and he raised his hand, just about to say hello. Yang Sheng asked first, classmate, are you a freshman in high school? The handsome boy was originally nervous, and after being interrupted, he became nervous and verbose. Yes, I'm a freshman in high school. Yang Sheng got the answer, and gave Tang Fu a look, meaning that's it? Evening self-study, the first class, self-study. Xin Yaoling sat on the podium, intimidating the scoundrels. Liu Chuandao studied for 10 minutes. He looked forward, left, and right. Oh, there was a wall on the right. Because of the conflict between him and Pang Jiao, Li Shengnan, Zhang Yifei, and others did not talk to him. It is no exaggeration to say that his self-study experience was like being in prison, confined to a small space. It is indeed a small space. The desks in the classroom are not nailed to the ground, so the gaps between each desk are mostly different. Liu Chuandao couldn't even bend down because he would hit Zhang Yifei at the back desk. Sometimes, he couldn't breathe. Liu Chuandao turned around with difficulty and found that there was a large gap behind Pang Jiao. He looked back and found that the desks of Wang Yanan and Zhang Yifei were actually a diagonal line. Liu Chuandao understood. He was once enlightened by Duan Shigang and learned that the reason why Pang Jiao and others did not sit in the same row was that they were too fat and it was uncomfortable to sit together. However, he still had a doubt. According to his observation, Pang Jiao and Wang Yanan had the best relationship. Then the question was, why didn't Wang Yanan sit at the same table with Pang Jiao, but with Zhang Yifei instead? It turned out that the reason why Wang Yanan chose to sit behind Pang Jiao was to make room for her. Liu Chuandao was excited about his discovery, and in an instant, he understood a lot. He excitedly took out his mobile phone and sent a message. Gangzi, I found it. Duan Shigang, oh, so that's it. Liu Chuandao, am I awesome? Duan Shigang was quite respectful. Awesome. Liu Chuandao, ha ha ha. At this moment, he was like an incarnation of a scholar with the ability to see through the truth and suddenly felt that the world was vast. He was very proud and felt that he was comparable to the ancient sages. Duan Shigang, finding joy in suffering, preaching is amazing. Liu Chuandao's smile froze and his mood calmed down instantly. It's too bitter. Zhu Yuantang was not sleeping. Her mother told her that they would steam buns at home tonight. Zhu Yuantang missed them so much that she couldn't wait to go home. Her mother hadn't steamed buns for a while due to work reasons. The buns steamed in the earthen pot and steamer were very simple, and the fragrance filled the yard. Every time her mother steamed buns, she gave them to the neighbors to taste, and they all praised them. Zhu Chuchu took a picture of the table full of buns and sent it to Zhu Yuantang. Zhu Yuantang couldn't sit still anymore. She couldn't stay in this classroom anymore. She thought of an idea and said to her deskmate Jiang Ning, let me play with your phone. Jiang Ning's phone had no secrets, at most a few photos sent by Zheng Lu, and Zhu Yuantang didn't look through his chat records, so Jiang Ning gave it to her frankly. Zhu Yuantang got the phone, and in order to go home, she used Jiang Ning's phone number to send a message to her mother. Auntie, are the buns steamed? Heba bungalow, kitchen. Zhu Chuchu, Chuchu's mother, and Aunt Gu were all busy, some cutting vegetables, some making fire. Hearing the ringing of her cell phone, Aunt Gu picked up the phone. She is now working at Changqing Liquid. Occasionally, when there are problems at work, everyone consults her. Aunt Gu has always been responsible at work. When she opened it, it turned out to be from Jiang Ning. Aunt Gu was very surprised. She saved Jiang Ning's number, but he seldom sent text messages. Aunt Gu, it will be here soon. Auntie will keep it for you later. It will still be warm when you come back from evening self-study. After a year of getting along, Jiang Ning ate at her house every day. He was steady and reliable in his work. She saw his character and was 100% assured. She really treated Jiang Ning as her son-in-law and hoped that the couple would live a good life in the future. Naturally, she was very good to him. Jiang Ning, fake. Auntie, your steamed buns are delicious. I want to go home and eat buns now. Being praised, Aunt Gu was very happy. Come back if you want to. She knew that Jiang Ning had top grades, so it was no big deal if he missed 2 classes. Zhu Yuantang was secretly delighted. It really worked to report Jiang Ning's name. She went all out and continued, I also want to eat grilled chicken wings, drink pumpkin soup, and have sweet and sour yellow peaches. After sending the message, Zhu Yuantang waited for good news, and soon her mother replied, Tong Tong, are you using Jiang Ning's phone? Zhu Yuantang panicked and quickly sent a message to explain, I'm not Tong Tong, I'm Jiang Ning. Tong Tong is studying hard. I'm Jiang Ning, Jiang Ning. Please, auntie. Aunt Gu from Heba twitched her eyes. This Tang Tang was so cunning and stupid. Although Aunt Gu saw through her daughter, as a mother, she still agreed to her daughter's request. Zhu Yuantang was so excited that she raised her hand to signal Xin Yaoling, ran outside the classroom, and called the head teacher. When Shan Qingrong in the office heard this, he immediately put down everything in his hands and rushed to class 8 without stopping. Shan Qingrong appeared at the door of the class, and the classroom was instantly silent. Zhu Yuantang, if you have something to say, just tell me, I will do it for you. Shan Qingrong's tone was kind and friendly. He didn't care about the classmates in the class, and didn't even enter the door of the classroom. Zhu Yuantang asked him to do something, and he didn't feel troubled, but was very happy. If he didn't ask him to do something, he would be panicked. This year, the principal also found Shan Qingrong and asked him to tell Zhu Yuantang to sign up for the National Mathematical Olympiad for middle school students, but unfortunately Zhu Yuantang refused. In the end, Du Chuan from experimental class 1 participated. Shan Qingrong deeply felt that he, as a head teacher, failed to care about the students. Otherwise, if he persuaded him politely, Zhu Yuantang might agree. An Olympic gold medal can directly guarantee admission to a top-notch school. Shan Qingrong vowed that he must take good care of the student and let her feel the goodness of the big family of class 8. Zhu Yuantang told Shan Qingrong the truth, that she wanted to take a leave to go home and eat steamed buns. Shan Qingrong's first thought was that the reason was too absurd, but he agreed happily. Just like that, Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning left the classroom under the gaze of the whole class. Before Shan Qingrong left, he walked in and reminded everyone, now it's the second year of high school, you should study hard and prepare for the college entrance examination, and you can't slack off. After he left, Liu Chuandao heard Pang Zhao and others chatting, and only then did he know that Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning had asked for leave. Liu Chuandao suddenly had an idea. Yeah, why didn't I think of this idea? If they can take a leave, I can take a leave too. He looked excited. Instead of being tortured by Pang Zhao and others in the next 2 classes, it's better to go back to the dormitory and sleep. Liu Chuandao used to be in class 12 and had asked for leave many times. Now that he was in class 8, he almost forgot that students could ask for leave. However, every teacher has a different style. To be cautious, Liu Chuandao decided to consult professionals first. He sent a message to Duan Shigang. Gangzi, do you know how to ask for leave in class 8? What is the process? Duan Shigang replied, I have never asked for leave, so I don't know the situation, but I know that there is someone who must have experience, my deskmate Zankai. Let's do this. You can privately chat with him and let him tell you. Liu Chuandao privately chatted with Zankai. Brother Zhang, do you know how to ask for leave? Zankai was a little unhappy to see him calling him like that. Who do you think you are? How dare you call me Brother Zhang? He replied, I know. Liu Chuandao, then tell me, are you a boarding student? Zankai asked. Liu Chuandao, yes, I do. Zankai added, the last time I asked for leave, I went straight back to the dormitory to sleep and then sent a text message to the head teacher. Liu Chuandao was surprised. Fuck, so easy? It's easier than when I was in class 12. Back then, when he was in class 12, he had to go to the office to get his leave application approved. Zankai, hey, that's how I applied back then. Principal Liu, thanks, brother. After getting the method, Principal Liu suddenly felt that, when the rock soars with the wind, it can soar up to 90,000 miles. He took an excited step and struggled to get past Pang Zhao. In his heart, a song resounded, goodbye Pang Zhao, goodbye Wang Yan'an, goodbye my cage. Principal Liu ran out of the classroom under the attention of many classmates. Xin Yaoling was confused. Principal Liu, what are you doing? However, Liu Chuandao ignored her. Xin Yaoling thought he went to the bathroom, so she just wrote down his name with a pencil and did nothing else. Liu Chuandao ran back to the boys' dormitory, bought a bucket of instant noodles, and got some hot water to soak his feet and enjoy life. Then, he leisurely sent a text message to his class teacher Shan Qingrong. Teacher Shan, I'm not feeling well. I'm going back to the dormitory to rest first. Please be informed. After Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang left, the area on the south side of the classroom became much emptier. Chen Xiaoyu wanted to move into a row and sit behind Bai Yuxia, but she was worried about being discovered by the teacher. Bai Yuxia concentrated on writing the test paper and doing exercises. Her current academic performance was in a rather awkward position. The top 3 students in class 8 were far ahead of the rest, and Chen Qian, who ranked 3rd in the class, broke into the top 10 in the school. She was 4th in her class, but she was still hovering around the top 30 in the school, and the gap was widened. Bai Yuxia thought that she should at least go to examination room number 1, otherwise she would be left too far behind. She buried her head in writing the test paper, while her deskmate Che Wei looked at her with admiration, as if appreciating a perfect work of art. Bai Yuxia was unmoved. She completely solved a math problem in this kind of offense without a sense of distance. Just now, when she looked at Che Wei, there was no expression on her plain face. Che Wei did not hastily look away like other boys. Instead, he smiled brightly. "Have you finished the test paper? Let me check the answer." Bai Yuxia said, "No." Che Wei said politely again, "It's okay, I'll wait for you to finish." Bai Yuxia didn't say anything. Che Wei saw that his deskmate was in the state of doing the test, and he felt at ease. After getting her test paper, he would take the opportunity to ask her about the questions. After a few times, are they not familiar with each other? He was confident about making friends with Bai Yuxia. Suddenly, the silence of class 8 was broken. Shan Qingran grabbed Liu Chuandao with one hand, pushed him into the classroom, and shouted, "Go and stand at the back." Liu Chuandao's face was very embarrassed. After sending the text message, he soaked his feet and ate instant noodles in the dormitory. It was a great enjoyment. Unexpectedly, Shan Qingran and Gao Hishui broke into the room and took him back to class 8. Damn, he didn't finish his instant noodles. Shan Qingran walked up to the podium, his voice filled with anger. "In the future, if you ask for leave, you must get my personal signature, otherwise it will be treated as absenteeism. Students skipping classes without permission poses a great safety hazard. If something unexpected happens, he, as the class teacher, will definitely not have a good ending. A responsible class teacher will never condone such things." Shan Qingran gave a long speech, warning the whole class, and Liu Chudao stood weakly at the back of the classroom. After Shan Qingran left, Liu Chudao found Zhang Kai and asked, "Didn't you tell me that you asked for leave like this? Why was I arrested? Damn it." He was so angry. Zhang Kai said innocently, "I was also arrested at that time." Chapter 500 Suspicion. During the evening self-study, the head teacher came twice. The classroom became very quiet due to his residual power. In the loneliness, Yang Sheng took out her headphones and put them on. The only bad thing was that, after cutting her hair short, she couldn't hide her headphones as easily as before. The melody of light music bloomed in her ears, and her contact with the outside world faded a lot. She held the pen and started writing chemistry questions. Tang Jing, who was in the middle and back row, said to her deskmate Meng Xian, "Have you seen my headphones?" Meng Xian, "No." Tang Jing searched the hole in the table and looked puzzled. "The headphones were still there yesterday. Why are they gone now?" Meng Xian suddenly remembered something. "Did you forget to take them back last night?" Tang Jing just realized it. The class 5 she used to be in was very strange. Sometimes things were put in the hole in the table and disappeared inexplicably the next day. At that time, many classmates in the class cursed the thief collectively. During that time, Tang Jing looked like a thief, no matter who she looked at. "I thought I transferred to class 8 and stayed away from thieves from then on, but the thieves followed me to transfer to the same class?" In an instant, Tang Jing thought of suspects, Meng Xian, Kao Kun, and Shang Kaiwei, but then she thought it was unlikely. First, she ruled out her good friends, and then Shang Kaiwei was even less likely. She had been a deskmate with Shang Kaiwei, and was not a suspect at all. Could the thief be in class 8? She was puzzled. Due to the sequelae of being victimized, everyone looked like a thief. After Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang left, their seats were vacant, and the southern part of the classroom seemed much emptier. Chen Xiaoyu, who was sitting at the back table, was bored and felt empty in her heart. Usually when Jiang Ning and Zhu Yuantang were there, She didn't think anything was wrong. Now that they were gone, Chen Xiaoyu found that there were many interesting things missing. It would be great if my sister was here. Chen Xiaoyu was looking forward to it. What a pity. Zhenglu had just finished a painting, put down the pencil in her hand, and found her desk mat bored. High school life is sometimes very tight, as if you have to use every minute well, so that you can get one more point, and one more point on the single plank bridge of the college entrance examination, trampling on hundreds and thousands of people. However, for high school students who are in the current situation, high school is often very boring. For example, they just want to finish the class of the teacher they hate quickly, or they just want to go back to bed early after the long evening self-study. Zhenglu wiped the pencil dust on the A4 paper and showed the appearance of the painting to Chen Xiaoyu. Chen Xiaoyu leaned over and saw an ancient man in white clothes on the sketch paper. His ink-dyed hair was flying flamboyantly. He stroked the sword in the snow. The rich details allowed her to clearly see the free and easy smile at the corner of the man's mouth. Chen Xiaoyu was shocked. It looks so good. She thought that Zhenglu could only draw those old stereotype cups and jars, or realistic sketches of people, but she didn't expect that she could draw such a painting, which was exactly the same as the paintings she liked on the internet. Zhenglu, there are better ones. Similar paintings like this are posted on half of her wall at home. Chen Xiaoyu looked at it again and again, and suddenly said, "Why do I find that he looks like a person?" Zhenglu was stunned at first, and then felt a little guilty. She was depressed. Is Chen Xiaoyu so smart? Zhenglu felt that she had done something bad and was discovered. She was worried that, if she continued to watch, she might guess the secret. So, she took the A4 paper away calmly, and changed the subject. "You saw it wrong. Chen Xiaoyu." "Oh, maybe I saw it wrong." Zhenglu found that Chen Xiaoyu was unusual. She secretly decided not to show too much in front of her in the future, in case she was guessed. Chen Xiaoyu didn't investigate further. She never thought so much. She was curious. "Are you going to sell this painting online?" Due to Zhang Kai's deliberate publicity, many people in class 8 knew that Zhenglu made money by drawing and taking orders online. Zhenglu never denied this. "Zhenglu, this one is not for sale." Chen Xiaoyu felt that Zhenglu was very powerful. She was not the old-fashioned art student she imagined, but an online painter she liked, so she had a filter for her. Originally, Chen Xiaoyu played more with Bai Yuxia and Yang Sheng, and was not familiar with Zhenglu. With the topic of paintings as a medium, they quickly started chatting. The two girls who overestimated each other soon found themselves chatting together. Zhenglu was curious about her and asked, "Do you and your sister look more like your father or mother?" Chen Xiaoyu, "My mother." Zhenglu sighed that among so many people in the school, they were the only twins, which was really strange. Chen Xiaoyu said that her father and mother had known each other since they were young, and they were childhood sweethearts. Unfortunately, she didn't have childhood sweethearts. Zhenglu said that the relationship between you and your sister is 10,000 times better than childhood sweethearts. Chen Xiaoyu agreed. Zhenglu said, "Although my parents were not childhood sweethearts, they were particularly predestined. In that era, many marriages were introduced. Indeed, there were not many people in love." Chen Xiaoyu agreed. Zhenglu said excitedly, "At that time, the matchmakers were looking for a match for my father. There were several matchmakers. It was a special coincidence that the people introduced to my father by several matchmakers were all my mother. That is to say, those matchmakers unanimously thought that my mother and my father were a good match." Talking about this, Zhenglu was very excited and full of interest. Chen Xiaoyu nodded. "What a fate." She asked about the ending. "Did your father and mother get married in the end?" Hearing this, Zhenglu was confused for a moment. What did you say?" At the same time, River Dam. Jiang Ning ate quickly. After finishing his meal, he moved a small stool alone and sat at the door. The sky was completely dark. The countryside was quiet and peaceful. Looking forward, the moonlight seemed to flow in the fields. Now in September, compared with the sultry daytime, the temperature at night has dropped. A slight breeze blew, carrying the fragrance of flowers and plants and the smell of soil. The lights were on at the door, illuminating the nearby area. If there was any shortcoming, it was probably that there were too many mosquitoes, and they bit people a little fiercely. Uncle Tang, Butcher Zhang, and Teacher Khan gathered in front of the small table to play a landlord. 2 plates of mosquito coils were lit around to ensure that the landlord game went smoothly. Several people also asked Jiang Ning why he came home so early. Jiang Ning said he skipped class. Butcher Zhang sneered. Zio Jiang, what kind of school did you go to? You skipped classes. My son never skipped classes and later passed the exam. I'm not bragging. If you were my son, I would hang you up and beat you if you dared to skip classes. Butcher Zhang took this opportunity to show off his superb parenting experience. Jiang Ning smiled and said nothing. Uncle Zhang, as an elder, gave him a few more lectures and squatted on the ground to continue playing cards. He held the cards in one hand and a popsicle in the other. After playing the cards, he took a bite of the popsicle and then let his hand hang by the side. Uncle Tang and Teacher Khan played the cards slowly, so it was Uncle Zhang's turn to play the cards, and he took another bite of the popsicle. Jiang Ning urged his spiritual sense and called out Uncle Zhang's black-backed wolfhound, coiling behind Uncle Zhang. When Uncle Zhang saw this, he was satisfied. The dog knew it was sticking to him, so he touched the dog's head. Pair of kings. Teacher Khan said, it's your turn. Uncle Zhang played, pair of deuces. After playing the cards, his hand holding the popsicle was still shaking. The big wolf dog lay on the ground, licking the popsicle with its tongue. Teacher Khan, a pair of kings. Uncle Zhang, you play, you play. He took another bite of the popsicle and put it down again. It was the big wolf dog's turn to lick it. Teacher Khan was still thinking, Uncle Zhang, you don't know how good my cards are. I think you can win this round. While playing cards, Zhu Chuchu went out after dinner. She walked briskly and did not sit like Jiang Ning, but chose to stand on the side. When the big wolf dog licked the popsicle, Zhu Chuchu was stunned for a moment, and then she saw Uncle Zhang chewing the popsicle. The scene was really outrageous, and she subconsciously wanted to remind Uncle Zhang not to eat it. Then, she and Jiang Ning looked at each other, and both sides were silent, and the tacit understanding was beyond words. Zhu Chuchu pursed her lips and said nothing. Anyway, Uncle Zhang was not a good person. When she first moved to the river dam bungalow, the big wolf dog jumped on someone, and Uncle Zhang was still laughing beside her. Fortunately, Jiang Ning took action and stopped everything. Jiang Ning moved a bench and put it beside him. Sit down. The distance was a little close, and she was afraid that her arm would touch his. Zhu Chuchu hesitated for a moment, but still chose to sit down. In the past, she couldn't solve many things on her own, but since she had Jiang Ning, she always felt extra relaxed. After a few times in a row, even if Zhu Chuchu worked hard to improve herself, she couldn't help but feel a little close to him, and didn't resist these contacts. She and Jiang Ning watched the fun together, without saying a word, but they enjoyed it, and enjoyed this brief moment. Until Uncle Zhang and the big wolf dog finished eating popsicles. Tong Tong ran out of the house. Evening self-study. During the break, Yang Sheng took off his headphones and prepared to go out for a walk. Just as she was about to get up, Tang Jing, who was passing by, suddenly fixed her eyes on him. Tang Jing stepped forward, looked at the headphones, and screamed, "Your headphones look like the ones I lost today." After this, the classmates around them looked sideways, their eyes wandering between the two. If it is true that the earphones used by Yang Sheng are the ones lost by Tang Jing, it will be a big fuss. The consequences will almost ruin a high school student. This kind of thing cannot be said nonsense. The flower protector Dan King Feng immediately retorted, "I bought Yang Sheng's earphones for her. There is still a purchase record on Teo Bao. Do you want to see it?" He naturally could not let Tang Jing throw such a basin of dirty water on Yang Sheng. Tang Jing, is the purchase record useful? It can only prove that she and I use the same earphones, but it cannot explain the truth. Her words were full of confidence. Huang Zhangfei frowned and couldn't listen anymore. If he allowed Tang Jing to make a fuss, wouldn't everyone in the class in the future also be slandered? Yang Sheng did not prove himself at all. She asked, "Do you have money?" Tang Jing, what do you mean? Yang Sheng, I seriously suspect that the money on you is lost by me. After all, I have used the same banknotes. After Tang Jing reacted, she retorted, "What are you talking about?" Yang Sheng laughed. She grabbed the headphones, put them in her pocket, and raised her eyebrows. "I have to put the headphones back in place. Maybe in 2 days yours will be found and mine will be lost again." After that, she ignored Tang Jing and turned to leave the classroom. Meng Xian touched Tang Jing, signaling her to stop making trouble. A small conflict was resolved. Tang Jing walked to the podium and threatened, "Let me make it clear. Whoever stole my headphones, put them back to me quickly, otherwise I will find suspicion and you will be finished." Wu Zhaoqi, Song Sheng, and Ji Yuokanan found this scene very familiar. Shan Zhao smiled naively. "School has just started recently. Everyone must take your things away at night. Don't stay." Huang Zhangfei, Shan Zhao is right. It's my negligence that I didn't remind everyone. Liu Chuandao was amused. "What if I stay? How dare you steal my things?" His words were full of disdain. Shan Zhao kindly advised, "Classmate, don't be angry." Liu Chuandao's speech attracted many female classmates to look back. His vanity was greatly satisfied, showing his manly dominance. "I'm afraid of him. Let him steal it." The last class of the evening self-study. The 4 seats in the back row. Hu Jun, "Brother Quan, I'm in a good mood today. Let's go out to get some food tonight." Shan Kaiquan was a substitute player during the summer vacation, and he broke up with Bei Yuxia, so he had a lot of money. "Okay, get some. Let's go to the food stall to fry some dishes, and get some coke." Shan Kaiquan, "I know a good store. By the way, Brother Ma, do you want to join us?" Ma Shichen was playing games. "Okay." Scout Wang Lang quickly reminded, Brother Ma, it's a chance." Ma Shichen had already noticed it, and he quickly tapped his fingers, instantly killing the opponent's hero with a sliver of health. Wang Lang, cool. Under Ma Shichen's management, the game was easily won. After the game was over, the opponent added a friend and insulted him. "You are playing a game with cheats, right? You trash. This is the end of your life. I despise people who use cheats the most. You useless things." Ma Shichen allowed the opponent to insult him in various ways. Wang Lang, who was standing next to him, stiffened his fists. "Brother Ma, you obviously played it yourself, and he suspected you of using cheats, and you dared to insult you. Brother Ma, curse back, tell him that it was your awesome operation just now." Ma Shichen shook his head. "It's useless. He won't admit that he is bad. He will only suspect that I use cheats." The opponent continued, "You can't play games without using cheats, right? The cheater's whole family is on the hearse." Wang Lang, "What to do? Buddy is pissed off by you." Ma Shichen distributed Zuanmei chewing gum to Wang Lang, Shan Kaiquan, and Hu Jun. He replied slowly, "Do you want a cheat? I'll send it to you." The person who was furious just now replied in seconds, "Brother, is it true? Is it free?" The bell for the end of evening self-study rang. Most of the students in class 8 left in a hurry. In a few minutes, only a few people were left in the classroom. Chen Kan stayed in the classroom to study. After he got the water and returned to his seat, he happened to meet Shan Zhao packing up. Chen Kan asked, "Aren't you going to read in the classroom?" In his impression, Shan Zhao was one of the few people who stayed in the classroom at night during the countless days and nights of the first year of high school. He worked very hard and often studied until very late before going home. Shan Zhao scratched his head. Today, Tang Jing said that the person who left the latest was suspected of stealing. "I don't think I can stay." Chen Kan didn't care. No matter what she does, learning is the most important thing. He consoled her. "Besides, you didn't take her things. Why are you worried about these things?" Shan Zhao smiled innocently. "I don't like being misunderstood, so I'd better leave early." Chen Kan was quite helpless. He was not afraid of his own shadow, but not everyone in the world was like him. Chen Kan said goodbye to him. "Okay, you are a good person in other aspects, but you are too honest." He bent over his desk and continued to do the questions. When he thought about Zhu Yuantang and Jiang Ning asking for leave today, Chen Kan was full of fighting spirit. They were aggressing, but he was making progress. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.